Hello, everyone. I am early. I am early because the conversation started already on Discord. I created an event for 10 minutes from, well, 13 minutes to be precise from now. And yeah, I thought that would be nice to join, have a bit of a conversations with everybody before we join. The weather has been extremely hot still in the Netherlands. It's 26 degrees in this room. The air conditioning is turned on in another room. It's still pretty hot because, you know, it is what it is. But today it's gonna get cooler, so let's hope for the best. Martin is first, as always. Ah, look at that. The avatar doesn't work for Martin. No. Hello, Lewis. Nice to see you here. Richard Smith, awesome. Ah! Boo. Hello. Hey, Jennifer Rooney, nice to see you here. Dragon. Sorry, I just had some water before this. Draculum. Hello, Martin. Draculum actually took a break and allowed somebody else to win. I'm not sure if he allowed it or it was just like, he wanted. But yeah, either way. I already had something to eat. I shouldn't need anything. I'm here. My pen is here. My notebook is here. So without further ado, let's go into the conversations.
It's less straightforward because there will always be, especially accidental harms, like crop deaths or again accidents of all kinds, you know. So whenever you live, there will always be harm. But we can ensure while being vegan to perhaps even eliminate all forms of animal exploitation, right? That is something that we can do because this is human made, right? Accidents and everything indirect, this is, as I said before, and I say it again, it's like something beyond our control, right? And it can be done maybe, but incrementally. Exploitation, if you want to end animal exploitation for you, you can do it today already. You can do it today already. But animal harm, more broadly, you can just try to incrementally reduce, but you will never able to eliminate it altogether. Because again, accidents and everything indirect is not in your control. That is wherein the difference lies, basically. If that makes sense.
Also, like if you take reduction of suffering as like a position to its extreme conclusion, it would cause you to, KYS. I hope you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, also like
And
just to
it
pile
shouldn't
up,
cause that.
on top of everything that everybody has already said. If giving women rights would cause more suffering in the end, it doesn't mean we should not have given women rights. We should still always give women rights, right? So the suffering is a conclusion of a lot of different variables. We shouldn't just assume that, well, now there's more suffering, therefore we should exploit animals again, right? At the end of the day, we need to respect their rights first and then deal with the rest. Shall I start the event, by the way?
Yeah.
Start event.
Yeah.
Okay. By the way, hey VPM, I forgot to say hello.
Oh.
Hey, VPM.
That didn't. Hello. Oh, hello.
Is it hot where you are, VPM? Because it's pretty hot where I am. Yeah, I've been not having a good time the past 3 days, but that's okay. That's okay. It will pass. Okay.
Every summer shall cool, and every winter shall warm.
Well, I think from now on, pretty much every year we're going to be living will be the hottest year. So, yeah.
That's probably true.
Hello, can you hear? Hello, Whale.
Say that again, Akhilesh. You were interrupted. Your connection was a bit bad.
Yeah, bro.
Is it
Can you hear
my
me?
is it my connection or is everybody hearing Akhilesh interrupted by the connection?
It's everybody.
Okay.
Okay, guys. Bye bye. I will join later.
Sure.
Okay.
Hey, Amin. Do you agree? Do you care about animals? Oh, you're still here. Yeah. Hey, Ahmed. Amin Mohammed. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Do you care about animals? Dropped off. Let's see how many people will engage with this title. So we also created it for people who are listening on YouTube. We created an event called "If You Care About Animals." Do you care about animals? ? That is the event name, and we created a nice little thumbnail and a cool description. So let's see, maybe people will join in.
How you doing, Sheep?
Surviving.
Once I wake up a little. Oh, sorry.
Go on, Axel.
I was gonna say once I wake up a little bit, I'll put it on my stream.
Nice. Yeah, so everybody, if you're not following VPM, follow VPM or subscribe to VPM. And if you're not subscribed to Axel, subscribe to Axel. I'll drop in the links later. When more people join, we need some people in here. I was supposed to go to the dentist tomorrow, but because of the heat, I'm like, I don't want to deal with heat and dentist. It's too much.
The dentist might be cool though, no? Like the dentist office.
I know they renovated. They started renovating it, so I'm not sure if they renovated it by adding air conditioning or what they did, but yeah. Hey, Ken.
Okay.
Do you want to have a conversation with us? Or, drop off. Okay, I muted myself in Discord until people are joining. Maybe it's nice.
What's up, Sophie? Hope I'm pronouncing that correctly.
A bit. It's pretty hot. Hello, Neil.
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm good. How about you?
Too bad. It's a little warm. It's a little definitely. My skin is definitely burning a little bit, but other than that, it's cool beans. What do you?
Outside because I just woke up.
Oh, well, then take your time to wake up a little bit because I wanted to start a conversation, a deep conversation with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna hold off on that one. Look at me being considerate and shit.
Yeah, yeah. I always knew you were.
Big W for VPM.
Oh, I know. I'm trying to be like the bad wolf, but look at me.
You're trying to be the bad one, you said?
The bad wolf. Well, people think I'm evil. A lot of people think I'm evil because I pointed out in not a very nice tone that they're wrong.
VPM, we gotta start dressing you like a punk. You know, like get you a mohawk going. You know,
Oh,
jean jacket with some studs. You know, to show that
I
bad
have all that
energy.
in my youth. No longer a
Hell
child.
yeah, you were a punk. Let's go.
Not really. Probably some kind of a poser.
Oh, okay, okay.
Definitely had a mohawk once. Definitely had a leather jacket, not a jean jacket. Because I used to be a piece of shit.
I don't know if I ever had any leather thing other than shoes, but yeah, those are also not cool, so. Let's see, BL. Do you want to have a conversation with us? Do you think you can care about animals? Wait, let me put it this way. Does everybody agree that if you care about animals, then you should be vegan? Okay, everybody agrees.
We're winning. We're winning.
I mean, we definitely are. We're clearly multiplying in numbers.
Yeah, I think 3 went vegan yesterday, so 2 went vegan the day before that, 3 the day before that. We're just like, the veganism is growing every day.
Hell yeah. I guess it'll take a little bit of time until more people join and want to have conversations. Yesterday there were people who were like just coming in hot, but today it's like a bit. Hey, Katron.
Hello.
How are you doing?
Yeah, playing games. I'm just here for listening, guys.
You're just here for listening. Do you want to have a conversation with us?
No. My English doesn't that good. Sorry.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I think we should try anyways. I think you can try. I think this is very important, actually.
Yeah, Katron, do you want to try? It might be interesting. You might discover some things about yourself.
Yeah, there's a lot to lose if we don't speak.
I am really okay with that. I'm just here for listening, like taking some ideas from the people, like shaping my mind. So that's why I'm here.
Yeah, I mean, if somebody doesn't want to speak, we can't force them to speak to us, right? That's okay.
Exactly.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Oh, I got some people in my chat already saying that they care about animals, but they eat them too. How would that? How where's the logic in that, right? For those of you on YouTube,
Else wants to talk about veganism.
I paused. I'm muted on Discord right now. We are waiting for people to join the event and have conversations.
Any inquiries, questions?
But if you guys want to join, there's a link.
Are vegans better?
Join the conversation.
Yeah.
Let's see. You can only care about animals if you are vegan. Anything else would not be complete. Does everybody agree with that? Yet again, everybody's in agreement.
Hello. Yes, I think. Goodbye.
Hi, Dionysos. Do you agree that you can only care about animals if you are vegan?
Yes.
Are you vegan?
Yeah, he's vegan. He's a
Yes,
friend of mine. Yeah.
Oh, nice, nice.
Yeah.
Damn, so
Yeah.
many vegans here. Cool. Well, not damn. That's very good. Very good. Nice. Oh, I got somebody who says they were in Discord yesterday, and he's upset because he was silenced, or I mean they were upset because they were silenced. I don't really know their gender.
They can come in now.
Yeah,
Maybe I can have a conversation with them or something.
Come on, Baltimore, join the Discord now if you want to have a conversation. I mean, I don't remember muting anybody yesterday, but whatever.
Not scary. I'm tiny.
I also got somebody saying vegan is too illogical. Much practical, logical solution is to be Jain food.
Jane.
Jane, yeah.
Holy shit.
Is there a big difference between Jain and veganism? As far as I know, veganism respects animals, right? There's a stance against exploitation.
Yeah.
But what is Jain? Is Jain like a religion, right?
Yeah,
But
yeah, it's
Yeah.
more of a complete harm reduction approach, I think.
I think it's worse than that. I'm sorry to say. I think Jainism is like it's valuing life over valuing sentient life. So things like tubers are off the menu because you have to like rip out the bush. You basically killing the plant, right? As opposed to like things like apples, that you don't kill the tree to get the apple, so they eat. The diet is very shit. And some Jains like they drink milk, so that makes absolutely zero sense.
oh wow, yeah.
Yeah.
I think people who argues for Jane, only who say you have to be Jane, don't understand that veganism is mostly a deontological advocated position.
Hey Kaiser, do you want to have a conversation with us? Okay, dropped off.
Yes, scary.
I mean, I got a pretty friendly voice, am I not? My voice is like, hey, how are you?
Yeah, I'm joking.
Yeah, like the typical malnourished vegan.
By the way, whoever uses my site, I've published a new version. I like downsized it a little bit. So if you have like a specific page saved, go to a different page and look for it again. And I'm making the home page much easier to navigate, or like at least it's not going to be easier to navigate, but it's going to be prettier, I guess. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe I can do like that.
That is a pretty good website that you made there with all the stuff. For I might take some of the information because I'm working on making a little thing to print out to carry with me when I go on the streets with studies and such. So I might take that from you.
Go for it. I'm not just making it for myself.
Same.
Fallacies. Is anybody here who's like doesn't agree with veganism?
Hey Harvey, do you want to have a conversation with us?
No,
No? What do you think veganism is?
I said no.
You said
No,
no.
if they don't want to have a conversation, that's not.
Yeah, it seems like nobody wants to converse with vegans. I guess because a lot of the times, you know, there's nothing to say against veganism. That's the reality. Most of the times it's...
Actually, I have a question. I have a question.
Sure, go on.
Okay, so yesterday I tried to be a vegan. So could you give me a tips or a menu for me? Because I just eat pumpkin, just a vegetable menu.
What do you think being vegan is?
Yep. Yeah.
Vegan is don't they don't eat meat, beef, chicken. Yeah,
Why do you think we do that?
because you care about animals.
Yeah, so veganism is a principle, it's a moral principle of saying no to animal exploitation. Do you understand what that means?
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, it essentially means we don't want animals to be used for us without their consent, which we cannot get, and therefore we don't want animals to be used for any purpose. That means food, clothing, entertainment, whatever. And you said yesterday you tried to adopt a plant-based diet, I'm assuming, right?
Yeah, I'm ex-vegan, officially ex-vegan.
I don't think you were vegan because, as I said, veganism is a moral principle. Did you adopt a moral principle, or did you try to adopt a plant-based diet?
Yeah, because so okay, let me explain to you. My religion, I I have to sacrifice a cow at least once a week.
Why do you have to do that?
Yeah.
So because I'm a Muslim, this a long time ago about our prophet.
Why do you have to do that? I don't know any Muslims who have to sacrifice a cow every week.
Not cow every week, but a sheep every.
But you can lamb, goat.
Why do you have to sacrifice them?
Okay, wait a minute. I will translate it. So this as a form of commemoration.
Bro, let me explain. Our duty is to slaughter maybe a sheep every year.
You mean for aid?
Yes.
Did you know that there are vegans that are also Muslims and who don't participate in that, and they merely sacrifice other things like their time, like they donate and other stuff? Wouldn't you say that would be preferable, knowing that an innocent animal gets exploited and slaughtered? Well,
But you need to do it. You need to sacrifice your time. You need
okay.
to fast.
But wait, before we go there, let me ask you this. Does that morally justify your daily consumption of animal products?
Yeah.
Yes?
I said, what did you say?
Does the fact that you think you have to sacrifice an animal every year morally justify you oppressing animals every day?
Don't have an answer.
Yeah.
So, if you say yes, how does it morally justify? How is it that you think it is right to take the life of an innocent animal today, knowing that you don't need to?
I'm back. I can have a conversation now.
1 second, Harvey, because we were having a conversation now with somebody else.
Yeah, of course. No problem. Yeah, no problem.
So Tung Tung
Damn,
Sahur.
I don't get it.
So the question is, how do you find it the right thing to do to take the life of an innocent animal for something that you do not need?
So, alright, so this mean Idul Adha, so we need to meet this to do the sacrifice.
Is that today?
Because not today. Just
So how can you justify
a month
it
ago.
today? How can you justify it today, tomorrow, next week, next month?
Yeah, we have so in my religion we have a right way, our own way to kill animals. They don't feel pains.
Yes, they do, first of all. And second, knowing that there is no need for it, how is that justified? Like, let me put it this way. Would you do all of this to a dog?
Yeah.
Yes?
No, I can eat dog. I can eat dog, cat, pork, and bat. But in other religion, you can eat them.
So wait a
They
minute,
have
because
own.
so let's go through this for a little bit, okay? So your religious book says that it's okay to exploit and kill these animals, correct?
Exploit, but they kill. We have the right way.
They both exploit
Can
and
you
kill
stay
them.
on track? Can you actually answer Chip's questions and not go off and say something else? Can you track? Right, because
Can I
Chip is
weigh in with,
asking you very specific questions. Can you
Can I
try
weigh in with
to
my
engage?
thoughts on this at all? He says that his religion specifies humane slaughter of animals, when
Yeah.
actually it's quite the opposite. Halal introduces more suffering than non-suffering towards animals.
Yeah, that is true. Halal is actually worse for the animals, but it doesn't, like, this isn't this doesn't really matter, right? Because whether it's halal or not, it's still the unnecessary, it's still cruel and unjust, correct?
Oh, I fully agree. Veganism, first and foremost, is a boycott of animal cruelty before it is a diet.
Yeah.
I've been vegan 5 years, and like the amount of people that will come up and say, "Oh, well, you don't eat meat. That's not what makes me vegan. My love of animals does." A plant-based diet is secondary to like boycotting that cruelty.
Exactly.
And I feel like a lot of people overlook that element of veganism in favor of just a plant-based diet. Like my neighbor can't consume meat for a medical reason. Still eats eggs, right? Like it's not necessarily as cruel to animals, but there's still an element of animal cruelty, right? You're still treating a chicken like a vending machine if you're eating eggs, or a cow like a vending machine if you're eating eggs. When realistically, the amount of people that'll say, "Oh, I eat meat," and then in the next sentence, "Oh, I love dogs, I love cats, I love animals." You can't love animals and eat them at the same time. Like the two don't work.
Exactly. Okay, well, I think, Harvey, did you want to have a conversation with us? I think it's easier to have a conversation with you.
Yeah, I think you asked me a question before. I don't know.
What was the question that you asked?
No, I think you asked me a question.
Oh,
You
yeah,
said,
yeah.
What do you think veganism is, or something? Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm assuming you're not vegan, Harvey?
Yes, I'm not.
What do you think veganism is, and why are you not vegan?
Veganism is the boycott of eating meat for the cause of not exploiting or oppressing animals, etc.
And why are you
Am I
not
correct?
vegan? So veganism is a moral principle where we reject animal exploitation, as you said, yes. And as a consequence of it, we don't eat meat, eggs, dairy, any products coming from animal products because behind them there was exploitation.
I see. Can I ask you, what do you mean by exploitation?
Unfair usage.
Such as?
Where exactly are you confused? Is there, like, for example, for
I'm not
dairy?
sure of the terminology, like exploit, etc.
So,
wanna
as an
make sure.
example of animal exploitation for your diet would be a dairy cow is continually kept either pregnant or recently given birth to be able to
Mhm.
sustain her dairy producing abilities. Natural
Mm.
chickens would have birthed an egg once every month, much like women would have, but due to genetic modification over time, they now produce almost daily eggs. Whilst
I
not
see.
necessarily directly harming that animal, those are two, like versions of exploitation to sustain an otherwise not needed food economy.
I see.
Yeah. So in other words, what you can also use instead of the word exploitation is the saying, the philosophical saying, to use someone as a mere means to an end. Do you understand what this means? So you're using someone as a means or like an instrument. You're using them as a tool to get some goal. And usually that goal of yours is in general to get, let's say, pleasure. So using an animal as an
Yeah, but you
object
said
or as a
someone. Is animal a someone?
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Do
we
you
can debate it. Yeah, we can. Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
according to you.
sorry
Yeah,
for
sure,
back.
no problem.
Yeah. Sorry for begging the question. We can actually debate this as well. Yeah, we can do this. Yeah.
But
Sure,
wait,
sure,
before
no
we
problem.
go into all that, Harvey, why are you not vegan? Like, it's pretty clear that veganism essentially, like, no matter what words we actually use, veganism, it's kind of like this thing that is about animals, about leaving them alone, about giving them the respect and autonomy that they deserve. Why are you not vegan? Why don't you want to give animals the respect and autonomy that they deserve?
Being vegan or not being vegan is not like not giving them the respect they own. Those are two different things. You can have a respect for an animal all of his life, not beat him, not exploit him, give him the food he deserves, be good towards them. One second. Be good. One second. One second. Be good towards them, etc. But when it comes to slaughtering, you can slaughter them in the best way possible to reduce the harm, etc. And that you
What happened? Did Harvey just drop down?
Oh, sorry, that's my bad. That's my bad. I think somebody was hot miking and I ejected them.
Oh,
I'm
you
so
accidentally
sorry.
ejected
What
Harvey.
was
Let
the
me see if
name?
we can. Harvey.
Harvey. Sorry, come back. Sorry, come back. Oh shit! I thought they were hot miking. Yeah, I was trying to help.
No worries, no worries. It's okay. That's okay,
I
VPN.
shouldn't
Don't
have
worry.
this power.
Nah, it's okay. Things happen. It's okay. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Let's see. I'm texting.
This is what the problem is. Oh, I'm so sorry. Fuck.
Harvey,
Harvey,
sorry.
I'm so sorry. I was trying to help. Somebody was hot miking, really like bothering you, and I was trying to eject, but I thought you were the one hot miking. I'm so sorry. Never happen again.
No problem.
Okay. So you were in the middle of saying something important.
Yeah. So you were saying.
Yeah.
So you were saying that you can still love animals and kill them, right?
Yeah. In a sense, yes.
Let's start with, do you think we need to consume animal products?
Not necessarily, but I think it's not a problem.
Okay, so given that we do not need to consume animal products, don't you think that taking their life is inherently unfair?
Unfair?
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
imagine if somebody chose to take somebody's life. Like, isn't that not unfair towards that person?
I don't believe humans and animals are the same.
Doesn't really matter if humans and animals are the same. Well, the comparison that I'm drawing here is about the action, right? Because fairness is about the action. If I'm being fair towards a person or unfair towards them,
of course,
I could be
you cannot
fair
take
or
his
unfair.
life. That's a very bad thing.
Yeah. So why would it be then towards an animal fair to take their life when we don't need to?
Because animals are not the same as humans. That's what I believe.
Okay, but even
Why
if they're
does that matter?
yeah, why does that matter? That's okay. Like, why does that matter? Because at the end of the day, fairness, whether to take their life or not, like, they value their life just as much as you value your life, right? So it doesn't really matter if they're a different species, does it?
Kind of. If you have like someone who can use ration, logic, etc., use it, etc., to reach conclusions, and someone who cannot.
But Harvey, wouldn't you say there are? Wouldn't you say that? One second, Val. Harvey, can you say that there are people on this planet who can also not have ration, like maybe intellectually challenged people, don't you think that these individuals deserve the same respect for you to not use them and kill them?
Yes, they do.
So then, if you think about the distinction between them and animals, they, let's say cognitively, they would be quite similar. Why do they deserve
Yeah,
that?
that's a good point. Yeah, correct. Good point.
Yeah, so at the end of the day, you know, like there is this thing we call name the trait, where we ask people what is the difference between a human being and an animal that justifies the difference in treatment. And it has to be morally relevant, right? That difference has to be morally relevant. So I could ask you this question, but essentially, like, at the end of the day, there is no difference. I'll ask you, do you think there is any difference between human beings and animals that justifies the difference in treatment? We've already gone through intelligence just now. Is there anything else?
Yes. Oh, wait a second. Is there anything else? I'm not sure. Wait a second. Let me think.
Because if it's just intelligence, then the difference between any human being and an intellectually challenged human being should be the same difference, and yet an intellectually challenged human being, you wouldn't treat them like you treat an animal.
I think using the intellectual argument's wrong anyway. That would be like saying it would be okay for America to annex the world because they've got the better military might. It's like it wouldn't make it morally okay just because they could.
Yeah, like it doesn't really matter that you can, or that you have the power, or that you have intellectual superiority, or that you claim superiority in any way, because that does not mean you indeed have the right to oppress them, right? To be cruel to them, to exploit them, and all this stuff.
Yeah, because you presumably, if we stipulate the alien scenario, right, or like the supreme species scenario, where a supreme species comes to this world and actually does the same thing with the same arguments as we do to the animals, we would also try to oppose that, and we would also find this morally reprehensible. So might doesn't make right, morally speaking.
So then, hearing all of this, what do you think about veganism? Do you think it's something you should be?
Should be?
Yeah.
Nah, but.
So you don't think you should be respecting animals?
But I'm just trying to listen. Yeah.
You don't think you should be respecting? You don't think you should be giving animals the basic respect of leaving them alone and not taking their life away from them, or not breeding them into existence?
Taking life. Oh, sorry. Yes.
But wait a minute. Do you know that in animal agriculture, animals are brought into existence only to be killed?
What do you mean brought to existence just to be killed? Like brought to existence by who?
On any specific farm that you can imagine, do you think animals multiply on their own, or do you think the farmers control that process?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
So
they might control the process. Yes, of course.
They do.
You would have farmers that control, etc. Farmers that exploit. Farmers that don't give them the food they deserve or the treatment they deserve. Of course. Yes.
So by definition, farming involves us controlling their breeding process, because we don't just wait around until they want to make a baby. Farmers control all of that. They control the breeding process, they control what they eat, and they control when they die. Well, not when they die, because they get killed. So just to put things into perspective a little bit also about this killing that you seem to have no problem with. Take, for instance, chickens, the chickens that we grow for meat. They can live up to 10 years. At what age do you think they're killed at?
I don't know. Chickens live to 10 years. That's crazy. I don't know. Maybe a year, 2. I'm not sure. I don't know.
42 days.
Would they be grown at that time?
Yeah. So we selectively bred them to grow as fast as possible. And nowadays, they're starting to also grow insects, specific insects, to feed them so that they grow even faster and kill them even sooner.
I see.
Yeah, like
So in other words, you can actually see, you can also see that as a form of exploitation, right? Because we manipulate their future, existences. They will actually suffer as a consequence, and we won't respect their. Well, you could. I mean, again, we're basically seeing them only as objects, right? So we don't respect them at all. Because think about this, right? Does the father have any interest to create these individuals, or even to keep these animals, if they don't generate any profit? So let's say that, like there's like a new calf, and just let's say hypothetically, they can't produce any meat, like their body can't grow any muscle, any fat, nothing. They can't produce any milk, none of that, right? And let's also assume that the cow cannot even be killed. Let's just suppose. So you can't even slaughter for their meat at all. Nothing. It's completely immune. Would actually the farmer care at all? What would the point be? So the whole point is basically to create more of these animals, to make profit. Really, that's it. That's the intention. So the entire intention is already greed. Basically, it's not respecting animals. It's not about respect, really.
Can they not be both? The intention of having profit plus respect, excluding killing from the respect. I know
No.
you guys
Okay,
killing
let
they
me
say
give.
is disrespect, but I
Let
think
me.
not. So exclude
Yeah,
it. Yeah, please.
yeah. Let me give you like a very forceful argument against this, because I hear this a lot, right? So although you can respect, so I will be very nuanced of what I'm saying. So I think you can respect parts of them at some parts in their life. However, at several points in their life, especially before you kill them, you rob them the greatest thing that they actually want to be respected for, and that is the interest to continued existence. And let me explain why. Now, obviously, it makes sense. If you kill them, you rob them of that interest. But every other interest that they have in their life, let's say seeing their families and friends, enjoying their life, having well-being, seeing the sun, everything else collapses if you take away their life, right? So I don't think that if you violate that interest, that you respect them.
Yeah, plus let's
if you exclude the killing, for example.
But Harvey, yeah, even if you exclude the killing, like imagine that, do you think these animals are free?
Free in what sense? Are we even free ourselves?
No, Harvey. Are these animals free to the degree that they can do at least one thing that they want?
Elaborate. I don't understand what you're saying.
No, so what I'm trying to say that
I can give an example. If a cow doesn't want to be milked, does she get to not be milked?
I'm not sure. She's going to be milked anyway, isn't it? And how do you know, for example, if a cow doesn't want to be milked? I'm not sure. I think I want you to explain more.
But that's the whole point about it, isn't it? Because we cannot know what they want. But we do know that they have wants and needs. That probably means we should not.
I'm gonna have to disagree with you. There is a study that tested if animals, dairy, specifically dairy cows, if they're given the choice, would they choose to be milked? And a lot of them, so if they were given the choice either to have a snack or be milked, all of them chose a snack. If they were given a choice to either be milked or not be milked, about 80% of them decided not to be milked.
Wow.
So they do have preferences, and we have evidence for it.
Yes, but we also humans are not free in that sense, if you want to say so. No one wants to pay tax. Of course, he's going to choose a snack over paying tax, but he's going to pay it anyways.
But Harvey,
whilst humans aren't necessarily fully free, they are still free
not to be raped.
animals.
Yeah, I would argue that. So I would argue, Harvey, that these animals, again, like if you imagine the life of a dairy cow, for example, right? They're brought into existence. Let's start with this. Why do you think a dairy cow produces milk? I was trying to go somewhere there, but I think it's easier if we just start there. Why do you think a cow produces milk in the first place?
Produces milk.
Yeah.
Maybe to feed her like little children.
Exactly. So she has to have babies. So I think I've already asked you this before. So she does not get to decide when she has babies. The farmer decides for her. So do you think, what do you think happens when the babies are born? I'm sorry, I'm also a bit tired. So what do you think happens when the babies are born?
Babies are born. Now she can produce milk. She gives milk to the babies, etc. If you're asking about the farmer, he's going to take some milk.
So the first thing that happens is they separate them from their mothers, because if they keep them with their mothers, they would drink their milk. So that's the first thing that happens. Then if the baby is born male, they don't produce milk. So what do you think happens to them?
I don't know.
They kill them.
Is that everybody though?
Pretty much.
Is it like all the farmers?
Yeah, they either grow them up to a year or two, or they sell them to somebody else. But eventually, yes, they all get killed. And if they're born female, they suffer the same fate as their mothers. Repeated impregnation year over year. Babies taken from her, exploited for milk. And at some point...
That's wrong.
At some point, they kill them.
Males because they, that's wrong. To kill males just because they can't produce milk. Yeah, that's wrong.
And at some point, they kill also the dairy cows, the females. Do you know when they kill them?
When they can't produce milk?
Well, pretty close. That's a good one. Well, they kill them when they can no longer get them pregnant. So they try to get them pregnant. The pregnancy didn't stick, so they kill them. Because if they would have to keep them, they would have to keep them for another year, feed them, and it would be too expensive for them.
I'm a victim of vegan propaganda.
That's the yeah, but like that's what specific farmers do, because it's not everybody. Cannot just generalize that on all farmers and therefore not eat any or like be a vegan.
Harvey, I saw it in my grandmother's backyard. I come from Romania. My grandma only had one cow. How do you think she kept that one cow constantly producing milk? The cow was constantly impregnated. The baby was sold to somebody else. And at some point, I just all of a sudden would see meat. I saw the baby separation. I saw the forceful impregnation. I saw all of it. So if you actually think about it, if you've lived in a rural area and have seen this, everything that I just described is standard practice, and it happens 99.99% of the occasions. But either way, like, the reality is animals in animal agriculture are a product. They're not even a product. They're a machine that creates a product. Do you really think it's fair to treat a sentient being, somebody who can feel, who has emotion, who has preferences, as a machine who can produce things like milk, eggs, and when they no longer produce, to kill them?
Preferences, sentient being, I'm not sure.
You're not sure that they're sentient?
Yeah.
What do you mean by
this was
sentient?
the issue at the beginning, right? Yeah, this was the issue at the beginning. I think we should actually engage with this right now, because you thought they're not individuals, right?
Not someone as you referred to them as.
Yeah. So let me tell you this, right? Have you ever had any dogs?
Dogs? I've had cats, birds.
Yeah. So yeah, let's just take them, right? So let's suppose you return back to your home, right? Have you ever noticed that they both, let's say, can? I'm not saying that they did, but that they can respond differently the moment you, let's say, enter your home.
What do you mean?
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, let's suppose you have a cat or a dog. The moment you come back at home, right, or you do something with them, they will all react differently, based on their unique experience, based on their unique personality and temperament, their past, some are more inquisitive, some are more shy or extroverted, some take more risks, some are more angry, right? So they have all their own experience and their own learning history, like we do. I'm not saying to the same extent, but they still are capable of responding, and they're also capable of learning, right? Like of conditioning, the same way you.
For example, yeah, correct. For example, if a cat has been abused in the past, she would be scared of people, yes.
Yeah, the same way humans also. Phobias, let me tell you, I studied this, right? So phobias in humans or anxieties, they're all based on conditioning. It's very simple. It's all very conservative learning. This is biology. We are also nothing special, really. you can't, with reason, you can't just snap out of your anxiety in most cases. You can't. So we are not, in that regard, we're not special, actually. And you can see deep in their eyes, there is someone behind them, right? It's not like it's something, right? They can actually, they can respond quite flexibly to their environment, right? And that is the purpose of being sentient, because the moment you are sentient, you are capable of experiencing pain and pleasure. And the moment you can actually experience these two things, it is the case that you behave flexibly, because you have to understand your environment to some extent. And humans are excellent in this, but other animals are also pretty good in understanding their environment. Because again, evolution is actually about being fit to a given environment, right?
Sure.
And for sentient beings, it makes obviously sense to dodge harmful things and to approach beneficial things that aid, let's say, survival and whatever it is, like cooperation, getting food and resources, etc., etc. Right? It makes sense, because if you fail to do so, you will suffer.
Yes.
Or you will feel pain, whatever. Yeah.
Yes.
So you have to have some form of intelligence. Yeah.
Yeah, but does that make them someone? Just this, like, just
Yeah.
like us?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because
Not just like that.
Yeah.
There are many differences, right? But it does make us a someone. It does make us an individual.
But he said not to the same extent. I don't disagree.
Yeah.
Yes, they have emotions, etc. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, because
No problem.
because we may have like some other forms of cognition, let's say, right? But that doesn't nullify that they have like a subjective experience, right? That they care about themselves, about their surrounding, that they have intelligence, emotions, right?
So Harvey,
preferences.
So a subjective experience, by the way, means that they're subjects of their own universe. It means that they feel when they walk around, when they experience life, they feel like how you feel when you experience life. You feel like you want to go that way and you go that way. You feel like you want to do this and you do this. I would say that's what makes somebody a someone. The fact that they have desires and the fact that they experience the world subjectively, right? That they're a subject in their own universe. And that, to me, gives them all the moral worth that any other individual who feels the same way should receive, regardless of their level of intelligence, regardless of their species.
I see.
Yeah, they're unique. They are unique. That's what I
Yeah.
wanted to say. They're unique. Yeah, every individual will respond differently to a given situation. They will obviously sometimes also act the same, can be the case, but they have the capability in responding differently. Yes.
There is a question also. I think you guys hear a lot, etc. Of course, you're going to have an answer for it, but what about plants? Do they not have some level of that or no?
No, we can't, definitionally. So based on
Never ever.
their biology, sorry, can you not hot mic for a second? Thank you. So plants on a cellular level can't be sentient, even if they develop like a brain and a nervous system, but they also don't have a brain and a nervous system. And it seems to be that those are the things that you need to be sentient.
Hello.
Yes, hello.
Hi. So, do you think everyone should be vegan?
Yes.
If somebody else can take it, I have to go.
Yes.
To go pray also. Yeah, it's been lovely talking to you guys. Maybe we can, I don't know, keep going
Harvey,
later or something.
Yeah, come back, Harvey. We can have conversations. I think.
Yes.
I think we can.
Nice
have
talking to you guys. Yeah.
Same.
Yes.
Take care, Harvey.
Justin, do you want to have this conversation?
Yeah. So sorry, what was the question? Should everyone be vegan?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you tell me what you think veganism is first? I think it's always a good place to start.
Just not using animal products.
That's definitely a behavior that vegans engage in. Veganism is sort of about being against exploitation, objectification, commodification, enslavement of animals. And so part of that is that vegans don't eat animals, but we also don't wear them. We don't go to zoos, things like that.
Okay.
So yeah, I do think that everyone should be against animal exploitation and commodification and objectification. Do you not think that?
I suppose I'm more interested in the paradigm. So when you say should, you're ascribing a moral, sort of a moral description for other people. But what basis are your morals founded on? Why should we do things or not do other things?
Well, let me ask you a sort of concrete question, just so I can kind of understand where your subjective morality lies. So, like, if you saw someone go up and like punch a dog in the head, would you think that that was wrong, or would you have any inclination to try to like stop that or something?
Yeah, I'd say it was wrong.
All right, why would you say it was wrong?
Well, because I believe that we've been given a moral standard by God, and therefore there's something universal outside of ourselves that prescribes right and wrong. So I believe that morals are objective and concrete, and they're not just simply preferences.
Okay, but say someone went up and like punched a rock, and someone went up and punched a dog. You would think one of those is wrong and the other isn't, I assume.
Sure.
So why do you think punching the dog is wrong, but punching the rock isn't wrong?
Because the dog has a temporal soul, it has a temperance, it can experience pain.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a good reason. So, like, for instance, you know, like what happens on farms? Like, for instance, like, do you eat pigs or any part of pigs?
Yeah, I eat all animals.
Sure. So do you know, can you tell me, like, walk me through what you think happens, like from the time a pig is a baby to the time that bacon is on your plate? What do you think happens to that pig?
Well, I mean, to me, it doesn't really matter because humans
No, it does
are.
matter. It does matter. I think we need to establish that first. So just so I know what you know about the process. That's important to me.
Okay, but maybe we should. I'm interested in your paradigm first. I'm interested in
No, I'm
why.
interested in this first. I want to establish this first, and we'll get to that.
Okay, well, just walk me through the process. They're bred to be killed or butchered. They're kept in less than optimal conditions. That's my understanding.
Yeah, less than optimal is a pretty pretty benign way to put it, I would say. But yeah, you hit on something that people don't really think about to begin with, though, is that they are actually bred. So it's not that we're finding pigs in the wild and just taking them in, right? We are forcibly bringing them into existence. And a lot of times that involves some pretty like gnarly stuff. Like we are like, you know, in some way collecting that semen. A human is often doing that, or we have them basically like hump this doll to collect their semen. And then we will actually like take a rod and insert semen into the female to get her pregnant. And sometimes they'll even be like rubbing the female's haunches and things like that to like get her in the mood. And so that's before they even get to the farm, you know, that's before we're even like farming them or like specifically like mutilating their body in some way, right? So that's just the breeding them into existence. Then when they're babies, we'll typically cut off their tails and we'll cut out their teeth. And do you know why we might do that?
Stop them killing each other, I assume.
Right, because they'll like bite
Or
each other.
eating
They'll
each
bite each other's tails off. And do you know why they would bite each other's tails off?
Yeah. Because they're hungry.
It's more because they're in such tight proximity to each other. So we create the problem by putting them in tight proximity, and then to solve it, we sort of chop their tails off, chop their teeth out. Also, most of the time when they're babies, and this even occurs on very small local farms, we actually will basically put a slit in their scrotum, then rip their testicles out. And do you know why we do that?
Yes, they don't reproduce unless it is artificially inseminated.
Sorry, what's that?
So they don't. You said the testicles, right? Like they'll be neutered.
Yes.
Yes, it's so they don't reproduce without artificial insemination.
No, really,
Yes.
that's not the reason. No,
Well,
the reason
that's
is
part of
that
the
it's-
reason. But
yeah,
the other part is the taste.
Yeah.
So it has something called boar taint, which will make them taste very bad. And then, do you know how we typically kill them?
No.
That I'm unsure about.
generally we would put them into gas chambers. So where they basically suffocate, and it's really brutal to watch, I'll tell you. So that stuns them, and technically we kill them after that. Typically we hang them up by their legs and slash their throats open.
Sure,
So,
but I'm asking why.
Sure.
Is
Now
this
you
wrong?
said earlier, does that sound worse than punching a dog in the head?
Yes.
Okay, and you said punching a dog in the head was wrong. So it sounds like you think what we do to pigs is wrong.
Yes.
So I guess my question is, why do you still eat pigs? Obviously, you just found that out, but do you see what I'm saying?
I mean, yeah, I mean, I know that I didn't know that much detail, but obviously I'm aware that farming is a bit cruel.
Mhm.
But then I suppose it comes down to the value judgment of what is an animal's life worth compared to mine. And if eating animals is permissible, then I'm going to do it because our
So,
lives are worth more.
Johnny, you said, what is an animal life worth to yours? I've been on a plant-based diet now for about 6 years, and I can promise you my health isn't affected for it. Like, my life isn't suffering for not eating animals, right? Like, your question almost feels a bit moot.
A false dichotomy.
No, it's not.
Fallacy.
It's, I'm trying to drill down into. I want to know about the morals and the ethics behind veganism. So, obviously, these things are heinous to hear, but I'm asking, why should we be vegan? Why is an animal suffering wrong? If morals are
Just to weigh in,
subjective, then it doesn't.
if it's about what makes me want to be vegan more than not vegan, right? So put it down to its core values. Let's take away the animals for a second. I'm going to be careful because I know a couple of people are streaming on YouTube. In the 30s in Europe, there was a particular political party. It kicked off a chain of events that led to about 85 million people in total dying. We consider that the biggest human fatality system to have existed.
You can
For
name
context, 80 billion land animals per year are killed and trillions of fish, just to put in people that otherwise could just eat something different.
But we need protein, my friend. Protein, okay?
I'm not lacking in protein. I can promise you I could probably bench lift twice as much as most.
I'm like the most fit among all my friends, vegan or non-vegan.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I may, I know I got a question for him too. Like this is from I'm not part of I'm part of the channel, being just a member. But I think one of the main points for me is why it matters is because of violence, communication. When you've got a food system that's so baked in, so heinous, so cruel, so brutal, so devaluing of life itself, that echoes through all of society. That lack of just basic humanity or respect for life. And you see this in the way people treat each other. There's a lot of violence in the world, and that would go way down almost to nothing if you had non-violent communication with animals and plant life also.
Sure,
Yeah,
but I suppose I'm looking at it from the point of view of why is violence wrong and why is life valuable? You're making value judgment.
Johnny,
You don't have
I
anything to reinforce.
think the thing is that like you've already that's within your value system. So I'm kind of like the broader question of like why it matters seems less relevant to me because it already seems to matter to you. Like you already said like something even as simple as punching a dog is wrong. And so to me, I'm wondering like why is this broader question important to you? If punching a dog is wrong and everything we described about what happens to a pig is wrong, then why not from you personally, for your subjective morals, would you not stop that?
Well, my morals aren't subjective. I believe in objective morality. But I'm wondering about the vegan worldview. What justification can it give for ethics? Why should anyone care about what happens to animals?
I think it boils down to like vegans have different philosophies within themselves, but they value the animal's suffering more than the 15-minute taste pleasure you might get from it, right?
Sure. So it's all subjective. So morals are based on preferences.
Well, not that. I'm saying that vegans have their own different philosophies, right? Sometimes you will get Christian vegans, sometimes you'll get The point is, like, they all like recognize suffering, right? You recognize for objective morality reasons that just like punching a dog is wrong, the stuff that happens to a pig is horrible as well. And we now live in a day and age where we don't have to do that anymore. And vegans have come to the choice like, well, if we don't have to do this anymore, why do we still pay to do it? And they've taken the choice not to do anymore.
Because it's tasty.
If you're looking for a
Yeah,
subjective reason
why-
to be vegan, Johnny, 14.5% of greenhouse emissions globally come from the food agricultural industry, which equates to roughly the same as the entire global transport sector. So if you're looking for a subjective reason to do it, like future generations, like the health of the planet, the survival of our species can all be attributed to the reduction of global warming, which is close to 15% of.
Yeah, I think that's
So
a good
why-
point because you
why
kind of
now?
asked earlier, like, why my life over an animal's, but they're both like intimately linked. Like, not killing the animal actually also helps human survival. So, like, there was a study, I believe, is in 2021. I can find it if you want. But it was in 2020. And basically, they said if you stopped all fossil fuel production right now, and that was in 2020, right? So we're talking 5 years ago, and you continued business as usual with agriculture, we would blow past our 1.5 degree target and possibly even shoot past the 2 degree target set by the Paris Agreement. So like that's just how consequential animal agriculture is to things like global warming, climate change. And so even if you didn't give a shit about animals, you know what I mean? Just if you cared about human survival in some way, this is going to be like not even like an important piece of the puzzle, a critical piece of the puzzle.
But can I ask you something, Johnny? I'm curious. You said you don't. You don't. You wouldn't. Would you kill a dog for an optional product?
Would I kill a dog for what, sorry?
For an optional product.
For an optional product. Can you expand on that?
Sure. So let's imagine that I'm a boxer and I need to get my workout in. And the best way to get my workout in is to, punch a body, an actual body. And I'm a dog breeder. So what I do is I bring to life dogs. I give them a good 2 months of living. Then I kill them. I use them as a punching bag for as long as I can. And yeah, in the end, I also eat them so that I don't waste their body.
Comparison
Is that moral to you?
It's not moral, but in your worldview, it's not wrong.
Wait a minute. So why is that not moral to you?
Because we shouldn't inflict unnecessary pain on.
Dude, that's so stupid question.
One joker, can you please wait? One joker, can you please wait? I'm going to have to mute you if you don't wait.
That question was so stupid. I have to.
No, I will have to mute you if you don't wait.
Yeah, you can leave just. You can just leave if you think the questions are so stupid that you can't wait and you interrupt the conversation. You can just leave and come back.
Why are you so mad?
Can you please wait? Stop interrupting
if you don't mind.
conversations. Okay.
That's fine, Chip. I just disconnected them. That's
Thank you. So, Johnny, why is that bad? Can you please answer that? Because we were interrupted. I'm sorry. Johnny, are you still here?
Oh yeah, sorry, I was muted. Yeah, no problem. I think when creatures are born and when they proliferate, they have a certain sentience. They have a consciousness and they can feel pain. And I don't think it's within the Christian moral worldview, you shouldn't inflict unnecessary pain. So it would be wrong.
That statement in of itself is a vegan statement. If that's your genuine belief that you shouldn't be inflicting pain on animals, there's no good reason you shouldn't just be eating plants.
Yeah. So as ASN says, then that statement, if you say that statement, then I'm just using simple logic, and I would understand that by your statement, you should not be doing the same to cows, shouldn't you?
There are caveats to that. I think that in my worldview, it's not forbidden to kill an animal. So, for example, in the Old Testament, animal sacrifices were the means for covering your sin. And then we see Christ at the Passover. They used to eat lamb at the Passover, and fish. So it's not as easy as saying, "Oh, we should never kill animals or eat them." I just think that you shouldn't take it to an egregious
But wait a minute,
sort
Johnny.
of point.
Johnny, so
Go ahead.
okay, so Johnny, it has been revealed to me with what you said just now that you're a Christian and you follow the Bible. I'm pretty sure that you follow the Bible and take every lesson that it is in the Bible within its own context, correct?
I take it within the context of the Orthodox Church, so I don't take my own interpretation.
Sure, but within the
church.
context of the story that it is in, right? Like there's several stories in the Bible that would raise a lot of questions, but most Christians I speak to, they say that, well, if you take it into the context that it is in, it makes sense. Do you agree with that? That what is written in the Bible should be taken with the context of the stories of that time?
Sure, yeah, context is important.
If the Bible's is important,
ASN, one
Johnny,
second.
Genesis
ASN,
20.
ASN, 1 second. Let me
Sorry.
finish 1 second. You can go down afterwards. So if the context is important, then shouldn't the context be important also for all these stories of consuming animals? Because the context is that in the past we may have needed to consume animal products, whereas nowadays we don't. So the context today is that we can survive and thrive on a plant-based diet. We have every resource needed, and it's better, as you've been told so far, for everyone if we don't do it. So I'm almost certain, without a shadow of a doubt, that should there be another prophet or another I don't know, Jesus coming or whatever, if they were to be coming back again, they would and not end Earth, because I know that the whole point is that if they come back again is ending Earth. But should they come back again and not end Earth, they would definitely make the stipulation that we should stop consuming animal products because we don't need to. Because even you, Johnny, I would say a compassionate and benevolent God would want you to not be violent or oppressive towards an innocent animal if there is no need for it, correct?
Yeah, I suppose so. But again, it's not objectively immoral to kill an animal. We've been given dominion.
But
we have a certain unique, so it's up to us really. But I do see your point.
So there is an even stronger point to all of this, because while I agree with you that I'm not a Christian, I don't believe in any God or anything, I'm an atheist, but if you believe that morality has been given by God to you, then I think you also believe that your feelings, the way you think, the way you feel about things has also been given by God to you. And I think that if you were to even see what animals go through, as it's been described also by Justin just now, I think your feeling, your body would say that is wrong. Regardless if the Bible says it is right or wrong, you would still think that it is wrong. So while there could be mistakes in the Bible, it's after all, it's been printed by humans, it's been distributed by humans, it's been translated by humans. I don't think there can be any mistake in your DNA writing, right? As in, if you feel that is wrong, maybe that is what it is actually. Why would you listen? Like, you have a higher likelihood of being wrong from that book, especially given the context, versus being wrong from what your instinct tells you, right? So you're right now faced with two things. One, the context, and two, your instinct telling you it is wrong. Why would you ever listen to anything else other than these two, given that both of them were given to you by your God?
I think that the heart can be deceptive. So as humans, we get things wrong. So I think another gentleman brought up the example of what happened in the 1930s, for example. If you're indoctrinated enough, you might have been at those parades in the mid-30s, and your heart and your conscience might have been telling you that it was right. So I do see your point. You can't entirely just lean on your own understanding and get to the right thing, because you're infallible, you're susceptible to mistakes. But again, it's interesting that you admit that you're an atheist, which is completely fine. But this is my point. We're bringing up things about emissions, and we're bringing up survival of the human species and proliferation of the human species. Why should we want the human species or any species to survive? Why is that a good thing?
I think something about your questions is that like these almost seem like questions not for vegans. Like they can like we're in the broad rubric of it's like vegans would fall under this, but like asking like why subjective morals over your objective morals. Like you could ask this of pretty much any subjective prescription. You know what I mean? And like why not like kill the whole human race is or why should the human race continue, or like I guess these are just kind of like broader questions that to me kind of fall outside the scope of veganism. So like I guess why come I guess what I'm curious is why come on to a vegan debate and ask those questions. I'm not saying that you can ask those questions, but I'm curious like what drew you into like specifically a vegan channel. Have you been thinking about animals? Did you see a video or something like?
I literally just saw this live stream pop up,
Nice.
and I thought I'd join. But I suppose my point is veganism is a worldview, and you have to test the worldview to see if it's coherent. So if someone can't justify the moral claims they're making, then their worldview is incoherent.
Well, yeah, I think it's fair. I mean, I sorry, go Chip.
No, I was just gonna say, well, pretty much, just to be clear, as Justin pointed out at the beginning, every vegan has a different place where they get their morals from, but every vegan is morally consistent with their values, right? Like if we say murder is wrong, we apply it to the extent that murder is wrong. We don't just stop at the species line and say murder is wrong unless you were born a different species, which is just something genetic that is different from you. If we say exploitation is wrong, we don't just say unless you were born, yet again, a different species or a different race or whatever, right? Like we essentially say the reason why we bank on sentience is because it is the bare minimum of somebody I mean, sentience essentially is the capability to suffer. So it is the bare minimum where we can apply morality onto somebody, right? So we're just taking any moral value that you have, for example, Johnny, like how you treat people, and we extend it to animals also, because in reality, the things that make us human are the same things that make the animals worthy. Like take, for instance, the emotions, as you said, the personalities, the fact that they love, the fact that they feel, the fact that they want to have bonds with others, the fact, all of these things that describe our humanity are coincidentally things that are common within sentient individuals. So it only makes sense then that we extend all of these considerations to them also.
Yeah, I appreciate that. You extend the same courtesy that you extend to humans, and you bring that same value of life and philosophy through. But then I suppose there's no grounding for that, and I'll expand. In a universe that's cold and empty, and everything comes about by random processes, murder isn't wrong. I mean, the aliens could turn up right now and destroy this whole planet, and we couldn't say it's morally wrong. It's not objectively wrong.
Sorry, why would you say that? Like, if you have the preferences to not be killed, it's totally on your subjective experience. It's totally logical to extrapolate that to other sentient beings. Why would you need objective morality to think that murder is wrong?
Well, because in the atheist worldview, you can't account for ethics or logic, for example.
Why not? Why the fuck not? What are you saying?
So, Johnny, you've used the Bible as a reference a few times. Would you say that the marriage of a 12 to 14-year-old child's okay? Because the Bible references that at least 6 or 7 times.
This is kind of changing the subject.
Yeah, I think this conversation is going out of veganism and into objective morality, which is fair and interesting, but maybe we should move on to a different person.
I think that's kind of what I was getting at earlier, is that it's kind of like a bit off topic for veganism. Johnny, what I would recommend though is again, it sounds like you care about animals, you care about what happens to them. So again, whatever our worldview is, and again, like people have said, there's vegans who are subjectivists, there's vegans who are moral realists, there's vegans with all sorts of different meta-ethics, normative ethics, and things like that. But it sounds like you do care about animals. And something I would say is to just watch some videos of what happens to animals. You talked about earlier how the heart can be deceiving and about how people can get, indoctrinated. And I would just say that the indoctrination is very, very, very heavily weighted towards indoctrination towards exploiting and eating animals. I mean, you can't go 5 minutes without seeing a billboard with some murdered animals on it or commercials with murdered animals. And pretty much you were probably raised to just eat animals like 3 times a day. So I think that is true that indoctrination is strong, but I would just recognize that indoctrination is heavily weighted towards a bias towards exploiting animals. So what I would really recommend is just watch some videos of what happens to animals. You can watch, there's a movie called Dominion. It's like 2 hours. You could watch like 15 minutes of it or something. And just kind of see what it is that you're supporting and see if that does actually align with your morals. See if you think it is consistent with what you think is the right way to navigate the world.
Thank you. I will. And just to close, this worldview needs to be examined. If I see someone that says you should do something, they're giving me a moral ought. And if they can't account for moral oughts, then that's an incoherent worldview. You could argue that people who eat meat are, let's say, distasteful, but you need to find a reason why morals exist outside personal preferences before you tell people what they should do.
Why?
Well, because
Why do you need it outside preferences? Why can't you find that internally?
Because you could critique someone else's worldview and say like you're inconsistent, whether I may have objective morality or not. By your own standards, you should change.
Well, my point is that there are 8 billion of us on this planet. If you appeal to preference, let's say 5.
That's not what I said.
But I'm responding to what the lady there said about why we can't just rely on preferences, and I'll get to you after.
Sure.
If we can't rely on preference because preference is something.
Why not?
I'm explaining. Preference is a subjective thing. So in Germany in 1933, when we're using this example, the preference of most people in that nation would be X, Y, and Z. We can all look at that and go, that's not right. But the preference, the consensus in that nation cannot be the arbiter of what is right and wrong, because we can agree that genocide and everything that happened is wrong. So we cannot use preference as a yardstick.
Genocide happens whether morality is objective or subjective. So I don't know why you would say that. Like Christians made genocide many times throughout history. So like if your morality is subjective, that doesn't exclude genocide. And if your morality is objective, that doesn't exclude genocide from God themselves as well, right? God genocided people. And if your morality is subjective, you can have the preference. You can be confused about it, right? You can have the preference to not be killed for at all, right? But not apply that to other people. So you can be confused on it, but you don't need like external morality to say, well, I have a preference, a very strong preference to live and not be exploited. I would not want to be exploited. Therefore, I shouldn't exploit other people or other animals.
Sure, but
I don't know why I need God or other creatures telling me that it's objectively wrong to kill, especially since that creature kills themselves and like creates genocide themselves, right? They sent the Israelites to kill Sodomites, genocide them. Every child, every woman, every animal is genocided. So how even can you claim that it's objectively wrong to kill when the creature that gives you that command kills themselves?
So I'm not saying
again a bit off
that you need to believe in God to have the moral standard. My point is that you need something that's universal, that is outside of us.
So Johnny,
Can I just
Yeah.
I want to jump in because this is going to be
Go
a
on.
derail, a huge derail. Look, if you want to look into like veganism, I would even suggest you asking Christian vegans why they're vegan. If you're digging really deep into these kind of questions, and I would also recommend like a documentary called Christspiracy if you really like are interested in these kind of like conversations. But for now, like it would be preferable if this conversation was mostly about just the ethics of animals rather than philosophy.
Yeah, yeah, and to put, Johnny, to explain what we mean, because I understand your point. You're saying that we need to have a basis in morality, but what we're saying, all of us are saying here, is that regardless of your basis in morality, you are most likely logically inconsistent with your own values if you are not vegan. Like take for instance, regardless of where you get your morality from, you say it is wrong to kill dogs, yet it is right to kill cows. That is a morally inconsistent worldview unless you account for certain exceptions in your worldview, like saying, well, except for this and except for that. And those exceptions would need to be logically founded and have some moral grounding in them. And if they don't, then you would yet again stem to be logically inconsistent. So it doesn't really matter where our morals come from. As long as you think killing is wrong, then killing animals should follow, because there is no difference between human beings and animals that would justify the difference in treatment.
Sure. I suppose I'm just trying to examine your presuppositions and, the grounding for your worldview, because I haven't heard anything concrete.
We're going in
Just look
circles now.
for look for vegan Christians. Sometimes you'll find them on this Discord, sometimes not. But yeah, well, let's just move on to someone else. There's so many people.
Yeah, thanks for talking to us,
Okay, I'm
Johnny.
gonna leave.
Yeah, thanks, Johnny.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Before I go, I'll just say that does anyone believe in objective morality? Can anyone tell me why it's wrong to kill an animal?
Go to philosophy VC. Go
Yeah,
to
if
a
you wanna-
philosophy.
Yeah, if you wanna chat, just DM me and I'll give you moral grounding for veganism. Okay, just give me a chat.
Yeah, sorry, who's speaking? Can you put a message in the chat and I'll message you?
Yeah, Twisted. Yeah,
Just
I
message
said,
each other. Just Twisted.
yeah,
Just
yeah.
message them. But anyway,
I'll give some moral grounding.
And just,
Thank you, guys.
I don't know if you're in YouTube and Discord. There's links to Dominion in there, which is essentially what we do to animals. So,
And
like
maybe,
I said,
and maybe
give that a watch.
Christspiracy, and maybe this one, Christspiracy, that Felix put. If you're Christian, you might enjoy it. It's a pretty interesting documentary. This one.
Yeah, I also tagged you in like my personal argument from Christianity for why being vegan. If you don't find like the secular argument, maybe you find the Christian argument compelling.
Thank you. And I'll link you to maybe a transcendental argument or something like that. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Sorry,
Arafat,
Meta is just fuck. Who gives a shit?
Arafat,
Sorry.
do you want to have a conversation with us? Because I see you typing in the chat that we ignore some parts of veganism or of farming.
Yeah, I just want to make a sort of broad statement about this. Whenever someone goes to metaethics, it just always strikes me as such obvious intellectualization. And for people who don't know what that is, intellectualization is something where you get like super technical and very, very cognitive as a way of avoiding grappling with something that is emotionally difficult. And I'm not saying that metaethics isn't important or that we shouldn't talk about it or ground it, but just 99% of the time, these people will raise this metaethical objection that they wouldn't raise in any other context with any other sort of like prescriptive statement. And so just for listeners, that's basically what I think is happening here most of the time.
You did a Jordan Peterson.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is.
I think there could have been a simpler point to be made with about meta as ethics. If I could quickly make that point, which is basically that as a society we got here because we realized we don't want to be treated like, let's say, Jews during the Holocaust or whatever injustice. So we established rules that are fine with us if they are applied to ourselves, that we apply to others. So based on that, that's why we say you have to be logically consistent, because you would have to deny those established rules and therefore be a bad person considered in society by society to discriminate animals. So yes, you can be consistent in a negative way, but then you're simply a bad person. You're simply anti-humans, and you would not be tolerated in the society. That's why it's easy to press for consistency, because most people believe and want to believe in human rights for the sake even of just themselves.
Well said.
Yeah, it's called social proofing.
That's why we don't need objectivity. It's all subjective, and at the end, otherwise it would just be complete chaos.
It's all subjective. Is that an objective statement?
We're not getting into this.
Yeah,
I'm just saying it comes from ourselves, and we project it onto others, and animals are others.
Oh, we got a
No,
lot.
I'm
Do we
just-
have
I'm just-
do we have any
Yeah.
other do we have any other non-vegans here who have any questions or wanna?
We prioritize people who can VC, but we can also address any side channel questions if it's really quiet.
By the way, what's
Does
up,
anyone
Justin?
want-
Sorry.
What was that? Sorry, I thought I heard my name.
What's up? I just said what's up. It's
Oh,
Vicky.
hey, how's it going? Can people hear me through both headphones now?
I hear you through both,
There's-
yeah.
Okay, yeah, I fixed it. I saw what I was doing wrong. It's been a while. I'm a little rusty with all the technical stuff, but
I mean, your arguments are still unrusted.
One-sided.
Masterclass, frankly. That's
Yeah.
what I wrote in my chat.
thank you. I appreciate that.
Anybody wants to go against Justin?
Yeah, so does everybody agree that the only way to truly care about animals is to be vegan? Okay, everybody agrees. We got the...
Johnstone goes.
No.
Pack it out, boys. We got him.
Wait, what did you say?
Do you agree that the only way to truly respect animals is to be vegan?
Not really.
Okay, what do you think being vegan is?
So, probably like Greek yogurt, plants, spinach, simple stuff.
Sure. So what you're mentioning there are some foods that I mean, Greek yogurt is mostly dairy, so that it would not be a plant-based food, but but that's okay. We eat plant-based food indeed. Do you know why we eat plant-based food?
I'm okay, sorry. All right. So
So my question was, do you know why we eat plant-based food?
Me.
You keep muting yourself.
He's trying to hold back the laughter.
Okay, sorry.
So
okay, so
Are you trolling?
No, I'm not
holding
trolling.
in. He's holding in the bacon though.
Sensei, wait 1 second,
Alright.
Silver. Let's have a conversation with them. So
All right, so what are you gonna say again? I'm sorry.
So I ask you, why do you think we don't consume any animal products?
Probably because how you would watch like how they would process the food, how they would kill the piggy, all that, maybe that's why, because it probably makes you sad and stuff, and how you see other people breeding dogs, overbreeding them, especially being cruel to them.
Do you think it's okay?
That's how.
Yeah, do you think it's okay to be cruel to animals?
No.
No, it's not okay. Do you think that behind animal products there is inherent cruelty?
Whoa, tricky one. Whoa.
Is it?
There's I don't know how to explain this. I mean, I do eat meat, but
Can you detach yourself a little bit? So in this conversation that we're about to have, can you detach yourself a little bit from your preference or what you want? And let's just talk about animals a little bit, and then we'll get to your preference and what you want, okay?
All right.
Okay, so now in the context of animals, do you think that bringing them to life only to use them and then kill them, is that cruel?
Well, so all right. So I'm struggling bad. Okay. So like you know like making life like with life, like for example, a pig and stuff, and you have a whole army of them in a farm. So like how I would say is that if I were a farmer, I would probably, make sure that the pigs are good, because I heard somebody said in the comments on YouTube, like how the animals will follow them around before, like, killing them and stuff. Well,
But you,
which I know you guys.
you did not answer my question. So do you think bringing somebody to life only to use them and kill them when you can no longer use them, is that fair? Is that nice? Is that cruel to you?
Fine. All right. No.
So it's cruel, or no to what? Sorry.
No. I don't think it would be cruel for me. But for you, yes, it would be cruel for you.
Wait. So then let me ask you this: do you think bringing a dog to life for me to use them as a punching bag after I kill them and then eat them is not cruel?
Well, it's cruel. I mean, well, dogs are not supposed to be eaten, especially cats, because they're household pets. So no. But other animals, yes, you can kill them, as long as you're not, like cruel, like yes, you can literally sacrifice animals just for the sake of food, because we need food if we want that nutrients, if we want to,
Can I rape animals?
Draw.
What?
So 1 second. Draw. I ask you to please separate what you want from this. Please separate this, and let's think about a little bit about the animals. Okay. So
okay, sorry.
So yet again, is it okay to bring to life any animal, and I mean any animal, who can feel, who can think, who has preferences, and who has a subjective experience of the world? Is it okay to bring them to life only so that you can use them for whatever you want to use them, and when you can no longer use them, kill them? Is that okay?
Yes.
Yes. So then it should be okay to do to dogs, to humans. All of these are also animals.
No.
Why not?
No, not the dogs. Not the dogs.
Why not?
Dogs?
I have a question, a very, very, very important one.
Kaiser, please wait your turn. No, you have to wait. Please mute
your
yourself
turn.
and wait.
Only
Okay.
Christ.
Draw, continue. Why is it only cruel if you do it to dogs?
Because all right, so I'm shaking up.
Okay, let me ask you this, Draw. Maybe it will make it easier. Do you think we should judge an action if it's cruel or not based on the perception of the person doing the action, or based on the perception of the person suffering from the action? Like in the situation where I want to do everything I mentioned to an animal, do you think we should judge whether this action is cruel or not based on my perception of the action, or based on the perception of the animal of the action?
Like what you're trying to say is that we should judge the person that is being cruel to the dog, or judge the dog?
Exactly. So which one should we do? Which one should we judge?
The one being cruel to the dog.
So when I say judge, okay, let me even be clear, because my English is not my primary language. So I'm saying judge. Do you think we should care about what the dog feels, or what the person who wants to do that to the dog?
Oh, we should okay, fine. We should care for the dog.
We should care for the dog. So then if we do the same thing to a different animal, like say a pig, why is it that in that situation we should still not care about the pig?
Well, as how I would say it, I don't know. I don't know what to care for anymore, because at the moment it's just going to be killed anyways.
No, this pig is not going to be killed anyways.
Sorry.
I'm just asking you, Like, again, detach yourself from what we do to animals, detach yourself from what you know of animals,
Yes,
and try to
I
think a
see that.
little bit in the cold. Yeah, so like I know you have an emotional reaction to dogs and you don't have an emotional reaction to all these other animals. So let's bring a different animal, a koala. Do you know what a koala is?
Yes.
Is it okay to do the same thing to a koala?
Well,
To bring them to life, only to use them, and when you can no longer use them, to kill them.
like say if that koala is aggressive and it was attacking you, yes, you had to kill them.
No,
because you
in a
don't want
situation where they're not attacking you, in a situation where they're just minding their own business.
then it's unnecessary.
So if it's unnecessary, then it is cruel, correct?
Well, I wouldn't say cruel. Like,
would you say that it is wrong if it's unnecessary? Is it wrong to do this to an animal if it's unnecessary?
Yeah, because you're just literally just, what was the point of killing an animal that just did nothing? So yeah.
Okay. So what do you mean by unnecessary? Because, unnecessary food can still be unnecessary because it can be optional, right? Take, for instance, cake is an optional food. It is not necessary. Do you think that it's okay to kill a koala to make cake out of them?
Yeah.
So why is it okay? Do you think it's okay to kill a dog to make cake out of them?
No, it's not okay to kill a dog.
So what is the difference between a dog and a koala that justifies this difference in treatment?
Well, so the reason it's unnecessary to kill a dog to make them out of cake, how you put it, especially for the koala, making them out of cake, it's just because what was the point of turning them into cake? I mean, you can't.
Pleasure.
But, huh?
Can't you spell
Have
pleasure?
you even tried a koala cake?
Yeah, it's just pleasure, man. It's just because you want to. It doesn't really matter what's the point of it, right? Like, you just want to, you get pleasure from eating that cake. So the only way to make that special cake is to use koala blood. So you have to kill the koala. And the only way to make that special cake even more special is to use dog blood. So you have to kill a dog. And the most special cake out of all is with human blood. So you would have to kill a human. At which point do you stop?
Like what I mean is like what do I stop? Like you. Oh, I need to go back to school. But like, so what you're saying is like, like stop the killing. Like,
no, what I'm saying is, like, at which point do you think when does it become right or wrong? When does it become wrong? So if I kill a koala, I bring to life a koala to kill them so that I can make cake out of their blood. I do the same thing to a dog and I do the same thing to a human. But you say it's right for a koala, but wrong for a dog. Is that true?
No. Like, it's just like wrong, unnecessary.
So it's wrong for all of them, correct?
Yes.
What if it were a cow? For exactly the same reason. Is it right or is it wrong to do exactly the same thing to a cow for a cake?
It'd be wrong, because why would you want to kill a cow just for a small piece of cake?
Exactly, right? Exactly. You're right about that one. And that's the whole point about this, because it is so unnecessary, right? A cake is not necessary and you can make cake from other ingredients. You don't need to do this to animals. Right. So now if we bring it back to our normal consumption of food, do you think we can have a healthy diet without consuming animal products?
Well, yeah, I like eating corn.
Yeah, so there's corn, of course, there's other sources, there's plenty of sources. And you're right, we have science behind this. It's not the opinion of us. It's actual scientific. We have actual scientific evidence that we can survive and be as healthy as possible on a plant-based diet. So then knowing that we can be as healthy as possible on a plant-based diet, does that not mean that absolutely any food that we would get from an animal, and by that I mean milk, meat, eggs, that knowing that we can survive without them and be healthy without them, doesn't that mean that these products are optional for us?
Well, since if you're vegan, well, it doesn't have to be optional for you. That's what you decide. Well, it
I'm
can
not.
be optional.
Yeah,
Wait, what?
so I'm sorry for interrupting you there. I'm not asking whether you can have them or not. I'm asking if they're optional, right? At this moment in our argument, let's imagine that you can select and choose whatever you want. Nobody's forcing you in any direction. What I'm asking is, do you think you need to consume them? Well, we already established that you don't need to consume them. Does that mean that all these products are optional? If we don't need to consume them, does that not make them optional?
No.
How does that figure?
So like what you're saying is that if we're not going to eat you were talking about the meat, right? Like it's not optional, the meat.
What I was talking about, let's say, yeah, meat. In the situation of meat, what I was saying is that we do not need it. We have scientific evidence that we do not need it. Therefore, meat is optional, correct?
Yes. Oh, I'm so dumb.
No, you're doing great. So meat is optional. Okay, so if meat is optional and any other animal product falls under the same thing because we have evidence that we do not need them, if they're all optional, does that not mean that what we do to animals is just as bad as what I just asked you about the cake, because the cake was also optional?
So like you're saying like all the other animals, we just stab them, like kill them, just for the sake of cake, the blood. That's what you're trying to say.
In an essence, yes, that is a good analogy. In an essence, we use these animals, we bring them to life, we use them and we kill them for food that is as trivial as cake is. Yes, that is as optional as cake is.
Yeah.
And how do you think that's fair to do that to them?
No, it's not even fair. Like, just for freaking cake, no.
Exactly.
There are all variety options you can do with the animal. I mean, okay, wait. Sorry, I forgot. I gotta talk about the animal. So yeah. My bad.
So it's unfair to the animals. We've established that, and now let's go back to you, like to your world, to your preference. In your world, in your world, the same thing applies. You do not need to consume animal products. Any animal product that you consume is the same as consuming cake because they're all optional to you. You could always choose something else. So then what in your world makes it fair to put these animals, to bring them to life and kill them for something that you yourself do not need? I understand you get pleasure from it, but is that really a good enough reason? Does that make it fair because you get pleasure from it?
Well, like, you want me to say like what, like about me, like about the meat, what, oh, like the liking of me, like, I mean, bro, like how I like the meat, like you want me to explain what I will do?
No, I want you to, so I understand you like the meat. I understood that, right? What I want you to tell me is, do you think that your liking of meat is worth more than the hundreds of animals that will be brought to life only to be killed for the meat that you like?
Well, so my liking of meat, while all millions of animals being killed, well, I mean, shoot. All right.
You're doing great, by the way.
All right. So you're saying that a lot of animals are being killed just for the sake of my pleasure of meat. Just
Yeah.
one
Chicken is better.
Ashwin, can you please wait for a second? Can you mute yourself?
No. Your
If you
intention is so wrong. Your intention is so wrong.
Okay, so Draw, yes, you are right. It is, all of these animals are killed for your pleasure. Yes, that is a factual statement. That is true.
So well, so how I would say is that wait, I'm lost in the sauce.
I still think you're doing great, by the way.
Okay, so they I can't see that. So okay, fine. No, because I don't like other meats. I don't like pork chop because it tastes disgusting because the chewiness and all that. But it's meat. I would sometimes eat it, but still I don't like it because so I get really skinny. I get really malnourished because I stay up a lot. All that, yeah.
Yeah, but if like I understand from your perspective what you like and what you don't like, and that's true. I don't know how old you are, but maybe at some point you'll say it again.
I'm 12 years old.
Yeah. So do you remember maybe the things that you liked have changed over time?
Hold on, Chip. How old are you?
I remember my liking for soap when I was little, but not anymore because.
Yes.
Hold on.
We need to stop.
This is a TOS break. Wait, how old are you? Sorry.
He said he's 12.
12.
Yeah, it's
That's
so
TOS
when
break,
it comes to Discords and such, we need to report anyone who's under 13 years of age, because you're not allowed to be on Discord if you're at the age of 12. So you kind of.
Yeah, so
Sorry,
Draw,
but
so we can't continue this conversation with you, Draw. We can't continue with this conversation with you.
Well, it was a pleasure having a, nice conversation with you.
Likewise.
Yeah. Likewise, just think about the animals, okay? Because that's what we want. And I was just that last point I was making is that since you remember liking other things, you can also choose to like other things continuously. And if those other things are not violent towards animals, it's even better. That's it.
All right. Well, I'm gonna be turning 30 just a year. That's it.
We can't long story short, you're probably gonna get insta banned from this Discord for a year until you tell them or whatever. We cannot have a conversation with you. Even you being on this Discord, it's not allowed.
Yeah, but we appreciate you having this conversation either way. It's just what the rules are.
Hold on, what's the name?
Droik.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
Hold on.
Take care, bro.
Droid. Just give me one.
He left.
He left.
Yeah. He grabbed the
This
ID,
is
right?
yeah.
We should ask about age
that's
before that from now on.
No, there shouldn't be somebody under 13 in this Discord.
Yeah, TOS is 13 and older.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, okay.
So this is not even like us giving you an arbitrary line. This is the Discord's rules. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a pity because he was smart. He was engaging with the conversation.
Yeah. But we can't. There are some things we shouldn't abide.
You're right.
Anyone else? Any questions?
Yeah.
Oh, sweet. I still got him. He's on the vegan ban. Here you go.
Just in the side chat, there's some bit of back and forth, and I'd asked, like, do other animals also have this, I guess, constraint, you could call it, on them to not eat meat? Like, would you, like, if you could communicate, this is just in the side chat, like, if you could communicate to a lion, would you also advocate for it to not eat meat as well?
Yes.
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 You would.
Yeah.
Okay. And what
Assuming
would
you could
the
communicate
arguments for that be?
alternatives.
Yeah.
Would you use the
But-
same arguments then? You'd say,
So first of all, we have to kind of understand what veganism is. Veganism is a philosophy against exploitation of animals, right? If we can actually convince a lion to cause the least amount of suffering, and probably the ultimate goal is to not cause any suffering by consuming something else, then yeah, that'll be great. So for example, if a lion can literally walk into a shop, buy Beyond Meat, and just walk out, you know, that'll be good.
and when you say the
Can
word
you keep that out a
suffering,
little bit?
like by whose standard are we going with suffering there?
The victim.
What do you mean?
The individuals.
The collective.
Individual who is experiencing the suffering.
Yeah.
Okay, so if I'm suffering, that I'm not allowed to eat meat just as much as somebody who is being eaten.
Well, you
I don't know
think
if I quite understand that.
you can experience like, what do you call it? Like the lack of access to something that you find pleasurable is as bad as killing somebody, like slitting their throat?
Well, I'm saying you couldn't say I'm not suffering that much, could you? How would you
No,
know
you
how much I'm
can.
suffering?
Like we
Oh, you would
all
know that?
have. Yeah, we all have.
You know how I'm feeling.
Yes, yes. We all have. I can extrapolate. We all have preferences. We all have taste preferences, and I think I could say pretty definitively that my taste pleasure being denied is not as bad as my throat being slit. Right?
Yeah, but that's you saying that. But to me, it is just
Then
as
you're
bad.
gonna have to prove it. That's fine. You're gonna have to like justify it that
Well, you're not
your
gonna
taste
take my
pleasure
word for it?
is no, your taste
Oh.
pleasure. Like I wouldn't take.
Why would I
a
take
word.
your word with the things you
Yeah.
say?
Sure, you don't have to. So, but we're
Oh, so
questioning
you don't?
now.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
So
my
if
argument's just as
your
valid as yours. Then.
hold on. So if your taste pleasure is being denied is worse than you having your throat slit, you're gonna have to justify that.
Just like you just did earlier, because you said
Yeah,
so.
sure. So
So I'll
if
use the
you're,
same.
so
I'll use
are
the
you making the
same
claim?
argument then, because
Sorry,
I said
are you
so.
making the claim? Are you making the claim that your taste pleasure being denied is worse than you having your throat slit?
It's even worse if you deny my autonomy. So it's even
No,
worse than
please
just
answer the
taste
question. Please
pleasure.
answer the question. Please answer the
I
question.
am.
So
I
is
am.
your
So
taste
it's
pleasure?
not merely just taste pleasure. There's multiple things connected to that. Is what
Yeah,
I'm
like what?
saying. So it's deeper. Well, you're denying my autonomy. You know. To
Yeah,
allow me to
sure.
do whatever I want
We
in my own
deny
body.
autonomies in society all the time. When
Oh.
it comes to like trivial
So-
stuff, yeah. So you
So
can't
I could
punch
deny
me.
the autonomy
Yeah,
of an
if you
animal's
want to punch me,
right to
you
live.
can't punch me and not suffer for it, right? You can't punch me and remain not incarcerated, for instance, or not pay for it in any kind of way. That's
Yeah, but that's
me
just saying what
denying.
is the
Yeah,
case, not
that's
what ought
society.
to be the case.
If I can finish, that's society denying your autonomy based on the fact that it's immoral to punch me, right? Your
so
autonomy.
society.
Hold
okay,
on,
sorry.
hold on, please, Jesus Christ. So your autonomy to want to punch me in the face is worth less than my autonomy to not be punched in the face. Yes?
According to who now? You.
Yeah, it's universal kind of.
Okay,
That
why ought I go with how you want others to live, rather than the way I would like to live? Why should I go with the way you want me to live?
Oh, you can. You just have to justify it, right? I can like justify that my suffering of being punched in the face is worse than your suffering of not punching somebody in the face.
You're
Right?
saying this, but then you're not justifying it either.
Yeah,
Okay,
I can
wait.
justify it. Would you like
go
me
ahead.
to? Yeah, okay. So me being punched in the face would actually cause actual harm. You not punching somebody in the face wouldn't cause harm
So
to
everything
you,
you
right?
would feel being punched in the face is everything I feel if I was denied eating animals.
Oh, really? So
Yeah, so you just
would
said it,
yeah,
and I just said
we'll
it.
be coming
So
back.
now what?
Yeah, we're coming back now to the
Mhm.
question: is you not having your taste pleasure just like
Just like
abided
you would like
by
not to be punched in the
worse?
face, I feel the same
Please,
way by not being able to have my taste pleasures
Yeah,
confirmed or
Let
Post,
whatever.
me
I
finish
think this is
my
gonna
question.
be a very bad faith conversation, like
Let me-
super
Yeah.
bad faith.
Yeah,
They-
completely
it's-
agree.
Because it's subjective, you have
No,
any
no, it's
argument
not.
you make.
Drops,
We can
drops.
also make the same
No,
argument with
no.
the
So
same
drops.
validity.
I'll ask you.
Yes, we can.
I'll ask you simply. Do you think what Jeffrey Dahmer did was right or wrong?
I would, under my worldview, that would be wrong. I don't know if you could justify it under your worldview. To be
Okay,
honest.
so
Other
what
than
Jeffrey
I
what
don't like it.
what
Drops,
Jeffrey Dahmer
what is-
did? Well, let me
Okay.
just try this, and then you can.
Sorry, go ahead, George. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Well, see, my worldview is human beings aren't animals.
Yeah. Okay, but
And
human
do you
beings
believe
are
humans are
animals.
animals?
Yeah, that's a
they are.
biological
Oh.
statement. Yes.
Okay.
That's a scientific statement. Do you not trust science?
I would say no on that in terms of their.
So you don't trust that human
the
beings
nature
are?
of
Do you think
beings.
human beings are not mammals?
The classification science gives human beings is irrelevant to the.
So human beings are
status there.
are human beings
I'll grant it,
mammals?
fine. Human beings are just mammals then. Sure, that's
Okay,
fine.
so we are
Yeah,
animals
we'll go with
then.
that. I'll grant it. Yeah, we're nothing but animals. Do we have?
Okay, so then
free
what is
will?
the what is the morally significant difference between a human being and an animal that makes it wrong to exploit and slaughter a human being for optional products and the right to exploit and slaughter an animal for optional products? And just to give you a hint,
Okay, so
we're
now that
looking
I've
for
granted that humans
phenotypes.
are animals, there'd be no distinction between the two, would there?
Uh,
So I'm taking your worldview now.
no
So
morally,
there's
no
there's
morally
humans
relevant
are animals,
distinction.
yeah.
No morally relevant
there's-
distinction.
Is morality objective or subjective?
It's
Not
subjective.
this,
Like are you like? But wait, before you do that, drops. Before you do that, drops. I would really love it if you answered my question, which was, what is the morally significant difference according to your own worldview? What is the morally significant difference? And when I say different, I mean a phenotype. So I'll say, what is the morally significant phenotype difference between a human being and an animal that justifies the difference in treatment?
Well, if you're religious, in some
Can
sense,
you
like
answer
a
the fucking
Jewish Christian-
question?
I am. You would have
Let's
like
be
a
patient.
soul. You are created in. Again,
So
but
is soul
I
a
can grant
phenotype?
that you don't believe that.
Is a soul a phenotype?
I wouldn't class it as that. I wouldn't class it.
I
as
asked you a phenotype.
It's something. It's more so of a nature. That
I
you
asked
have.
you what is the morally significant different phenotype. So please answer that question.
Yeah, but you're asking me there, under your worldview, like what's the difference?
No, what
of
under
this,
your worldview?
to
Under your
an
worldview.
ape?
What
Well,
under
I've
your
already said
worldview? No, you mentioned
it's
soul.
a complete rejection of the whole the phenotype that human beings are may share some nature with animals in terms of like the components.
Okay, how can I measure soul?
Again, I'll grant that. Fine, we are soulless animals.
No. How can I
will
measure
grant
soul?
that. Oh, no, that's fine. I can take on your worldview just fine.
No, drops.
Reneging on
This isn't my worldview. According to your worldview, I'm trying to understand. I have in front of me drops. I have in front of me right now 2 animals of different species in 2 different boxes. I want to kill one of them. Don't ask me why. Don't ask me why. I want to kill both of them.
Okay.
Please tell me, how can I find out which one to kill? I can look at their DNA, I can probe them, I can do whatever scientific argument, whatever, like literally. I have a machine that tells me everything about them. So if you... Yeah, so what can I do to them? How should I inspect which one to
You can
kill?
kill the animal.
Both of them are animals.
Can you fucking let him
Yes.
finish?
Yeah, I finished, but both of them are animals.
Who is this chick? Jeez. Calm down.
No. Don't tell
You
him
can kill
to
both.
calm down.
Oh my god, I'm just gonna disconnect you. Is that okay? Are you?
Yeah, it's
are you
clearly in bad
yeah.
faith. Yeah, it was
Wait,
clearly
yeah,
in bad
we
faith.
don't have to disconnect people like straight away, but we can just say it's a really bad faith conversation. We want to move on to someone else. And
We
if they
already
not,
did.
I'm not.
And give warnings.
We already said all that
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah, we don't have to drop people straight away. Just give warnings. Yeah.
It just annoyed me, like extra annoyed me. When I'm told to calm down, I just
I get it.
my blood starts boiling. That's the feminist in me, right?
I think that's anyone. I don't think telling an angry person to calm down helps. Shall we move on?
I just fail to
Yeah,
understand.
yeah.
I fail to understand how people can come in here and say that the difference is soul and have so much confidence in their nonsense. Like, I'm sorry, but
Yeah.
what? Like, can you form a scientific basis if you're gonna come in here with confidence?
Yeah, how do we measure a soul? That's a good one. I'm gonna remember that one, Chip.
I want to
Say
double
again,
check.
CEO wants to
Sorry.
say something. What do you want to say, CEO?
No, but like I wrote in the side chat, like we went from a 12-year-old to a 12-month-old.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so good. Nice.
Literal fucking
Any
baby.
non-vegans in the channel who want to talk about veganism? Yeah, everyone here is just to listen. What the heck?
Ezio, you were
What about
making a lot
fish?
of
Do not
statements.
bite, except for Chip.
Sorry, Chris, you wanted to talk about your tribes. By the way, Chris is coming from my chat. So maybe either Justin or Chip can have a conversation with Chris. Turn on your mic, sweetie. Turn on your mic.
I believe he has a big problem with Chip, does he not?
He does?
Chris, turn on your mic, please. Good. Yes.
Sure.
No, this was still Drops. Drops, can you please mute your mic? We're talking to Chris Townsend now.
Sure.
Chris, mic check, mic check.
Can you say something, Chris, so that we know that your microphone works or that you can hear us? Can you give us a sign?
Blink twice if you need help.
Pointing out in my chat that getting on Discord is easier than slitting goat throats. So, Chris, you better figure this out as the superior being, right? Otherwise, you will be reduced to the goats whose throats you're slitting. If you can't figure out how to turn on a mic on Discord.
I mean, I can jump in whilst he's sorting out his mic if you like.
No.
You're not coming in good faith. Yeah.
I am.
No, you're not.
We're not gonna have bad faith discussions, and if you keep talking, we're gonna kick you for 24 hours. So
I mean, if there's no one else, is there anyone else in the V who wants to join on VC?
Chris is responding in the chat. Chris, can you hook up a microphone and have a conversation with us?
Turn on your mic. Come on. You were a big man in my chat, so not up. I'm losing my patience. I'm gonna go soon, guys. I'm losing my patience like crazy.
I just quickly have to say that he talked about subjectivity, or they do a lot today with religion, but then religious works can be interpreted in hundreds of ways and are completely subjective from a scientific point of view.
Thank you.
So it's all subjective.
What about fish?
What about fish? So what do you think it would be okay to take a dog, drown them in water and then eat them?
No.
So then why would it be okay to take a fish, asphyxiate them and eat them?
Because it's subjective.
Because it's subjective, another person with it subjective. But you know what? When you say it's listen, subjective is not a pass-all. Subjective. You don't want to live in a world where somebody justifies rape, murder by saying that it is subjective. Okay? Subjectivity does not mean that you can do whatever you want and call it moral. Subjectivity means
how do
you
you
have some
justify
form
morals?
of subjective axioms, and from those you form you form logical statements based on those. Or if you want to go backwards, you go from a belief that you have and you construct backwards to the axioms. But either way, you cannot just say, well, I think this is okay, therefore it is okay, because that would literally justify any form of horrific thing that has happened throughout humanity. Everything that was bad was justified by saying that that individual who did it thought they were doing the good thing.
Are the starting axioms objective or subjective?
The axioms, they're subjective.
So we shouldn't follow subjective things, but your whole starting worldview is from a subjective point of view.
Why not?
No.
Why
That's the
wouldn't
initial
you follow
foundation.
subjective
It's a
things?
contradiction.
No, no, it isn't, because let
What
me
is the
explain.
contradiction?
Yeah,
No. What is the contradiction, please?
He left.
Well, please provide what the contradiction is.
We ought not
Well,
follow
here's
things that are
one-
subjective.
Oh, sorry.
Which is subjective.
Seriously, Drops, if you don't stop unmuting yourself, we're gonna kick you.
Yeah, so Drops, what
This
I
is the second
explained.
warning.
Yeah, so what I explained wasn't that statements. I said axioms are subjective. Statements lead to axioms. You can't make subjective statements. You can make subjective axioms. And how do you know whether a statement is an axiom or not? You have to test it. Okay, that's the whole point about it. But let's move on because Chris found the mic, so Chris can speak now.
Wait.
Chris, can you speak now?
No.
No, they can't.
Also, one religion could say, let's burn women. The other says, let's not do it. Who is right? And then someone else could come into the picture and say, hey, maybe women can feel just like men, so let's not do it. And that's like kind of the vegan position.
Yeah, the vegan secular position, I might add, right?
Yes.
There are vegan Christian positions, there are vegan Muslim positions. So on the objective experience of a religious vegan, you can also, like, it also leads to veganism, is my point. Or
Agree.
can lead to veganism, depending on your interpretation, because guess what? You interpret the Bible or the Quran the way you want to, basically, by ignoring some stuff that you don't like and embracing other stuff that you do like.
Can I also
Right, I meant in the sense that we look at the experience of the subject.
Yeah.
Yeah, plus, if everybody wants to have a conversation with us, please do. But when we say we should be in good faith, this isn't a point of, I might use the wrong words, you might use the wrong words. Does not make an argument right or wrong, okay? Like, the whole point is understanding what the argument behind it is and discussing the argument. If you want to discuss the words of the argument, that's a different thing. We're not looking into that. We're looking into discussing actual arguments because, you know, we want to get people to understand why it is wrong to oppress animals.
Do you think fishing is okay?
No, fishing is not okay because fishing is essentially taking an innocent sentient being, a fish, out of their environment, asphyxiating them to death for something that you do not need. Do you need to consume fish?
I don't know.
No. So then why would it be okay to take their life away from them for something that you don't need?
That not good.
Yeah, so if it's not good, then fishing is not good.
No, but what about egg and milk? Is it same thing that fish?
Do you know what happens in the egg industry at all?
No.
Nothing? Never seen anything about it? So in order to lay eggs, what has to happen? Or sorry, in order to get chickens into existence, what has to happen?
They lay egg. They egg.
Yeah, but they come from eggs, right? But they have to be bred into existence. So again, with chickens, just like with all animals, a lot of this breeding is done manually, meaning that humans have to like engage with those animals' sexual organs in some way. Usually that involves like in some way getting semen from the male. That's like oftentimes through manual stimulation, and then inserting that semen in the female animal. So basically, any sort of animal product that you use is going to be in some way a result of sexual exploitation, or at least exploitation of those animals' reproductive organs. So that's just like baseline all of this stuff, right? So now whenever we breed chickens, right? There's male and female chickens. Yeah?
Yeah.
Which do both of them lay eggs? Or do only one of them lay eggs?
Is it the female chicken that lay egg?
Correct. Female chickens lay eggs. So the male chickens don't lay eggs. So what do you think happens to them?
They become roosters and die.
Well, they would become roosters. That's true. So some of them, a very small number of them would become roosters. But because those male chicks aren't needed, basically on the first day or so of their life, they're put on a conveyor belt, and that conveyor belt drops them into a giant macerator, which is essentially a blender. So they get blended alive their first day of life because they're not really profitable for the egg industry. Now, that's most of the time. Sometimes they'll suffocate them in bags. In rare cases, I think they burn them even. So yeah, so just again, like 50% of chickens are going to die on the first day or so of their life in like the most horrific ways possible for eggs. And that's after they are sexually or reproductively exploited, right?
Can you
check? So then we actually...
Oh, I'm sorry, Justin, one second. Can you check what I'm streaming? Because I'm streaming exactly what Justin is saying just now. And you can see it. Can you see my stream?
Can I see your stream?
Yeah, you can also see it, but I was asking this person who is...
Oh, okay.
What's the dog doing?
So, Mankage, can you click on my stream and view that stream? Just click on watch stream and you'll see exactly what Justin is describing. Can you see it?
Yes.
This is what happens to baby chicks. Go on, Justin, sorry.
Oh, I see. Sorry. I understand what's happening there. I was confused for a second. Yeah. So they're reproductively exploited, and then the male chicks die. And then those female chickens, we want to get the most eggs out of them. So what do you think typically happens to them? Do we give them tons of room to move around, or do we cramp them in small spaces?
So we do the second.
Yes, that's right. They're cramped in small spaces because that's what's economically most profitable. Then chickens, eventually their egg laying will sort of fall off. So at first they can produce a lot of eggs, and then as time goes on, they produce less eggs. So once they stop producing a certain amount of eggs, what happens to them?
They die.
Well, they don't just die. I mean, they do die, that's true, but we kill them, right? And so usually that's around 2 years of age, typically. And egg-laying hens, I think, can live between 5 or 10 years. Someone can fact check me on the exact years there. So basically, we reproductively exploit them. We kill all the males. We confine them in small spaces. And then when they're no longer profitable, we murder them, okay, at a fraction of their lifespan. So while it can seem like eggs, I'm just taking an egg from the chicken. There must be like no death or suffering or anything there. There is death and suffering, right? And clearly this all falls under exploitation, right? We are using them for selfish reasons. So given all that, you said, well, what's wrong with fish? And we kind of moved on to eggs. Does that seem like something that you would be opposed to?
I guess you.
You guess so?
Yeah, I am. I feel like yes, not good that they do to chicken that.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I think like the thing is to understand there is like, it's not even just the suffering per se, but rather that like we view them as objects. When we're talking about veganism, we want to basically tear apart this mindset that these animals are something rather than someone, that they're objects rather than like persons or sentient beings. Because if you look back in history, basically every time that we take someone and treat them like a something, just horrible shit happens to them. And so vegans are trying to basically tear apart that mindset and say, these animals, they are someone, they are not something, they're sentient beings, and we should treat them as such, you know, like in the same way that you treat a human, or to some extent a dog. Some people still objectify dogs. Does that make sense?
But what if there would be a good way of like doing that, but we would treat them very good.
I do not know what you
Or
said.
if we
Did
treat them
someone else-
very good. Like,
Oh, we
just
treat them
give
very
a
good.
higher welfare.
Okay.
Yeah,
so I think that's
we do. Continue.
I think there's just two things. Like, I don't know if you've ever like watched any documentaries about like certain business practices or like looking into the way that corporations typically do things. But what just one thing to start is that they'll say they're doing something good, or some new regulation will be put in that says, hey, you have to do this thing nicer or better or whatever. And this is humans, animals, all across the board. And then we go back in and we find out, oh, that corporation actually just found a loophole around it. They're not actually treating them better, or they're treating them like a minor bit better, but still horribly. So I think just the one thing to say is, just on a practical level, I don't think this ever gets to be very good. I think that like essentially the profit motive is to skirt any sort of regulation like that as much as is humanly possible. But this is kind of what I was saying, where the thing that keeps this all alive is the perception that these animals are objects. So like, you know, if I told you I was farming humans, right? And I was doing it in a really mean way, all the stuff I just described. But then I told you, well, hold on, I'm gonna farm these humans, and I'm gonna give them a little more space, and I might let them live a little longer. I won't kill them quite so quickly. You know what I mean? Would you be okay with that human farming?
No, I don't know.
Yeah, and so just to understand in historical context, during the early 1800s, these arguments were made. So there were people who wanted to abolish slavery. They were called abolitionists, but there were also welfarists. So there were people who were like, yeah, I also think slavery is wrong, human slavery in this case. But what if we just treat them better, right? And then there were people who saying we should abolish this. And so I think the thing you're saying, it's a very human place to go, because when you hear that individuals are being treated poorly, your brain wants to go just like the next step, just a little bit. Let's get it a little bit better. Let's increase their welfare, you know. So this is the thing we see across human history whenever there's oppression. Do you think, though, like if you go back to, you know, the early 1800s, who was right there? Were the welfarists right, or were the abolitionists right?
I don't know.
Well, so like, do you think back then, do you think that we should have abolished slavery, or do you think we should have just made life better for the slaves?
I feel like we should end slavery then.
Exactly. And that's what we think. Vegans think we should end animal slavery for similar reasons.
Okay.
Just an FYI, I am starting to stream.
Okay.
So,
cool.
Why start slavery in the first place?
Yeah. Why even start slavery in the first place? Exactly.
Well, that's a preemptive strike rather than a after the fact thought.
I did not start slavery, so I don't know her answer.
Well, the question is, why continue it, right? Slavery. You didn't start slavery, but you're continuing the support of it.
Yeah, I would not support it anymore. That
you won't support animal slavery anymore? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, but I don't know how.
Okay. Well, yeah, we can definitely get you some resources if you want to see how to transition to a vegan lifestyle, as far as diet clothing, things like that. I'm sure someone can drop some stuff in the chat for you. There's like Challenge 22, Vegan Boot Camp, things like that.
Ooh, Vegan
So,
Boot Camp.
quick
I should find
question.
that.
I dropped challenge22.com just now.
Sorry to be pushy, but quick question, Australian here. How do you guys, like, with your vegan diet, how do you supplement the B12 deficiency from the meat?
Wait, so
I
wait.
just take a multivitamin.
Yeah, plus you made a
Sorry,
lot
go
of
ahead.
statements there. What do you mean vitamin deficiency from meat? I had a B12 deficiency when consuming animal products. I believe, and I think VPM agrees with me, that most people on this planet should be supplementing B12 regardless if they're vegan or not.
Absolutely. I almost
Yeah.
fell into deficiency when I was a meat eater. Didn't even know it because meat eaters are not screened for B12 deficiency unless they already have symptoms of it. So just to make sure that you don't fall into deficiency, you should probably supplement. But more than that, the animals are supplemented. The animals that are farmed for meat are given, in case of cows, they're given cobalt, which is like a component of B12. And in case of other animals, they're just directly given like a B12 supplement into their feed. And that's how you get B12, through supplementation. So just keep the animal slaughter and get the pill into your mouth.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, I'm at high risk for B12 deficiency. I take medication that like lowers my stomach acid significantly, and I basically take about as high of a dose as they'll even let a human take. So and what that does is that it makes me at high risk for magnesium deficiency and B12 deficiency, and my B12 is fine. So
Is that
I'm
the
probably
same
like
with?
one of the highest risk groups for B12 deficiency.
So does that work the same with iron? Do you have to supplement with iron tablets or?
No,
Not
I mean,
If you
like,
have like an
necessarily.
actual issue, if you have an
So
issue that makes your iron absorption low, right, and that would be on meat eating or plant-based diet, right, then you have to take a supplement. But if you don't have an issue with iron absorption, you just eat tofu, potatoes, anything else has iron in it, like greens. The green leafy foods have a lot of iron in them.
and legumes too.
Like
Yeah, I
Lentils,
think
beans, pretty high in iron.
you could just lick on an iron pipe. That's what I do. Iron is iron, baby.
I'll give you
Don't
just
do
like
that.
one more like anecdote.
But there is a thing called iron fish that we've gotten where you just basically put a fish made out of iron. It's just in the shape of a fish, but it's basically you put iron blocks into your curry and it leaches the iron into your food. Like unlike B12, all other sources of these macronutrients can be found within food. B12 is made from a bacteria, and it's kind of because of the state of the world, because it's hyper sterilized, we struggle to get it. You can get all the other nutrients from a well planned vegan plant-based food system.
Good
So-
morning.
Did any of you guys like switch from a meat diet to a vegetarian diet and actually have like ill effects within a limited amount of time between
I can tell you
switching on
something.
diets?
Well,
I would, if you
Me-
just want a quick anecdotal, yeah, sorry, Debug, what's up?
No, go ahead, Valak. Go ahead.
Just
That's
a quick anecdotal experience. I watched Joey Caption after eating like scrambled eggs or whatever. I watched Joey Caption and I completely stopped eating animal products. The only issue I had was just extra fiber, so I was giving out gas, you know, a little bit extra for a week, and then it was fine.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say the same thing. I farted a lot for the first like probably 2 weeks afterwards. So
No,
Animals,
not great for my
animals,
girlfriend, but
animals are origin of our existence.
Say
So
that
there
again?
was
coherently.
What?
Can you repeat what you just said, Brian?
Yes. Animals are origin of our existence.
Yeah, nope, I don't understand what you're saying. Sorry.
They were very vital to our evolution, and without them, we wouldn't have evolved. And yeah, that's true.
I mean, we need to take care of animals. Is
We need to take care of them.
a duty.
Stewardship,
Yes, yes, we need to take care.
yeah, I don't think you get much disagreement there. Not in this
Is it
room
good
anyway.
care of somebody if you slit their throat?
For
I mean,
example,
are you
for
gonna make a
example,
cake from them? Human cake? Yum.
for
Well,
example, I have honey in a pot. For example, honey is a good medicine for humans and another animals with salt. Honey with salt is a good medicine, but
Okay.
the wrong
But
of this
then
case
you're
is
not.
exploiting
Yeah.
beat community.
Yeah,
We
but
need
then
to
you're
be
not
one at a
careful.
thinking
time.
of the
I know
animals.
what's gonna happen.
You're
Let's
thinking of
take it one
yourself.
at a
Yeah.
time. Just one at a time.
Can
so,
I?
real quick, because I wanna step slowly into it, because I know that everyone wants to jump. But Brian, do you eat any animals?
I dislike this. Look, I eat. Yes, I eat meat. I'm not vegetarian. Look, but
Okay.
I'm no. Yes, when I eat meat, I'm contributing. I'm sorry for my pronunciation. I'm supporting the animals. Killing the animals. Exploiting. But I need I want to be a vegetarian. I want to be change my way of the eat. I don't share the I don't share the exploiting of animals. I love animals.
So wait, if we can provide you with resources that you can thrive on a plant-based diet, would you then consider adopting a plant-based diet and then maybe going vegan?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat plants? The
Sure.
plants.
So if we can help you and send you resources to help you adopt
Yes.
a plant-based diet, a diet that consists with plants only, no animals being exploited in that diet, would you then adopt that diet?
For example, I consider the tree of the forest are our brothers because they need the oxygen. I'm sorry, what do you say this word? Oxygen,
Oxygen,
oxygen.
yeah.
I'm sorry, oxygen like us.
So I'll ask. So as I asked you, if we provide you with the resources required, would you adopt a plant-based diet?
I don't want take animals in my house and plants or cats. I don't want make prisoner animals in my house. They need to yes. I if the domestic animals I can share with them care.
But that's not the question
I
I
don't know if
asked
you
you.
understand.
So I ask you, imagine that there is no issue with your diet. Imagine that you going from today, you can live without killing or hurting or harming any animal. Would you choose to do so if you had the resources required to do so?
Okay. It's a interesting question. I don't know. Really, I don't know.
Why not? Why is it that you don't know? It seems to me like you said you don't want to hurt animals, therefore it should be an easy yes.
I don't want to hurt animals, but when I don't know how do you explain me.
What country do you live in?
I'm from Cuba. Hi for all people in the chat.
What's the economic status with Cuba? Are most people
Uh,
poor or are they rich?
how do you say agricola?
Agriculture.
Agriculture is the most
Common job.
yes.
See,
But
what I've seen talking to people around the world, a lot of this comes from whether their countries are poor. It's out of necessity. Not a lot of countries have options.
No.
yes, Wait.
Most
Wait a minute.
most poor countries, in fact, eat more plant-based products than than countries who are rich.
Yeah.
The problem, man, listen, the problem, I think, my humble opinion, the main problem in earth, with this problem, don't care to animals like plants and whatever other animals, dog, cats. The main problem, in my humble opinion, is that we are killing us in a war. We are killing us. How do you think about how do you think about a person that killing between them?
It's horrible, but how does that justify you killing animals for food?
Yes, I don't know. No, not it justifies. You can kill animals. You don't must to kill animals. The duty is to take care. God tell you. I will give you animals. I'm sorry for the Bible. In the Bible is clear. I give you animals for you. Make you care about them. You take care about them. Don't eat in a
VP,
Eden.
yeah,
In a
VPN.
paradise, you don't need eat the animals.
All right. We're just struggling to understand.
Yeah.
Can we?
I'm sorry. Can explain me,
it sounds like
please?
you should go
I
vegan
speak
based on what you're
Spanish.
saying, man.
Really,
Yeah,
I speak
it sounds like
Spanish.
I can understand what you're saying.
Yeah,
So
but it sounds like
basically,
you're on
quoting
the verge
Bible.
of. You seem pro-vegan, which is great. If you want help, if you want resources, put it in the chat. Otherwise, we can move on. Thanks, Brian.
Oh, okay. I understand. How I can support with resource for take care about animals.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. I
We'll put it
think
in the
that
chat.
don't eat meat. Don't eat meat. Yes, it's
Oh yeah.
crazy. It's crazy. But when you don't eat
Right,
meat, you don't contribute to the killing the animals.
Brian.
Exactly.
I'll send
Yep.
you.
That's
I'll
it.
send you a link.
What?
Just check this link.
We're
Check
in
the link.
agreement. Yeah. We're kind of just
We
talking
agree.
over each other right now.
Check the link. Check the link.
All right. Do we have anyone else in the VC? We've got a bunch of people who haven't said anything. Torque, Dane, Alpha, Sora, by Bande, G. Anyone who wants to speak up? Who has a question?
Bro, we don't need to eat meat.
Okay,
You're
stop.
right. Hell yeah.
We don't eat to eat.
Tell him.
The problem is how is
Brian.
our bodies?
Uh-oh.
What
Okay,
matter?
this is wait, this is stop. So this is gonna be a huge monologue. Let's just talk to someone else. We want to talk to someone else, okay?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Marcos, you've just joined in. Do you have a mic? Can you VC? Dory.
Hello, yes, I'm here. I'm just listening. I don't think I have something important to say.
Do you want to engage in a conversation? Have you ever heard of veganism before?
I'm vegan 12 years now.
Oh, excellent.
Yes.
We appreciate you, bro. You have made it easier for people like me who've joined in much later.
Yeah, I don't see another way for a happy human civilization. From now on, we have the technology to do it. So it is only a small thing in the brain we have to overcome. I
Preach
don't
it, brother.
believe
Preach.
in any religions. My religion is science. I mean, you know what I mean. Yeah.
Science. I'm all about science as well too, baby. Well, if we have any other non-vegans, I mean, Ember Fire. You there?
Sorry, can you come?
I was
you
saying
asked
if there's
me
any non-vegans, if
what-
they have any
what-
questions.
right
I
here.
eat meat. I'm non-vegan.
Brilliant. Well, that's cool.
Chat.
We want to have a conversation with you. Have you heard of veganism before?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Okay,
Do you
what are
know
you
what?
asking?
Have you ever heard of veganism before?
No, I think vegans are those who eat vegetables.
Well, so that is a common idea. But it goes a little bit more broader than that. It's basically just being against animal abuse and exploitation in all its form. And a large part of that includes food, right? So obviously vegans won't eat meat, dairy, eggs, or any other animal products. But it also goes into like clothing, animal testing, entertainment, and much more. What do you think about what do you think about
How
not
they,
having sorry?
like, how they can be different in clothing and these things? I
Well,
thought
so
they were like in food.
Well, so in vegans don't wear leather products. We don't wear any animal fur. We won't buy cosmetic products which test on animals. We won't go to circuses that force animals to entertain. We won't go to zoos.
I see.
That kind of stuff. See ya, Chip. Yeah. Do you?
Oh yeah, now you can hear me. I muted my microphone accidentally. Okay. Can you guys hear me okay now? Okay, so I was thinking there's a lot of activists on Discord. There's 2 activists already streaming this. If you guys want to go there, there's no problem. It's, go there if you want to do it. I thought since there's so many people already streaming the same thing, I probably shouldn't stream the same thing. It's okay. I mean, it's nothing wrong. I just I thought there's not probably most of the people here are vegan anyway. I see based on the numbers, and I thought it would be cool to you know, watch some videos together. I said I'm gonna want to do more of that, and I know I'm vertical. Some trolls might still enter the chat, and that's okay. Maybe they'll also learn from the conversations we hear. But either way, it's better than ending it or wait. I don't know. That's the problem with Discord now, is that there's a lot of activists in there, so it's difficult to have conversations, and as you saw, it's a lot of waiting. So I think the next one I might give it a try will be TikTok. We'll give that a try also. But yeah, let's watch some videos, right? Why not? Why not? I'll just let me put this here. Let me remove this Discord. Let me remove the text. There you go. So we're all here. Oh, look at this. My microphone is interested with all of it. Okay, and now let me open a window. I have a couple new, still smaller activists that would be cool to watch. Stick around if you want, and if not, as I said, I'm not gonna take offense if you don't want to. I understand if you want to continue listening to the conversations. Okay, let me share 1 second. Let me share my screen. Screen capture. Tim. Oh, brother, 1 second. Sorry, everybody. It's a complicated thing. So far, It's insane. I have so many windows open, everyone. I'm sorry, I'm trying to get to it. Okay, let's see if it's this one. No, it's the other one. Okay. Okay, so let me see how to put this one. I think I'm gonna put this one over. Oh, actually, you know what? No, I don't like this. I'm sorry. I don't. Let's try. Oh, let's try. We're gonna have to put it here. That's okay. I don't have a vertical setup for watching videos, but that's okay. We'll deal with it as it is. Okay. I'm sorry. It's not ideal, but maybe if I full screen and everything, it will be okay. Let me also put myself a little bit higher. Let's put myself like this. Put this one like this, and I think it's okay. Okay, let's. So this is a vegan future, kind future. You know the, you know Lodewijk, who's always doing their outreach. They actually, every time they do it, they record outreach, and I actually have a couple of outreaches that I haven't watched. I don't think I watched any of their outreaches actually, so would be cool to watch them, I thought. Okay, let me start this one, start the audio.
In this case, yeah.
We're here in front of a food stand. I'll make you a deal. I will pay for your
Wait, I hear it twice. Okay.
meal if you choose for one of the 2 vegan burgers, and then after you eat, of course in your own pace and undisturbed, then you just come and have a chat with us about feedback about it. What do you think?
Instead of the braadworst I was going for. Okay.
Yeah?
I think it is the week of not eating meat.
Yeah.
So I think it's good.
Perfect. Nice. Now,
Looks good.
enjoy.
A few moments later.
So thank you so much for doing our experience.
You're welcome.
So first of all, we are curious for your feedback on the meal.
On the meal, it was okay. It was not. Sometimes I try to eat no meat. To take something else instead.
This is Kiara. Well, and she's a great animal rights activist.
And this burger was okay.
Okay. Did you expect something like this, or were you a little bit disappointed? That's okay to say.
A little bit disappointed because I was missing the texture. Of the burger.
Yeah.
It was really soft. Only the outside was a little bit crunch.
Yeah.
So I was missing the feeling of biting through something.
Okay. Yeah. I see.
Yeah.
Okay. And
it's a very interesting thing to say, we'll pay for your food if you try the vegan version, because I think it starts the conversation a little bit differently. It's interesting. They're trying new things. That's what I like about them.
do you normally?
The taste was okay.
Okay, then perfect. And you normally eat these things, or like is it really a rare thing?
Sometimes I try to do it sometimes.
Yes.
I am a meat lover, but I do realize that it's ridiculous to
do it always.
Do it every day.
Yeah.
So I try to play a little bit with it, and I have some friends who are more into the vegan food or vegetarian food.
Yeah, nice.
So that's good to try
to expand your horizon. Nice that you are open-minded about it as well. Okay, so the second question would be, I'm curious to know what do you think veganism is? If I could ask you for like a definition, it's fine if you just some things you know or you think what it is about.
I think it's making sure that you don't abuse the world. It's not about using animals and stuff like that.
Yeah, perfect.
So it's more in that area.
Yeah, exactly.
And then for me, it's a little bit difficult. I do understand that when you use milk, a cow is being used for
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
It's not killed, but in the normal, traditional way, having cows for milk production, I think that's okay. Then they have an okay life when they're just at a cozy farm. But with the industry like we are doing it, more like fabrication, then that's not good.
Yeah. Okay. Yes.
It's always that people have an issue with how it's done, not the fact that it is done, right? It's always that I don't know why that's always the issue of people and why they cannot possibly, well, I feel like most people don't really want to even think beyond that. The problem is how it's done, not that it's done. Yeah. So this is from Vegan Future. The channel is called Kind Future. I posted the link in the description. I posted the link in the chat. I'll post it again. They're activists from Amsterdam. They do a great job. Let's see how they do.
So yes, if the definition is super long, it's 2 words. It's just non-violence, indeed, like you said, like just like this concept of like not using someone else, which are animals most of the times. Yeah, that's it. I would ask you, yes, maybe I could show you something if you agree. This was about hot dogs, and this is a happy pig right here. And
by the way, also you see they're trying so many interesting things. They're also trying to show a happy pig just now. That's pretty cool. I don't think I've ever seen this also.
This is a bit showing a little behind the scene peek on the how the food is made. This is not how it actually happens at the beginning. This is just how they are living a life, for example, in an animal sanctuary. Sometimes these places exist where the freed animals live when sometimes they escape from trucks or something, right? This is actually how they say they found this way as the most humane way to dispose of them, to kill them, and that's a gas chamber. So there's plenty here in the Netherlands, and the Netherlands is a big exporter even of bacon, so we produce even more than what the...
Here we go, emotional manipulation shown in little animals. No, Richard, this isn't emotional manipulation. This is the reality that animals go through. This right here, what you see right here, it's a gas chamber. What you see right here, it's a gas chamber, and it's what pigs are put into. Pigs are put into gas chambers. If you buy bacon or any of these products, you are essentially paying for gassing pigs to death. Let's not think that this is an emotional appeal. We all know gas chambers are bad. We all know killing innocent animals is bad, especially knowing that all of these are optional products. So let's not make it as if it's an emotional thing. It's just bad. It's not an emotional thing. It's bad. Full stop.
The country itself needs, because then we export it abroad as well. So they just go in the gas, and they say it's cruelty-free because they are lightly stunned, but actually it burns them from the inside. It's like, you know, when the sensation when you like drink something sparkly.
Does that make the bacon taste better? I don't think that it matters, does it? I think what the problem is the fact that we treat sentient beings that are like the same as cats and dogs, because, you know, pigs are the same as cats and dogs. In fact, they're more intelligent than dogs. The fact that we treat them, even if they weren't as intelligent, the fact that we treat them this way, we use them, we exploit them, and we slaughter them for optional products. Whether those products are something we like or not doesn't really matter, because at the end of the day, all of these are sentient beings who should not be oppressed, for the same reason why you shouldn't be oppressing humans, because their life matters to them just as much as your life matters to you.
Like that little burn, they feel it a million times worse, and then they don't know what's going on. And then they start to feel the pain. And and then they just die like this. Mostly, sometimes they are just unconscious, and then after this they
This is footage from the Netherlands, by the way.
just slit their throats, and then they really die.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And then they cut from the jugular, so they lose a lot of blood like this.
Sentience is not what you think it is, you clown. Sentience is the capability of a subjective experience of the world filled with both positive and negative valence emotions. Is that not what sentience is?
Yeah, and it's bad because like they're also smarter than dogs, so
Yeah.
that's sad. Yeah, and then we just This is thank you for watching. It was a hard one.
That's not good at all.
And so the final question is, do you think now that you witness also like the suffering? We didn't get to hear the screams, but they even
but
they even
I've seen
scream a
footage
lot.
like this, yeah.
Do you think then all this pain is still worth a hamburger or a hot dog sometimes?
No. I don't think so.
Yeah.
That sound. I don't know why, it just instantly made me laugh. It's that Windows sound, isn't it? When you opened it, what was it? What was that sound? Wait, I gotta do it back. That's funny.
Yeah.
Do you think then all this
So it's after this question.
pain is still worth a hamburger or a hot dog sometimes?
No. I don't think.
No. I don't know where that's somewhere in my childhood. My brain just all of a sudden pulled out the memory of Windows 98.
So
yeah,
it can be. I'm not totally against meat consumption.
Yeah.
Go. Let me just go in the bush and weep.
But this method is not good.
Yeah.
And only what you mentioned, like we are producing more than we are using in the Netherlands itself. Besides the whole killing part of the animals, only the stress related to transporting it, because it's cheaper to breed them over there. It's cheaper to grow them over here, and then it's cheaper to kill them over there. All that transportation that makes really no sense, and that includes so much stress.
His problem, by the way, he saw the video of pigs getting gassed to death. He's having an excellent conversation with an excellent activist, and he's saying the problem is that animals are stressed being moved from one place to the other. So if we had all of these together, what he's saying is that it would be okay. That's insane, brother. That's insane, brother. I wish I could draw on screen to draw like a clown makeup on him right now, because it sounds like a clown.
It's always at the animal's expense. Even like if you would imagine a nice scenario where they live a better life. Still, like, it's cruel to say, oh, now that you experience a bit of happiness, I'm gonna take it away from you as well. It's never working in their favor anyway.
Oh, look at that, this person. Also, your definition is wrong. I'm not gonna use that word, brother, but I suppose you should be respecting every human being, regardless of their intellectual capacity. Google is free. So how about we do that, okay? How about we say to Google, define sentience, since you think it's out. Refers to the capacity of an individual encompassing both humans and animals to experience feelings and have wormness. To perceive, it involves the ability to perceive and respond to sensory stimuli, experience emotions, and have some level of consciousness. In essence, a sentient being can feel both positive and negative sensations, and it is aware of its own existence and experiences. Isn't that exactly what I said? It's just in a shortened format. But that's okay. You do you, man. You do you. You think you know better. Let's move on.
Yes, and about the...
One second. I'm sorry, everybody. Not what you said. I said sentience means the capability of a subjective experience filled with both positive and negative valence emotions. That's essentially it. The subjective experience filled with both positive and negative valence emotions are the ones that everything derives from that. Everything derives from that.
About the bird.
Oh, wait, I saw another question. We are all going to die someday. Why does it matter? This isn't about dying. These animals don't die. These animals are bred into existence only to be exploited and slaughtered. You wouldn't say we are all going to die someday, so might as well kill people. So why would we do that to animals? Same thing.
Burger, yes, there are unfortunately like it's about the brand, right, and about the cook, and that are more juicy, of course, like the
Oh, brother, let's just finish the video and then I'll respond to some
Beyond
comments.
Burger at the supermarket is really like to myself, like I prefer it more like this and I smash it in the pan as well, for example. It's too juicy. So you can venture, try things out, but definitely there's good options. Just one small note about the cows, they do get killed in the end, even for milk. Because and still like the pain of because of course they made the milk for the baby. And then we take that milk. And they take the baby away on day one.
What? I see somebody saying, but if you stood up, you'd probably pass out. I am standing, man. What are you talking about? I'm standing right now.
So they already suffer from this separation, and even if they're outside. So yes, just that. Yes, that's all. That's all really that there is. I can maybe leave you with this map. This is vegan vendors in Amsterdam, divided by healthy, semi-healthy, and junky, or like maybe burgers and fries, kind of.
Okay, Mr. Goat, are you looking? Neil, perfect example of mood swings. Neil, let me show you. If you call me malnourished, you must be coping really hard because, brother, are you looking? I would not call myself malnourished. And I haven't even trained arms in months. I'm definitely not malnourished.
I would definitely recommend for you the soil, because the owner, he used to be in the meat business himself. He founded like the ribs barbecue. Is a Brazilian man, really founded like the Brazilian meat. And now he had a full change of concept, and now he's really trying to translate the meat flavors into vegan foods.
I'm a good chip, you get better every month. I mean, Renee, honestly, it's not even difficult to build muscle for me. Well, because I train hard. I feel a lot of people don't train hard enough and they think, oh my God, I'm not eating enough protein. But that's okay, you know. I think that's the relationship that people have with everything in general. They want to do as few work as possible and achieve as many results as possible. Yeah. But thank you. I appreciate you, Renee. I appreciate a lot the compliment and everything. Yeah.
He does this Satan ribs with the barbecue sauce, and those are really juicy really and nice. So yeah, with the soil. Okay. Yeah, and thank you so much for this experiment. Did it make you think, or did you?
Yeah, I'm.
Look at this person. They're so triggered. Haven't trained arms in 3 years and they're bigger than yours, manlet. Oh, that's so funny, man. So how would you know if they're bigger than mine? Like, you have no point of reference. Like, this is such a ridiculous. My dad is smarter than your dad. It's like the type of thing that we did when we were 12 years old in the back of a truck. In the back of the block. I lived at a block when I was young, so that's how we said in Romania. It's kind of funny. And we had this debate. My dad is better than your dad. This is essentially a thing. Look at this guy. Look, protein is a required building block for muscle. Same with sodium and the bevy or other things that vegetables don't provide. Dude, if you think vegetables don't provide the all 9 essential amino acids that your body needs to thrive, then you do not trust science, brother. And I don't know why I'm wasting my time with you. But that's okay. That's okay. That's okay. That's kind of funny that you're pretty anti-scientific. That's okay. That's what you are. That's what you have to be to believe that at the end of the day, right? Because if you don't think you can thrive on a plant-based diet, you have to be anti-scientific to believe that. Otherwise, how else would you? Like, we have plenty of evidence for it.
Already thinking about it and working on it.
Yeah.
At my work, I'm also responsible for the facilities department.
Yeah.
So also about the kitchen, where we are offering the lunch meals to the employees. And last week it was indeed for us the week of no meat and no dairy.
So you are the guy to talk to for this.
I am, in this
Nice,
case,
wow.
And last year the resistance was really cruel. It was
Yeah.
really like almost threatening to the staff working in the kitchen.
Yeah.
And this year I took out the no dairy part. So I said no meat and don't go fully for the no dairy, but give them both an alternative.
Yeah.
So we served cheese and we served an alternative no dairy variant for cheese.
Because then they're less resistant about it.
Yeah, and then I give people still the challenge. Okay, just why not try this one?
Yeah,
and maybe try a bit of both, and you can compare it a little bit.
Yeah.
Because otherwise it was really like I'm taking two.
Oh, brother, look at this person. We have plenty of cherry-picked data that we are calling facts, but we don't look at everything else science says. So you're a science R-word, of course. No, Richard Cardinal. We respect all sentient beings because all sentient beings deserve moral consideration. Are you denying the fact that animals are sentient beings? Are you denying the fact that you can thrive on a plant-based diet? If you deny either, you are anti-scientific, and that's not coming from me. That's coming from the largest organizations of nutritionists and dietitians on the planet. It's called the Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics. You can look it up, even other dietitian organizations on the planet. I can show you studies right now if you want, but I think that would be pretty boring. So let's just move on with this. But if you truly do believe that, I think you should. Let me just drop a link right now, so that you see that you are wrong and we can definitely thrive on a plant-based diet. And here, I'll drop you the epic Oxford study that is both for plant-based diets and long-term health, which is because a lot of the times afterwards people mention long-term health. I dropped the link in the comments.
Too much freedom of choice from them. So yeah, we are working on it.
Yeah, perfect. It's so nice to hear. Yeah, this is what we're all about as well, like the information part. Because if they're like, oh, choose this, people could say, why should I? I'm used to this. I like it. Why should I choose? If they...
I'm sorry, everybody. Yeah, I already saw all your same studies. It's my point, you're still not looking outside your bias. Richard, please provide me with studies that prove that you cannot be healthy and thriving on a plant-based diet. Every study that everybody has given me eventually says that you might need to supplement this or that, but then you can be healthy. So that means you can be healthy on a plant-based diet, brother.
See the footage, or they're even just explained about it, like then they're like, oh, maybe that's why I should go for the... So some I guess some, if you could implement some education.
It's about education.
Exactly. If you could say a bit of reasoning, then it's...
And then they are telling me, okay, you cannot force it up on me, but we are offering a free lunch. So it's up for me as a company to decide what I offer. They are still free to bring their own lunch if they want to have, but it's only one.
Somebody says, not without supplementation. Richard, the only supplement you need is B12. And if you knew enough about nutrition, I'm a certified nutritionist. I like to drop that into conversations. If you knew enough about nutrition, you knew that you need to supplement B12 anyway, even on on an animal-based diet. And even if you're not supplementing B12 on an animal-based diet, B12 is actually supplemented to most animals, and if it isn't, you probably should be supplementing it yourself then, because B12 is coming from bacteria that is no longer there. So yeah, it's coming from a bacteria that was on the ground, and because we fucked up the ground with all that agriculture, that bacteria is no longer there. So B12 is something that's supplemented for the animals, and it's something that we ourselves should also be supplemented. So stop this nonsense. Just stop it. Stop it with the pseudoscience.
1 week a year.
Yeah,
I just want to present to them, hey, there's an alternative.
Exactly.
Try it.
Look at this person, so triggered. I don't eat any supplementation and my B12 is way high. Please tell me what level is your B12 at? If it's way high. I actually got a B12 deficiency while consuming animal products. It's so funny, man. It's so funny that these people have these pseudoscientific views of the whole world. Like, it's so funny. They say we cherry pick studies, and yet when you ask them to show studies, they don't show studies. When you ask them a single question about their statements, they cannot, like, they can literally not make any foundation, any basis for it. Like, look, this person cannot possibly make any basis for their statements. Nothing. It's just statements thrown in the world. Well, I know better. Well, you know what? This industry taught me that it's okay to oppress these animals. Therefore, it's okay to oppress animals. Okay. Okay, it's okay to oppress animals because this industry taught me to oppress animals. I was taught to oppress these animals. I'm pretty sure that Richard Cardinal over here, if you ask them if they would oppress an innocent dog, they would say no. And then, but if they were to be oppressing a cow, they easily say, of course, why? Why? Because somebody taught you at some point in your life that it's okay to do this to cow, but not okay to do it to dogs. Does it make any sense? No, it doesn't. It's just continue giving money to the industries that are just trying to fool you. And Richard Cardinal, I will send you a link right now if you want to debate me. I have no problem debating you right now. I'll send you a link instantly. Since you have so many arguments on your side, you should have no problem, right? You should destroy me, since you have no problem, right?
It's all about I can only control myself, 100%.
Come on, Richard Cardinal, stop being a coward. Come on, let's debate. Come in here. You seem to be afraid. Come on, let's debate. I'll send you a link right now. You wanna debate?
Not you, not them, our lovely cameramen.
Exactly.
So what we could do is just to present the information, and then you're fully informed to make your own choice.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I couldn't even force anyone if I wanted to.
No, but that's
but yeah.
So I'm always open for that. So that's why you came to me. As
I
think, okay.
Nice.
That's
nice.
No way.
It's so funny, so triggered that the people in the
Say
chat.
no, you know.
I failed to listen to this conversation, everybody. I'm sorry. I wanted to give some commentary, but I was just looking through the chat. But that's okay, you know. That's okay. So Richard, I see you don't want to have a conversation with me because you're too afraid that you might lose the discussion. That's okay. That's okay, Richard. It's okay to be afraid. We're not judging people for being afraid. We're all afraid of something. I personally am not afraid of debating, but if you're afraid of debating, that's okay. We know you don't have any arguments about it. Okay, let's move on to the next video. I only have like a couple of 2 or 3 videos, everybody, okay? This is Outreach SD. I'm not sure if you know about them. Also a small channel. Would be interested if you guys want to give them a like and a follow. The same for the previous video, Kind Future. Let's move on.
About them.
My top 4 animals?
No, just how do you feel about animals in general?
I think they're cute.
They're cute? Yeah? You like them?
I like animals,
Okay.
yeah.
Next question, how do you feel about animal abuse?
Oh, sad maybe.
Sad, yeah. Can you give me some examples of animal abuse?
Fucking kicking a puppy.
Kicking a puppy. What's some other examples you could give me?
Other examples?
Mm-hmm.
Killing a cat.
Killing a cat, so, okay. So you named some pets. Is there any other kind of animal abuse aside from pets that you can think of?
Slaughtering cows for their meat, maybe.
Okay, so yeah, that leads to my 4th question. How do you feel about slaughterhouses and the abuses that happen in factory farms? What's stopping you from not supporting that system?
Money and time.
Money and time, okay. So why do you think it's more expensive to be vegan?
Yeah.
Do you think so? Okay. And so I'm a vegan, so we're out here kind of educating people about veganism. I'm a vegan, I'm a Muay Thai fighter, bodybuilder, and I find it to be cheaper to get a lot of that stuff because it's just taking out the meat. So you're eating a lot more beans and a lot more lentils and a lot more food that's actually cheaper to prepare.
I think I need a high protein intake.
High protein.
It's so funny to me when this girl is saying she needs a high protein intake, while this guy says he's a bodybuilder and a Muay Thai fighter. I'm sure he requires more protein than you. I'm pretty sure. I will put my hand under fire. It's a Romanian expression that he requires more protein than you.
Maybe like a Muay Thai fighter or a bodybuilder might need?
Yeah.
Okay. Like myself, who's also vegan, who finds it easy to source those proteins.
Okay.
I get about 150 grams of protein in my diet every day, which is, you know, a bit more than a normal person. Can I...
150 grams. I think I get considerably more than that. But that's okay, you know, I'm pretty obsessed with protein.
Can I leave you with just tell you the story of why?
He's jacked. I met him last month in California. This crew is great. Oh, that's nice to know. That he does look pretty big. Yeah, he looks like a guy I wouldn't want to mess with. That's for sure.
I'm vegan.
Oh, look at that. Dominic, do you want to have a conversation with me? I can send you a link. Let me know if you want to. After this video finishes it in like 2 minutes, I can send you a link.
Maybe?
Sure.
Is that okay? So I used to work in anti-human trafficking in West Africa for about 6 years. And you see a lot of hardships there, and what happens to women and children is really hard as far as...
He's shorter than you, Chip. Though he's more my height. Oh, I see. That's okay. That's okay. Yeah. That's okay. It doesn't really matter. I mean, he's a Muay Thai fighter. I'm pretty sure he'll kick my ass if he wants to. I wouldn't be. I would be afraid of somebody like that.
Bondage, rape, and all the stuff we had to address there. So I felt like I couldn't, in my diet, for even just for cows, for instance, did you know that a female cow, they put them in the farm, it's called a rape rack in a farm. And they force them on the rack, they tie them tight, and a male human artificially inseminates them with their arm. They give birth, their kid's taken at 3 days, they go through emotional distress. If the child's, if it's a male calf, they kill it within 2 weeks for veal. If it's a female, they separate from the mother and they continue the cycle of rape and pregnancy and murder.
You know the movie Okja?
Yes, I love that. Oh my gosh.
That's what this reminds me
Yeah. Well, it's similar, right?
Yeah.
They treat the animals like an object. You see what happens when you listen. You understand it. It's insane. It's insane that there's so many people in this chat who can't seem to understand that simple fact. Do not treat animals like objects. It's pretty sad. Somebody said, Chip is Christian, right? I am not Christian, Bob Hill. No, I am an atheist. I don't believe there is no God because there's no evidence for God.
So knowing that and knowing that you seem you like an awesome person that loves animals, vegan meals so you can stop that suffering, that's okay.
Those are vegan burgers, and I usually eat that just for the...
That's awesome. That's good.
Different experience.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Can I give you a card with some information on it in case you wanted to source some of those recipes or just source some of the information that's about veganism? So yeah, it'll give you, there's a lot of articles of just about anything from animals to diets to everything. And we're just out here trying to teach people to be compassionate. And somebody like yourself, you're already there. You're already a good person. So it's just a matter of every time you eat.
Oh, brother, this person. Do you know that people slaughter real humans? How does that morally justify you paying for animals to be exploited and slaughtered for you? Yes, it does happen in the world. Does that mean you should pay for animals to be exploited and slaughtered? Or what is your point? Your point is that I should be speaking up for humans? I'm speaking up for animals. Why does that matter? If I spoke up for women, would you have a problem then? Would you then say, well, other humans are killed? Why does it matter? It's an injustice. I choose to speak for this injustice. You can choose to speak for a different injustice. Sorry, everybody. My headphones from time to time, they disconnect. They're pretty shitty.
You eat, can you also follow?
Challenged Chip 7 times to a fight and he ignores it. Brother, I'm a pacifist. I don't resolve issues by fighting with somebody. My muscles are not built so that I can be violent. I'm not a violent person. I'm a person who chooses words over punches, over fists. But if you want to choose to use words or fists, go ahead. Use that, just not on me. I'm not one. I don't want to fight. I don't care about fighting. Why would I fight anybody? I'm pretty much, as I said, a pacifist. Plus, I don't know how to fight. Fighting is a skill set that I don't have.
The same morals.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
Yeah. What is your name?
Jen.
Jen? My name's Robin.
Robin.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to talk to you, and I appreciate you talking to me too.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Definitely a lot to think about.
Cool. Have a wonderful rest of your day.
Yeah, that was it. Let's see if we have, I think I had one more. From Fit Vegan Activist, who I think you already know. What are we doing here, asks Sky. Hey Sky, well, I did a bit of Discord, but it was really full on Discord, and I thought we would watch some videos, and then I'm gonna stop. That's it, nothing special. It's just, would be cool to do, yeah. I've been thinking about you, Sky, because I've been thinking it would be cool for us to do outreach together, as we said. And I think I have a solution, and I moved some things around, so I think I might be able to do it this week. But if I want to do it with you, I think we should do it on TikTok or something. Still stream it to YouTube, but do it on TikTok or something. Because on Discord, it was just too full. There were just too many activists. Yeah, too many activists and not enough people speaking up. Oh, brother. Listen, Bob Hill. Doesn't matter who I am. Okay, it doesn't matter who I am. Can you please listen to the arguments that are coming out of my mouth and not try to put me in a box? I don't like being in boxes. I just don't. I don't like being in the box that you want to put me in. I don't like you assigning labels to me, because when you put me in a box or you assign a label to me, what you're looking for is trying to see if you can listen to me or not based on that label or that box that you put me in. Well, I'm not going to give you that benefit. I'm not going to give you that. I don't care. I'm not in any box. I'm not any person. It doesn't really matter, okay? What matters is what comes out of my mouth. And what comes out of my mouth, the arguments that I'm making, is that exploiting animals, oppressing animals, is wrong for the same reasons as exploiting humans or oppressing humans is wrong. So if you think one is wrong, then the other is also wrong. And if you have if you want to debate me on this topic, I'll send you a link. I'm sorry, everybody. The second time somebody's at my door. I'll be back in 1 second. Let's just watch the last video and I'll hear it, okay?
How do you feel about humans exploiting animals? Do you think it's a bad thing? Hi everyone, Chris here, aka Fit Vegan Activist. Welcome back to another video. We're out here today in Valletta doing another Cube of Truth. We have 6 volunteers with us today. 2 are in the cube right now, and another 4, including myself, out.
The display brightness is insane, isn't it? It's let me see if I can. It's one of those. My God. You also see it. It's HDR. That's why. Yeah.
Side of the cube outreaching people. There are going to be some outreach conversations.
Sorry, but let me see if I move it here. Yeah, if I move it here, it's good. Let me just change the size. That's it. Okay.
Following this intro, thank you all for supporting. Make sure to like and subscribe. Let's keep growing the channel.
Yeah, let's like and subscribe to Fit Vegan.
Ah, you're vegan?
I don't have a problem, but yeah, still kids don't understand.
Okay. You live here in Malta?
No.
Where are you from?
Croatia.
Croatia, okay. Well,
it's good that you are here. I mean, people should know.
yes, that's why we're doing it.
I hate this so much when people say it's good that you are here. People should know. I mean, yeah, I mean, okay, yeah, thank you. But that's not like, it's like a little bit like when people say that, I feel like it's a little bit of them absorbing themselves of the responsibility they have for this, for the stuff that they're seeing. It's like saying, yeah, it's good that you're here. Sure, I like it. I appreciate you being here. I done my part. That's what I needed to do. Not me stop paying for it. Not me stop supporting the needless exploitation and oppression. I just need to say to somebody, it's good that you're defending them.
Do you know about us, Anonymous for the Voiceless? Have you ever seen us before?
I did hear, but do you have some campaign or something?
It's a worldwide organization, so I'm not sure. I think they might have also in Croatia some, if you want to get involved and...
some donation or something.
You can also donate on the website, or if you want to join and be active, but any support helps. Actually, if you want to take a picture of the organization or scan our QR code, like this is the website that we give to people who we are talking with who are not vegan, right?
Yeah, I understand.
Wait a second. I don't use autism chat rooms. Do you have a problem with neurodivergent people now? Is that it? My God. What's your problem with neurodivergent people, man? Neurodivergent people are awesome. Do you generally like judge people based on how they're born? Is that it? I mean, that you obviously do that, right? Because you oppress animals based on how they're born. If they're born a certain species that you deem unworthy, you exploit and slaughter them. If they're born a different species, you would think, well, they deserve love, right? Like dogs. I'm sure you wouldn't oppress dogs. Yet you would have no issue oppressing cows, chickens, or pigs. So yeah. Oh, and you also have a problem with LGBTQ. Oh, look at you, brother. Look at you being a bigot. It's okay. That's okay. Some people are bigoted. There's nothing we can do. I hope you stick around. SKVMOSRS, David Downs 2, long name. I hope you stick around, okay? I hope you stick around. Maybe you'll learn something, okay? Maybe you'll learn what fairness, compassion is by sticking around, okay? Thank you. Otherwise, I'm no longer interested in speaking to a bigot.
But the organization is called Anonymous for the Voiceless.
I think I did hear about the organization.
So if you want to
it's
get
American organization, yeah?
It started in Australia, actually.
Started, okay.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, I opened this, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Would you like to know what we're doing here?
I guess, yes, I understand, yeah.
We're showing the standard practices in the industries that exploit animals.
Okay, okay.
So what you're seeing there is all standard practices, legal, and the same things happen.
I'm sorry. Bob Hill wants to debate me. Come on, Bob Hill. Shall I send you a link right now? You want to debate me? Send the link, says Bob Hill. I want to debate. Everybody, we might have gotten ourselves a little bit of a debate. And then let's stop this. Let's go into this mode where it's a debate mode. Bob Hill, do you have Discord? Because if you have Discord, contact me on Discord. My channel this is my username for Discord. Meanwhile, actually, you know what? Sorry, everybody. Meanwhile, let's watch this. And Bob Hill, add me as a friend on Discord, and I will continue there from you, okay? Okay, let's watch this meanwhile.
Worldwide.
Yeah, I know. And you would like to stop it, yeah?
That's what we're here for,
yeah,
yes?
Yeah.
Do you think? How do you feel about humans exploiting other animals?
Yes.
Do you think it's a bad thing?
Of course,
Yes?
Yeah. I always donate in my country. I come from Lithuania. I always donate for such organizations.
You always donate, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
In my country, because I'm against that.
So you agree we should respect animals, yes?
Yeah, of course.
Of course.
Yeah.
All right. Have you heard the word vegan? Do you know what it means, vegan?
Yeah, of course,
Yes?
of course.
What do you think?
There are a lot of my friends vegan. Yeah, so
You're not vegan though.
I'm not, but yes.
It's always, I donate to these organizations, but I also give considerably more money to the organizations that these organizations are fighting against. Hint, animal agriculture. I love that you can watch videos and talk with audience. Great setup. Thank you, Anna. If you want me to help you out, I use OBS. Let me know. I've made some things on OBS. I do need to make some more, but I continuously try to improve on them.
I respect very much such people, yeah.
Do you think, you said we should respect animals, yes?
Yeah.
So, is it a respectful thing to do to eat them? And
yeah, okay, I see SKVM, I see you're just looking to be muted. So, you know what, I'll just put you in timeout because I see you're using nasty words. Do not be a child, do not use bad words, okay? I'll put you in a timeout for 10 minutes. And when you come back, you can interact, but be nice and use nice words, okay? Thank you.
Drink their milk and wear their skin?
Yeah, milk, I don't think it's a bad thing, but yes, about the meat, yeah.
Actually, what we're showing here, this is what happens to the dairy cows. You know, the dairy cows, after they stop producing milk, they're all sent to the slaughterhouse.
Okay.
And the process before that is that they have to get pregnant in order to produce milk, right? So the way they make them pregnant is they collect the semen of the bull artificially, and then they inject it into the cow.
Yeah.
And once the baby comes, if it's a boy, it gets sent to slaughter.
Yeah.
If it's a female, she goes in the same cycle as her mother.
Oh, yeah.
So it's a perpetual exploitation that happens in the dairy industry, right? So respect for animals means...
Are such kind of organizations active in your country?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, I live here, but this is a worldwide organization.
Yeah, but I mean in your country, are they active?
Yes.
Yeah.
What do you think is stopping you then from being vegan? You have vegan friends, you said we should respect animals. What it is that is stopping you from taking that step?
I'm used to eat less meat, yeah.
So it's your habit then?
Yeah.
But you said you are reducing.
Yeah, that I want. I wanted to emphasize, yeah.
You are reducing, okay.
Yeah.
Well, if you are in the position of the animals, yes? How fast would you want people to be vegan?
As soon as possible.
As soon as possible. So again, what is stopping you from taking the full step then?
Yeah, such kind of videos, yeah, they help, yeah, because
they help,
it's,
yes?
Yeah. You are doing the right thing.
Do you know what the benefit of being vegan is?
Maybe for
the number one benefit. The AV protocol is always good. It always works really well. Animals are not slaves, false equivalence. Animals are slaves, brother, and that is not a false equivalence. A false equivalence would be when you give two options when in fact there are more than two options. That is a false equivalence. This is not a false equivalence. Somebody saying that animals are enslaved is not a false equivalence. And yes, animals are enslaved. They are bred to be used, exploited, and then slaughtered. That is textbook definition of slavery. They don't have any freedom, they don't have any autonomy, and they are treated like properties. And they actually are properties, so they are enslaved. But, you know, you tell yourself what you want to hear.
It's healthier for people themselves, I think.
It could be if you do it right, but the benefit is that since, sorry, you said we should respect animals, right? And you obviously care about animals. Yes. The benefit of being vegan is that you are not contradicting yourself. Because as long as you say,
That's a false dichotomy, but no, animals being enslaved is not a false equivalence. Oh, okay, you're right. Sorry, I misspoke. You're right. You're right, Moonmist. Thank you for correcting me. You're right. I'm pretty tired from the heat and sleeping badly for the last 3 days because of the heat. But you're right. I made a mistake. That was a false dichotomy. I misspoke.
Yes, we should respect animals, and you respect what we're doing, but with your actions every day, you are contradicting that belief. So when you're going vegan, you're aligned, and that's the benefit.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you are right.
You no longer live in contradiction with your belief.
Yeah, you're right.
So what are you going to do about it then, after our discussion?
No meat.
No meat.
No meat.
That's a good step.
Yeah.
No meat, no cheese, no eggs.
But what about cheese?
Cheese is a byproduct.
Milk, okay.
It's a byproduct of milk. Yes. Basically, the principle of veganism, right, is that we should not.
This person makes the same thing. Okay, so animals cannot be slaves. Comparing farm to slavery is a false equivalence. Okay, please name the relevant or significant ways between human slavery and animal slavery that makes one okay but the other not okay. Or heck, between farming humans and farming animals. They're all the same, by the way, but like, please name the relevant or significant ways that these are different. And no, the species of the individual does not make it different.
Exploit animals for anything.
Yeah.
And then once you have that principle and you agree, the things you do follow, right? So if you believe that we should not exploit animals, then naturally you say, okay, I'm not going to buy anything that comes from animals. I'm not going to wear leather shoes. I'm not going to go to zoos, aquariums, things where animals are kept in prisons for people to see them and to profit off of them, you know? What you're saying there is what happens to pigs worldwide. They put them in gas chambers to stun them. That means make them unconscious so they can slit their throat. So how many animals do you think will be exploited for you after this day? 0 or more?
0 or more?
Yes. 0 or more than 0. If you say 0, that means you go vegan.
Yeah, it's not so easy to start, from today, but, little by little, step by step, I think that it's a good point, yeah.
Okay. I understand what you're saying, but the reason why I'm asking you to do something about it is because
it's not so easy to start today. Why is it so difficult, lady? Why? You could literally go into the same supermarket that you went before and buy something else. How is that difficult? You can choose a slightly different restaurant, sit down at a different table, and choose something else. How is it that difficult? Why is it so difficult for you to make different choices? It's so insane to me that people continue finding this idea that it's difficult to adopt a plant-based diet. I can't do it. It's difficult. I need to take it step by step. No, you don't. No, you don't. Nobody's telling you throw away everything you have. All we're saying is going forward, do not buy an animal product. Is that really that difficult? You look on the label and you say, shit, this is an animal product. I'm not buying this. This is an animal product. I'm not buying this. It's that easy. You just literally go and eat whatever else you want without exploiting animals. You literally go and wear anything you want without exploiting animals. Is it leather? Yes. Okay, I'm not going to wear that. It's somebody's skin. Is it fur? Yeah, well, obviously I'm going to wear that. It's pretty simple. It's really not that difficult. I don't know why people make it that much more difficult. But yeah, the problem with AV is that they don't provide Challenge 22 and they don't allow it for Challenge 22. So even if Christoph, I think if I'm not mistaken is his name, wants to provide her with Challenge 22, he cannot because at AV they don't allow it.
want you to understand that this is an urgent thing for the animals, right? So if you were in their position, would you like people to like take steps or just stop? It's like, imagine like somebody's holding a gun to your head, right?
Yeah.
Would you say, okay, think about it if you're not gonna kill me, or please don't kill me, you know?
Yeah, I understand your point. Yeah.
You don't feel it because it's not as direct. You're not yourself holding the gun to the animals' heads, but when you're paying somebody else to do it, you're creating demand with.
And that's essentially the biggest problem. This is essentially the biggest problem, what he's saying right now, because that's the truth. The reason why we're not more impacted by this, the reason why we continue supporting all of this is because we don't see it every day, is because it's out of sight. And when it's out of sight, it's out of mind. But hey, I got the request just now. Oh wait, that's a lot of requests. Let me see. Team tag. I'm assuming that's... Okay. I'm assuming this is Bob Hill. Okay, let's see if we can have a conversation with Bob Hill. Give me 1 second. Okay, let's watch. Meanwhile, they respond sparingly.
With your purchases, so you can decide to remove that demand and put that demand into plant-based products. Right? Would you want to, if you want to learn more, we have a QR code with our website.
And I find it so funny, like, look at this, conversations being had around something. It's so insane to me how AV is not so much more successful, right? Because imagine there's these two people right here, holding and showing the atrocities of what we do to animals. And then all these other people standing around and having conversations with people on the street about it, you know? And everybody's just trying to be nice. Everybody's just trying to be decent. Everybody's trying to say, hey, look at this. Are you looking? This isn't nice. This isn't normal. This shouldn't be normal. Well, it probably is normal, but this shouldn't be normal. The fact that we use animals this way, the fact that we exploit and slaughter them should not be the norm. And yet we continue to do it. But what can we do about it? That's the whole thing, right? That's what we're trying to say as vegans. And it's so insane to me that, including people in the chat, they come in here and they're like, get so triggered by the fact that we stand up for animals, the fact that we choose to defend animals. Like, people are so triggered by the fact that we defend animals. It's insane to me. It's just pure insanity to me. Like, why would you be triggered by that? Probably because you know that if you acknowledge that what is shown on these screens, probably if you acknowledge that what is shown there, it is bad, then when you acknowledge that, you might need to change. Otherwise, you remain a hypocrite. And you don't want to be a hypocrite. Nobody wants to be a hypocrite, do they? So yeah, it's pretty insane to me. I see this person who added me may not even be Bob Hill. I'm not sure. I'll give it 5 more minutes. If Bob Hill doesn't arrive in 5 minutes, I'll just go, everybody. And by the way, I will be back again tomorrow. I will go on the streets. The hot weather is ending, which is good for me. Again, finally, it sucked. It just sucked. The 35 degrees was absolutely awful. Oh, SKVM, I see you're out of the silencing. Please behave, okay? Be nice, okay? Speak nicely, okay? We're trying to have conversations here. We're not trying to use bad words. Please use your nice words. I'm sure you were taught as a young boy, as a young girl, whatever you are, young person, I'm sorry. I don't want to assume your gender. I'm sure you were taught to be respectful, so please be respectful. Mark J, thank you so much. Thank you. I really wanted to do some outreach today. I was really in the mood for outreach, I'll be honest. I was really in the mood for having conversations with people. It was just difficult. On Discord it was difficult. Yeah, but I'll be back tomorrow. As I said, I'll promise I'll be back tomorrow. We'll do maybe a little bit of a longer session on the streets tomorrow. We'll see. Okay, Bob Hill has replied. Let's have a conversation. Hey, can you hear me? Okay, so do you want to show your face?
Sure. Doesn't matter to me.
Okay, then please do. I'll add you also to the video.
All
Okay.
right.
Okay, give me 1 second. Let me add you right now to the stream, and then we can start our conversation.
Cool.
Okay, so tell me, I see you now. I think everybody hears you and sees you. So tell me, why are you not vegan?
Well, I just don't see any moral argument for veganism.
So let's start with this then. What do you think being vegan is?
Well, it's the idea that it's immoral to cause any harm to animals, basically.
Yeah, so it is a moral principle. It's not about harm, but it's about rejecting exploitation. It's essentially saying animals are not objects for us to use, so therefore we should not use them. So you disagree with this idea. You think animals are pretty much like objects.
Well, obviously they're not objects. I just, like, for instance, I don't see anything wrong with having a pet. Like, I don't think that is immoral, even though you're using that animal or exploiting that animal, right?
Depends on where you get that pet from. If you get them from a breeder, then it is pretty immoral because dogs are sexually exploited in order to be bred. Like, I would say that's pretty immoral in my worldview, to sexually exploit a dog, take away their puppies, also that humans can have somebody to cuddle.
Okay, so I mean, I don't know. I just don't agree with the idea of basically getting rid of domestic dogs, because I mean that would be the consequence of this, right?
But we'll talk about dogs. You know what? I'll write down pets and dogs, okay? And we can talk about that. But let's talk about the biggest thing ever, right? As most people have an issue with is the diet, correct? So within the diet scope, you know that you can survive and thrive on a plant-based diet, right?
I mean, I understand that there are health organizations that make that claim, but there's plenty of anecdotal evidence that a lot of people simply in the long run can't manage the diet. I mean, I know that there's countless vegan influencers, vegan activists who have, said everything you're saying. And then in a few years, they're like, listen, my health's declined, I don't feel well, and they've eaten animal products, and they say they feel better. I mean, I understand that's not a study, that's not this, but that is evident, and it's coming from people who are for this diet.
Should you be trusting anecdotal evidence?
Absolutely.
So so based on your assumption, the fact that most people give up the gym, and actually most of my friends say that they gave up the gym because it is bad, do you think that then I should have trusted them on that one and not go to the gym because the gym is bad according to anecdotal evidence that they provided?
But people don't say that. People say they stopped going to the gym because they got busy, You can physically see the changes when someone goes to the gym regularly.
Oh no,
So,
I have
again,
friends who have
I
told
don't-
me that it is bad. I have friends who have told. I have a friend who puked in the gym from working out. I have a friend. Yeah. She's not going to the
Well,
gym anymore. And I have friends who
but
told
bad
me
in
that
what
the
way,
gym is
though?
bad for you because it's bad for your ligaments and stuff. So should I trust them and not go to the gym anymore?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't trust the advice of one person. I mean, you're going to look at the totality. You're going to have to think.
No, those are three
yourself
people that
at
I
some
just
point,
described.
right?
Those are three people that I just described. Should I trust the anecdotal evidence from three people, or should I look into the pyramid of evidence and how science works, and then I should trust the top of the pyramid of evidence, which is meta-analysis?
Well, I mean, I'm a big fan of people thinking for themselves ultimately, but I would look, even if you're going to use, I mean, there's nothing wrong with looking at studies, but you can look at the totality of anecdotal evidence. And I'm sure you would agree that those who say the gym is bad are in the very small minority, right?
No,
And I get it.
It's actually almost half the people.
Really?
Almost half the people give up the gym. But let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this because I want to understand this perspective. Do you think, is there a possibility that the people who tell you that they gave up veganism, I don't think that any people told you that. I think you just saw it online. But let's imagine that some people told you or you saw it online. Do you think there's a possibility that these people have not adopted a plant-based diet correctly?
I mean, again, if that's possible, but then how difficult is this diet that it needs to be done correctly? And even more concerning,
I can explain to you why that happens. I can explain to you why that happens.
Well, if I just finish this point, then they say, when I started incorporating back animal products, they say they feel much better.
That happens. Yes, I can explain to you why that happens. And a lot of the times, by the way, you should not trust somebody who said, I ate meat and there I started feeling better that day, because that's definitely not how your body works. If you have a deficiency, it will take at least a month coming from food. And a lot of people in my chat are asking who's they. I'm curious about that also. But let's go. Do you know that the main issue why people have trouble with a vegan diet or plant-based diet, do you know what that is?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, so most people,
I'm not sure why.
So this is, maybe you know of this, most people today actually do not eat enough vegetables and fruit. They do not get enough fiber in their diet. Therefore, if they start consuming a plant-based diet, all of a sudden they would start getting a lot of fiber. What fiber does is it makes you feel full faster. So what these people will do is they will eat a meal, feel full, and then finish, while they will probably not even consume enough calories in the process. Plant-based food occupies more space. It has fiber, so therefore you feel full faster. You will feel full fast. Essentially, the most of the times, the problems that most people have is that they don't eat enough calories. That's it. There's no other issue.
So what you're saying is they're starving themselves, or it's like a starvation diet?
Yeah. Most people who consume a plant-based diet are actually starving themselves. I don't know if you saw the latest video from Magnus. He's this climber. He said that he tried the vegan diet for 30 days. All he did was undereat. All he did. Like he said, he lost several kilograms, and all of these people who get off the plant-based diet, they say the same thing. But I lost so much muscle, I lost so much weight. The only reason why you lost that is because you underate.
And you know what? I think there's some truth to that. But I do think it's also a valid issue. Like, for instance, I think we can all agree people have different appetites, right? Different appetite levels. I probably could go plant-based and I wouldn't starve to death, right? But there are going to be people who simply don't have the appetite to eat that bulk of food. So I mean, what about them? So I mean, it's not about what's theoretically possible, it's about like what people can actually do. I mean, even the idea of a vegan diet on its face, the issue with it is most people don't have control over what they eat. If that's true, everyone would have the body they wanted. Everyone would be at the weight level they wanted. So I mean, we're talking about something that most people can't do. Most people can't just stop eating animal products because they're addicted to the foods they eat.
So wait a minute, but before we talk, I don't want to talk about most people because you know, I think everybody's motivation is different, and for us to take assumptions and to make generalizations would not be a good enough. Because I could argue that that's not the reason, but you know, then we would just be arguing about something both of us have no data on. So I'm curious about your reason. Is that the reason why you're not vegan? Because you think you cannot adopt a healthy plant-based diet?
Well, I just don't see a moral reason why. I mean, from the research I've done, I think most people, and myself included, would probably benefit from eating less animal products. Probably.
Okay,
but,
so then, but before you think, okay, so you don't see the moral issue. So then let's go to the morality of it. Do you think it's okay to oppress humans?
What do you mean by okay? It depends on the circumstances.
Do you think it's moral to oppress a human being?
Well, I think if someone is a threat to you, you may need to quote unquote oppress them, right? Like
No.
Jails,
Oppression means cruel and unjust. If this person is being aggressive towards you or something, then it would be just for you to take action. Oppression means that it has to be unjust. So do you think it's okay to be oppressive towards a human being?
Unjust. No, I don't think it's okay.
Okay, so then why would that be okay for an animal?
Well, I don't see how it's unjust. Why is it unjust to
okay, we can go down that
animals?
right. We can go down that right, but do you think it's okay to be unjust towards an animal?
I mean, no, I don't think that's a good thing. Of course not.
Okay, so now let's go down why is farming an animal unjust? Is farming a human just?
No.
So then, for the same reason why farming a human being is unjust, it should be unjust to farm an animal also.
But humans and wildlife or animals are not the same, though.
Humans and animals are not the same, just like you and I are not the same. But the differences between humans and animals, just like the differences between you and I, they are not morally relevant enough to justify oppression.
Is that a fact or is that your opinion?
Well, if you can tell me what is a morally significant difference between human beings and animals that would justify farming one but not the other for optional products, then you know, I would maybe change my mind. But I don't think you can come up with a morally relevant trait.
So I mean, I that's a question I definitely want to answer. But my issue is well, what sort of answer could actually satisfy you, right? Because right now we're getting into the realm of opinion, right?
A phenotype.
So what in terms of how the look? That's what a phenotype is.
Yeah, so a phenotype is a genetic, environmental. It doesn't just define look; it also defines features like intelligence is a phenotype, sentience is a phenotype. So phenotypes don't just describe looks; they also describe behavior. They describe other things too. But I'm looking for the reason why I'm looking for a phenotype is because you know, a human being doesn't choose to be born a human. An animal doesn't choose to be born an animal, and yet you seem to think that in a situation where you can choose to oppress them, where you can choose to farm them, one should not be done and the other should. So then they were strictly because they were born differently. So I'm trying to understand what is the morally significant different phenotypes between them that justifies the difference in treatment.
Well, why don't I answer it this way? Because I mean, I feel like that's a dead end. They're really, I mean, we're getting into the realm of opinion, but I'm a big person on like compared to what. right? So when you say animal farming is wrong, well, I say, well, compared to what? So like, let's
No.
say
I said I was pretty clear. You said farming a
Right.
human being is wrong, and I said for the same reasons farming a human being is wrong, for the same reasons farming an animal is wrong.
Right, which is an opinion.
Well, why is farming a human being wrong? And no, not because they're human. That would be a recursive answer, right? Because they're human. That it doesn't really answer my question. Why is farming a human being wrong?
Well, now we're getting into now we're getting into ultimately, like, where are we getting our morals from, right? Because
No,
why
I'm
is
trying
anything
to understand why is farming a human being to you wrong?
Well,
is it because somebody told you that it's wrong?
Well, sure, you could say, well, these are, I mean, I don't know where you grew up, but generally most people have grown up under a Christian moral framework, and that's the framework that would say that that is wrong.
So you think farming humans is wrong because somebody told you that it's wrong, but you don't actually know why it's wrong.
Well,
you just know that it's wrong because somebody told you that.
The answer would be that God said it's wrong. That would be the answer.
Yeah, but somebody told you that God said it's wrong. You don't know why it's wrong.
Well, the Bible says that. It's not that someone told you.
Sure, and somebody told you that the Bible is the word of God. So yet again, we come back to the same thing. Somebody told you that all of this is happening and that it is wrong to farm humans. And although, by the way, the Bible does say that you can take slaves from other lands. Let's be clear. But okay. Tell me why farming humans is wrong other than the Bible. Let's imagine that my religion says that farming humans is okay. Does that mean I should be allowed to farm you?
Well, I mean, what you're insinuating is that I have a moral authority over the moral opinions of others, right?
No, I'm trying to understand how because you see, your morality, based on your morality, you say farming humans is wrong because my God says so, correct?
Correct.
So therefore, if I apply the same logic and I say farming humans is right because my God said so, then you should be okay with my logical morality, and then you should therefore find it moral if I choose to farm you.
Well, I don't have to be okay with it, but especially if you were off somewhere else, that becomes a trickier question. Should I go over to where you are and impose that on you, right? And I guess this is where you get into things like nation building and stuff like that. And I don't know, that's a very difficult question to answer, right? But I mean, in terms of where I am and where we are, the society that I'm in, well, no, that's not going to work here, right? So I mean, obviously, if someone was from a place where that's okay, we would be better off not allowing that person in, right?
So Bob, but listen, Bob, this isn't the reason why I have these conversations is because I know how society is. I understand what you were taught. I was taught the same thing, believe it or not. I understand how society is. I'm just trying to challenge this because you know what? 200 years ago, society was saying, let's enslave certain races. 100 years ago, women didn't have rights and society was okay with it. Just because society says one thing does not mean it is right, okay? I'm just trying to challenge this. So if we were to ask 200 years ago, well, why is it okay to enslave these people but not these people? Somebody would have come up with same things because my book says so, because this says so. They always have these arguments. But this isn't a good argument because they said so, But you need to have a logical foundation for this, because this isn't just, why should I give this bracelet to this person or this other person? For that reason, you can definitely say because this person said so. This is, why should I enslave this person and not this person? For this, you need a good reason. You don't just need somebody said so, or I grew up that way, or we've been doing it for a long time. These are not good reasons. It's the same thing for animals. We literally enslave and kill them. So we need good reasons for this. Do you have a good reason for enslaving and killing an innocent animal?
So, okay, so to your point directly, the issue I see is that any sort of truth has to be founded on an axiom, right? Which is basically a law that you assume to be true. So there is no truth without that fundamental assumption to begin with. So I think that's where you're getting at. And I'm telling you that, well, my axiom would be Christianity, the Bible. So my question is for you is, well, what is your axiom? Like you're saying, well, because it's wrong to enslave humans. First of all, I don't even know why you think it's wrong to enslave humans if you're not a Christian. I don't know where that's...
Because sentient beings deserve moral consideration. That's why it's wrong to enslave them. Why is it why?
Right, but
because
that's an assumption, though.
No, it's not.
That's an assumption. Why?
It's not. It's
of course it is.
It's pretty. I mean, it is essentially an assumption, but it is an axiom. Yeah. It is an axiomatic assumption. It is wrong to enslave sentient beings. Do you want me to explain why I believe it is wrong to enslave sentient human beings, sentient beings?
Well, I mean, it seems like you said for you it's axiomatic. So you just...
It's axiomatic, but I can explain to you where my logic comes from, this axiom. I know it is axiomatic, and of course, when I try to explain, it will become recursive, but I think you can try to understand the principle of it. So the reason why it is wrong to enslave a sentient being is because this sentient being has desires, has a will to be free, does not want to be enslaved, and me enslaving them is going against their own interest. Whether they suffer in the process or not doesn't really matter. But the fact that they have an interest, a different interest, and I choose to inflict on their interest is something bad. It is axiomatic. Why is it bad? Because I wouldn't want that to happen to me. It all boils down to the golden rule for me, right? I wouldn't do to somebody else what I wouldn't want done to me. And I just extend it to all sentient beings because all of them can feel just like we do. They're all essentially the same as humans in all the ways that matter. They're not that different to us. And I would assume that you wouldn't enslave a dog also. You wouldn't enslave a cat also. Yet all these other animals... I do. You mean you have a pet?
But I do. Yeah.
Yeah, but you don't treat them like a slave.
Slavery.
You don't treat them like a slave, do you?
No, but that's not what makes a slave. What makes a slave is that they're under your control. You can treat your slaves well, you can treat your slaves poorly, right?
And you're completely right. I can explain to you what the problem is with pets also, since we have to go into that. The problem with, if you want to make this comparison with pets, the thing is we live in a society where if we want to have an animal companion, the way I see it, I had animal companions. I didn't have slaves in my house. So if you want to have an animal companion, you will need to follow the rules of animal companions in our society. And that means when you go out, you might need to keep them on a leash. Sadly, even if you don't want to do that, you might need to do that because of the rules of the society you live in. So it's exactly the same thing. But me personally, I never treated them like property. I never said, get out because I want you to get out. I only said, do you want to go out? Do you want to go for a walk? Do you want me to feed you? And I looked always what I did with them. I looked at their interest, not my interest in the process. So that to me is companionship one-on-one. The sad fact is that they are under this framework where they don't have complete freedom. But yeah.
So what you're arguing is that there's possible that there were slave owners of like actual humans who are actually had like companion humans, right? Because they treated them well.
They actually were. They were
mindful of their desire. Okay.
There were people, and you're right. During slavery times.
So there is good slavery.
No, it's still not good. So let me put it this way. During slavery times, there were indeed people who had slaves at their house, but they were not treating them like slaves. Unfortunately, those people still did not have the freedom to leave, as you said, because of the times that we lived in, that society, right? And it's wrong.
No.
But those people that were taking care, that were allowing those people to be as free as they could be in those houses, on those properties, those people were not doing immoral, were not acting immorally. They were not treating them like property. although legally they were. Do you understand the difference?
No, because there's no such thing as treating someone like a slave. It's like either you're a slave owner or you're not, right? And then the
Well, there
treatment
is.
follows. You're already starting as a slave owner,
No,
right?
the difference is the legal part of it, okay? Because this is where the inconsistency comes, okay? So the legality of it says they are slaves, but morally, I'm not treating them like slaves. Legally, they are, sadly. Just like pets. Pets are indeed legally slaves. Morally,
Yeah, so
you
then
can
why?
choose to not treat them like slaves.
No, they're not legally slaves.
They are.
They're not legally slaves. They're not classified as slaves. They're not classified as slaves.
But they're under whatever definition, they are your property, so they are slaves if they are your property.
Okay. Well, sure. I mean, I don't know.
But if we come back to how does any of this morally justify cutting the throat of a cow for something that you do not need, for something that you just want because you get some form of pleasure from it? How is any of it justified?
Well, okay, so here's my thing, and you know what? I'll ask you something and then I'll explain. So, is something immoral because it's unpleasant? Do you believe that?
Unpleasant to whom?
Unpleasant to you, unpleasant to even them. It's unpleasant.
So if it's unpleasant to the victim, if the victim cannot consent and it is unpleasant for them, then yes, it is immoral, because if we're dealing with people who cannot consent, then doing something in your own interest that is also unpleasant for them, it is immoral, yes. Even if it would be pleasant for them, if you're acting in your own interest and not in their interest, it's still immoral, right? It's about the interest. When it comes to individuals who cannot consent, it's about looking after their interests. Like, think about a child. A child cannot consent properly. So if you are forcing a child to be a doctor because you have this seeded wish that you had been a doctor and you never succeeded, that is immoral.
Yeah.
If, however, you are pushing the child to be a doctor because you know that they would enjoy that a lot and you know that that is their best, then that is moral because you are looking after their interests, not your own.
But isn't that an opinion? Because I could easily make the argument that if you have a child and maybe you see they're bright, they're gifted, you're like, well, they're a kid. Maybe they're not interested in studying hard and learning about anatomy, whatever. You can make the argument that it would be moral to push them, even if they ultimately didn't like the job. Why?
But that's what I said.
Well, being a doctor serves humanity.
Yeah,
So,
well, no.
But you said it's in their
that's
best
not what I
interest,
said.
But they still hate being a doctor.
But doesn't matter. So listen, I'll repeat it yet again. First of all, a person becomes a doctor after they become an adult. When they're an adult, they can already express consent and do whatever it is they want to do. Hell, I would argue that a teenager usually has consent, and most of the times you should probably, like a 16-year-old, let's say, unless there's some absurd thing that they completely don't understand, you should probably allow them to consent to everything. But if they're in a position where they cannot consent, like it would be with a child, you do your best for their interest. You don't do your best for your interest. Like, if I wouldn't force a child clean the house because it's best for me, don't go to school, clean the house because it's best for me. No, I would tell the child, go to school, and not because it's best for me, but because it is in your interest to go to school. And once you can consent, you can make decisions for yourself. But while you are here, while you are my child, I will make the decisions for you in your interest, not in my interest, in your interest. Of course, there is some opinion involved in that, right? Because as you pointed out, me thinking that this child should be a doctor is some form of an opinion of mine, right? It's very specific, but you know what I mean, right? Like, if I'm looking for their interest, and of course, at some point they can say whether they want to be a doctor or not, right? Like, it's kind of ridiculous argument, but you understand the position. If you're looking for if you're looking after their interest, even if it is a little bit opinionated from you, you are still acting morally.
Well, what I'm trying to get at is that there is a lot of nuance here, and I think sometimes vegans say, well, it's right or wrong. Because if we go back to animals, for instance, you say, well, it's clear, we need to end animal agriculture.
Yeah.
Well, the
It's clear.
consequences, so that the consequences of that would be these animals would disappear. Now, obviously, no one can
No.
know what.
These
Hold
animals
on.
would not
No one can.
disappear, but that's not true. These animals would not be brought into an existence of enslavement, exploitation, and slaughter. It's not that they disappear, they just wouldn't be brought into existence of enslavement, exploitation, and slaughter.
And then they would stop being bred, and then they would almost certainly cease to exist, right?
No, not they would cease to exist. It's a species. A species is just a category. It's a concept. There's nothing wrong with a certain category disappearing. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing inherently bad. The reason why it's bad for species to disappear is because a lot of the times they're part of ecosystems. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with the species disappearing.
We're talking about what we think they would want, and I have a hard time believing that they would want to cease to exist.
Okay,
right?
Do you think an animal would want to be brought into existence to be exploited and slaughtered? They wouldn't cease to exist. Again, we're talking about individuals here. We're not talking about groups. We're talking about individuals. So do you think an animal wants to be brought into existence only to be exploited and slaughtered?
So we have to ask ourselves, well, compared to what? So, I mean, if you look at the lives of these farm animals, they get free shelter, free healthcare, free food.
The same as any other slave, yeah. Any slave got free shelter, free food. All this is exactly. Does that mean that slavery is okay?
No, but see, this is exactly why we can go back into the Bible. But I don't want to do that because obviously the Bible includes as slavery people who couldn't take care of themselves and sold themselves into slavery. So again, back to that, compared to what? Compared to what? Well, the compared to is, well, maybe they starve to death. They're like, hey, I can't take care of myself.
No, that's not the comparison.
Can I sell myself to you? And you're saying that's immoral. I don't think that's immoral.
No, but you see what you're doing. You're giving consent, but you're already inserting consent when you, yet again, I'm telling you, this isn't consensual. This animal was brought into an existence of exploitation and slaughter. These animals do not consent to any of it. They are brought into existence, taken from their parents. Well, parents, mother, because father never really exists. The fathers are usually either slaughtered or kept away from them. Okay, they are brought into existence. If they're born male, most of the times they're killed because males are not that useful in animal agriculture. They're just useful as the body that they have. None of these animals, none of them are respected for the individuals that they are, but only for the bodies that they carry. Is that really the moral position you want to say? That it's okay to bring individuals to life and use their body for whatever you want and then kill them because you gave them existence?
I'm saying genocide is far worse. That's what I'm saying. And
this isn't genocide. No, wait a minute. How would it be genocide to not bring them into existence?
Well, you'd be preventing their reproduction.
No, you're not preventing their reproduction. You're preventing from putting your ass out in a cow's ass. You're from putting your hand in a cow's ass to hold their cervix and inject bull semen in their vagina. You're preventing you jerking off a bull to get that semen. You're preventing these acts. You're preventing we bring them to life. Again, they aren't brought to life by themselves. They don't have a family where they have a child and then we take them away. No, we bring them to life. We take away their children. If their children are born male, we kill them. If they're female, we do everything we did to their mothers. And we repeat this over and over again. All animals suffer the same thing.
So you don't think we have an obligation to ensure that these sentient beings survive, given that we've essentially domesticated them and made it pretty well impossible for them to survive in the wild? You don't think we're morally obligated to see to it that they don't all end up exterminated,
we don't have a moral obligation towards a category. No, a category is just a category. A species is a category. The reason why it is wrong for a species to disappear is because it would in fact impact an ecosystem. These animals are not part of any ecosystems, and If they disappear, nothing would be wrong. And again, they wouldn't. We're not advocating here for killing them, for doing anything bad to them. In fact, we're advocating for the opposite. We're advocating for us to stop bringing them to life. This is a species we created. This is a species that doesn't exist normally. Imagine us creating a species of humans that are stupid enough that they can be slaves. Would that be moral to do that, to do this to them? We just selectively breed the stupidest people on Earth. We continuously selectively breed them, and we do exactly the same thing we do to animals until they are stupid enough genetically, and then we can enslave them. They wouldn't know that they're enslaved. We give them shelter. We give them food, as you say. Would that be okay?
Well, I have no problem with people of lesser intelligence. So, I mean, I completely disagree with you.
So it would be wrong?
I think if we have the means to help them and to keep them alive and thriving, that we should, instead of, saying, well, these are people we don't really want around, so we'll just let them die off.
Why would
seem
we,
right to me.
So why would we ever then do the same thing to animals? If you think what I just said is wrong, this is what we do to animals.
No, but that's what I'm saying. We should keep taking care of them.
Okay, so let's take care of animals. I agree with you. Let's keep taking care of animals. But that does not mean we need to breed them into existence. That means that if they breed, that's okay. We can take care of them. That does not mean us using them for whatever we want, but rather us looking after their interests. As we said, that's what taking care means. Okay, so I agree with you this one. But that would inherently mean no farming, because farming means our interest, not their interest.
Well, I mean, we're back to the whole, are humans, or animals humans, are they fundamentally the same? I disagree with that.
What is the difference?
We are getting closer. I do feel like we're getting
what is the
closer on an agreement here. Well, so sometimes I hear vegans, they talk about animal rights, and I'm like, well, there's no such thing as animal rights. Like, it's an absurd.
There's no such thing as human rights.
Concept,
we all
right?
created them. Yeah, there's no such thing as human rights also. They're all coming from morality, which is eventually extended to legality. They're all the same thing. They're concepts we created. They're concepts that describe a certain thing. The fact that these are individuals who feel, who emote, and we shouldn't do this to them because we wouldn't want that done to us. It's the same to animals. Same thing.
Well, but the thing is, we have a coherent system when it comes with these rights. So, that basically would not include animals, because rights are based on your ability to respect the rights of others. Correct? You agree with that?
Rights are based on your ability to respect the rights of others.
Right.
No, rights. Are we talking about legal rights or moral rights right now?
Legal rights.
Okay, so legal rights are strictly these are based on laws. And they're enforced, not always, right? They're not always enforced, but right. Why does legality even matter in this whole conversation? We know what legality is, and as we've established, it was legal to have slaves 200 years ago. Legality does not dictate morality. It doesn't matter. I'm talking about morality here. So moral rights, humans have moral rights, animals also have moral rights, because it's exactly the same thing.
Well, humans, you just said that rights are things that basically the state offers and that they can be taken away. So then, legally. To argue about moral rights, I mean, to me is pointless, because to me you've already conceded that rights are a man-made legal construct.
Do you understand the distinction between legal rights and moral rights?
Well, I'm saying in your worldview, I don't see, actually, even in my worldview, I don't think moral rights exist.
Okay, moral rights do exist, right? Moral rights describe essentially what you should be, what you deserve as an individual. It doesn't have to mean that there has to be a law behind it protecting what you deserve, but it does mean what you deserve as an individual. Because you were born as an individual who can feel, who can emote, who can feel. You therefore deserve to not be used by others, to not be exploited by others, to not be enslaved by others. Strictly because you were born with these qualities. Not because you were born human. I understand that that's what we thought for hundreds or for thousands of years.
Millions of years, actually. If you're,
doesn't even matter. The duration
right?
doesn't even matter, because, again, we've been enslaving people for millions of years also. As long as there is humanity, that's for as long as there is enslavement. But the reason why we deserve rights, is the same reason why animals deserve rights. It's the same reason. Because if I ask you, what do you value from your life? What is it that you value from your life? I am curious. Do you value the experiences, the emotions, the people that are part of your life? Or do you value the intellectual knowledge that you gathered from it?
Oh, you're asking me?
Yeah.
You're asking? No, I actually enjoy the intellectual knowledge probably
We all do. But which one do you value?
Right.
Which one do you value the most?
The intellectual knowledge most. The intellectual knowledge.
Okay, so if somebody were to tell you, would you rather be stupid or I take away all your good memories, all your people and everything, you would say you would rather take away all those people, right?
Well, as long as I can still have understanding, I would probably value that above
Interesting.
all else.
I'm actually the same. Yeah. You'd be surprised to find out that I'm actually the same. But if you then think about a normal person, a normal individual, you would know that a normal individual does value the experiences that they had throughout their life. They think fondly about their life. They think fondly about the memories that they have, about the experiences with their family, with everything. That's their whole life. That's the beauty of their life. The happiness that they felt at one time, the love that they felt during their marriage or everything else. And the fact that they value that much at least tells me that almost everybody values the same. And the reality is animals value exactly the same shit. If you've ever had a pet, and as you say you do, you've seen that they value exactly the same stuff.
I mean, that seems like anecdotal. I mean, we don't really.
I thought we should be using anecdotal evidence at the beginning of this conversation. You said we should be trusting anecdotal evidence.
No, that's not what I said. But well, first of all, not everything can be proven with science. So sometimes you do have to rely on anecdotal evidence. And I mean, at this point, you can find studies that prove or show anything. So, I think whatever it is, you have to have your own filter for things, even if it's broken. Yeah, you have to use your own filter. I'm a big proponent of that. But no, where was I going to go with this?
I just don't seem to understand why don't you value animals at all? Like, why do you hate animals? And I know you say, I don't hate animals. But come on, man. Do you really think that if I chose to tell you that you're black, right?
Right, 100%.
Okay, so if I chose to say that, you know what? I'm gonna be killing and eating black people from now on. And you're gonna ask me, wait, why? That's insane. And I'll say, well, they're not white people. What do you mean? White people have created, look at the Netherlands. It's all created by white people. Look at the impressiveness that they've done. They've done all these things around the world. Look at how impressive they are. None of it matters. None of it. That would be a ridiculous thing for me to say, right? It would
but that's not a ridiculous thing to say.
And would you feel like I hate black people if I said that?
Absolutely not. You're just acknowledging what is. You're just telling the truth.
No,
that hey,
there's
certain societies that people would rather live in. They appear to be nicer.
There should be no societies on this planet that enslave by race or exploit by race or enslave or exploit by species. Arbitrary categories do not make for moral ground. They don't have any significant moral difference. Just because biologically we're different does not mean that there is enough moral significant. There's no morally significant difference between us, between you and me, between me and an animal, and between you and an animal. There's no morally significant difference to justify oppressing one but not the other.
Well, would you argue that if someone so in your mind there's no moral difference between how you treat like a black person and like an animal, like a pig or a cow?
No. What I said, there is no morally significant difference that justifies. Well, of course there is a difference. Of course, I would not treat an animal the way I would treat a human being. The difference is because I can communicate with a human being to begin with, but there is no morally significant difference that would justify oppressing either. Yes, Either a human being or an animal, there's no morally significant difference that would justify oppressing either. That's what I'm saying.
Well, I'm going to go back to anecdotes for a sec. What I observe is that people generally do have more consideration for humans, and it's an entire magnitude of difference, right? We're not talking about a slight preference here, right? So that if there was say a burning building and there was one child in like a cage with like or a container with like 1 million cockroaches in it, I don't think anyone's going to save the 1 million cockroaches, right?
No, I mean, I would probably save the human being over a dog also, or something. It depends on the human being, depends on the dog. But
right.
But that's not the point, right? Because this isn't about saving. Like and this isn't about it. The choice is this: you have two choices: oppressing an animal or not oppressing an animal. That's your choice. So you're saying oppressing an animal should be a choice. It should be an easy choice. You should be allowed to make a choice between oppressing an animal and not oppressing an animal. But then when it comes to human being, you're saying this choice should not be possible. You should not be allowed to choose between oppressing a human or not oppressing a human. That's the difference. That's the difference that I'm interested in. Not because it never comes down between an animal and a human. It always comes down between an animal and the plant, a plant, because that's what it is. It's between an animal and a plant.
Well, that's the superficial argument, but there's a deeper underlying principle that I actually have an issue with, and it's the idea that you can put the wants and needs of animals above humans. I think that's a very dangerous thing, right? I think that's a very dangerous, because like even when we started this conversation, when I said, look, there's an endless number of vegan activists and influencers who have said that, hey, look, I just haven't been able to maintain
I haven't seen any
diet,
activists who did that. I'm sorry. I haven't seen any activists who did that.
Well, whatever they categorize themselves, I'm sure there's probably like hundreds, and these are just people who are actually
out of millions of
promoting
people.
the diet in some way.
Out of millions of people, sure. There will always be hundreds out of millions who will do that. Doesn't really matter.
No, we're talking about a subset of, a small subset of like influencers, right?
Yeah, sure.
We're not
and
talking
those are
about,
again
we're not
a
talking
small
about
subset.
the entire population.
And those are yet again a small subset.
And
it doesn't. Why does that matter? Like yet again. So wait. You're denying the science that we can thrive. You're denying the science that we can thrive on a plant-based diet, right? Because that's what it boils down to. And what you're saying is that if you cannot thrive on a plant-based diet, therefore what we do to animals is so you agree that it is optional what we do to animals.
I'm not denying any sort of science. I mean, what do you think science is?
Oh, let's not, please. I've been 3 hours and a half. I slept 5 hours per night for 3 days now. I'm not interested in what is science conversations. You understood the point. You understood the fact that we don't need to oppress animals. What morally justifies oppressing animals?
But my issue is that you're treating something as if it's infallible. I'm just saying you have, first of all, my understanding is that the science actually says that it's possible, not that everyone could or even
doesn't matter. You can. How do you morally justify it? How do you morally justify it? How do you do it? You can. Doesn't matter what others can. As I said, let's not speak about what others can. You can. So you can thrive on a plant-based diet. So how do you morally justify oppressing animals?
Well, I disagree that it's oppressing animals. And
so you disagree that it is cruel and unjust to bring to life an animal, you treat them like an object and to kill them?
I think it's we always have to look at, well, what would the alternative be? And I think the alternative is far worse.
The alternative of planting of farming plants is far worse than bringing to life sentient beings so that you can cut their throat and eat their flesh and wear their skin? Really?
So, yeah. I think most people, regardless, even if they've had a difficult life, would still generally choose life. That it's better to have lived and died, even if it's prematurely. And and that in the
No,
environment
no, brother, no, you gotta stop there. You gotta stop with this. Do you think it's moral for me to bring into existence somebody, use their body for whatever I want, and then kill them, and then justify it? Would it be moral by me saying, hey, if I didn't bring them into existence, they didn't have existence, so I am justified to do whatever I want to their body and then kill them? Is it moral for me to do that?
Well, but you're mischaracterizing what actually happened, right?
No, this is exactly what we do to animals. We bring them to life, we use their bodies, and then we discard them. We kill them, and then we use their bodies even more. If I do that to a human being, if I bring to life a human being to to use them, to use their body, not them, to use their body, and then I discard them, would it be moral based on the same justifications you just said? Because I would be giving them existence.
But of course it is, because it depends on what you're using it for. For instance,
it's moral, really?
Cures. Okay, we've had so many treatments and cures from medical research that was done by breeding, mice and whatever else they'll experiment on, and I think that trade-off is worth it. I think, and that's why I said.
Look at this. Look at you. This is called a straw man, because we were talking about something else, and what you're doing right now is all of a sudden you're bringing something else in the discussion. I discussed strictly bringing to life a sentient being, using their bodies for whatever you want, for something that you do not need. I said several times, you do not need it. If you don't need it, even science, if you do on them, if you don't need to do it on them, it's still wrong. It's yet again, in the absence of need, treating an innocent sentient being as an object is wrong. There's no denial there.
Is a cure for cancer needed? Is a cure for cancer needed? You can argue that's not needed. But I would say it's a very important want.
Excuse me, a cure for cancer is needed, and there is no one cure for cancer if you're talking that way. There are several types of cancers. There's not one.
Sure. Well, I'm speaking generally. I'm not speaking as a scientist. I'm saying
so
that,
you could argue that a cure for cancer would be needed. Even I would argue that a cure for cancer might be needed. But we're not talking all that food that you put in your mouth is not needed.
Right.
You don't need to put that food in your mouth. You don't need to wear leather. You don't need to go to a zoo to entertain yourself. None of that is needed. All of that is optional to you. So yet again, in the situation that I described, where it is just as optional to you as that optional food is to you, how is it morally justified to bring into existence a sentient being, use their body for whatever you want, kill them, and then continue using their body so that you can eat their flesh?
I just don't see it needing to be morally justified.
You don't think it needs to be morally justified? Violence shouldn't be morally justified? Sexual exploitation does not require moral justification, really?
Well, actually, sorry, let me correct that. It is justified. Well, the justification is that these are important wants, and arguably they're needs.
They're important an important one because you really want it. Is that an important one?
Sorry, you broke up a bit there. Sorry, if you could repeat that. You did break up a bit there.
Sure. So what makes something an important want? Is it because you really want it?
So, and I know you're dismissing this out of hand, but we have many people who, again, and well,
okay,
actually,
so we come back to the same thing. You deny the science behind it. Okay, let me ask you this. Okay, let me ask you this. Okay, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. If I provide you with the resources that will help you adopt a plant-based diet, and it would be within your budget and you would be healthy, would you then consider going vegan?
Well, I never said I was opposed to being plant-based. I've gone plant-based for a little bit.
So I ask you the question again. If I were to provide you with resources, if I were to provide you with the resources that would help you adopt a plant-based diet, and you would be healthy and thriving as you would be on an animal-based diet, would you then think it's important to go vegan?
I don't agree with because you said it's a moral stance. So I'm open to eating a diet, but I'll never agree that it's immoral.
So let me ask you this then.
For someone else to eat meat if they choose so.
So in the situation where somebody has the option to get the nutrition that they needs and food enjoyment from a plant-based dish, do you think it is moral for them to choose an animal-based dish, knowing that behind it an innocent animal was exploited, oppressed, and slaughtered?
It's an amoral decision.
It's a amoral decision, but if we replace that, if that animal, we pick a specific species of that animal, and that animal is a dog, is it still amoral?
Sure, of course.
Okay, and now if you pick a different species of animals and call it a human, is it still amoral?
Again,
is it amoral?
Again,
it's the same species. It's a different species now.
Moral.
So it's still amoral.
No, it's immoral.
So it's immoral all of a sudden. So the minute we switch, the minute we treat it, we ended up at the species called humans, it becomes immoral.
Right.
So please explain to me why that is.
Well, you know what? I don't need to explain it. All I need to do is demonstrate it. That's the way you and every single person on this earth lives their life.
So you cannot explain it.
Well, I don't need to explain it because that's what it is.
But you just acknowledge that you cannot explain it. You just acknowledge that you cannot explain it.
There's only one way to explain it, but you're an atheist, and for you this is irrelevant. So there's no point in me going down that way.
Even if I believed in a God, I don't believe in your God, and my God says it's wrong.
Exactly.
Yeah. So it doesn't really matter, does it? You have no proof of existence of your God. I have no proof of existence of my God. Therefore, let's not use imaginary people. Or individuals, because God is not a person, right? So let's not use imaginary individuals, and let's use reality. So based on the reality, please justify how it is immoral to do everything to a human, but it is amoral the minute that the human being has a different genome, that the genome is different enough that they're no longer part of the same species, then it becomes amoral, which means it's kind of okay.
Well, if you want to get into reality, right? Physical reality, well, then you would need to look at the physical world. And in the physical world, it's very abnormal. It does happen. Humans have even done it, but it's very abnormal to eat your own species, right? Because that would be self-destructive.
Nope.
So it's, again, it happens. It absolutely happens within species, maybe even most species. But it's not a common major food source.
So who cares? And by the way, who cares if it's moral or not? Do you think something is moral because it happens in nature? Do you think that nature dictates morality? Do you think the fact that an action happens or not is done by other species or not, all of a sudden makes it moral or immoral?
No. You shifted away from morality and you went to reality. What's reality? Nature is reality. Our physical
I shifted away from morality. Morality, by the way, yes, morality is an indication.
Morality, God because he's imaginary.
Morality, yes, morality is an indication for reality. It's a guidebook for reality. Morality is a guidebook for how you should act. Morality is you judging an action, distinguishing whether that action is right or wrong. And the purpose of this is so that you going forward know to only do the right things and not the wrong things. That's what it is.
But where are you getting your morality other than your imagination?
Well, the same place you are. Yes, your imagination.
No, we're not getting our morality from the same place.
You are getting it from a magic book. I'm getting it from a science book, from a philosophy book.
Science. So someone else's imagination. If you're referring to philosophy,
yeah.
And science doesn't inform morality.
Yeah, sure. But the only thing is that my morality is logically consistent. That's the difference. I'm strictly asking you, what is the logical consistency that you say it is amoral? It is amoral. You just said that to exploit and slaughter a dog when you don't need to. But if that dog is human, then it becomes immoral. So I yet again need to understand what is the logic behind that. I have logic behind my whole arguments. I've even explained the logic behind my axiom. So now please explain to me the logic behind this one.
The issue, and you're not seeing this is that
You don't want
you're
to
not
answer my
viewing the
question?
No, I will. And I'll tell you why we're having this difference of opinion is that you're not seeing the world in terms of trade-offs, right? So in you, like for instance, maybe you say, well, I just want people to be convinced of this and that. Well,
No, I
everyone
just
knows what
want animals
veganism
to
is.
not be oppressed. I couldn't give two shits about what people think. I just don't want animals to be oppressed. That's it.
Okay, so would you
I fight for the rights of animals.
So would you be willing to adopt laws preventing people from so-called exploiting and torturing and murdering animals?
100%.
There is no difference. Okay. So then you would impose your will, take away the wants and desires of people because you feel that your way is correct. So now maybe you feel, listen.
That's
maybe,
not it.
Maybe you
it's
think
not my way. By the
you
way,
think-
it's not my way. It's the fact that
It's
these are
the way.
sentient beings. No, it's the fact that they are exactly like us in all the ways that matter. If you can
They're
prove
not
to me,
exactly like
tell,
us. What are you talking
listen,
about?
we come back to the same thing, and I will ask you yet again this question because we come back and time again, and this is the last time I ask you, and then we're done. If you don't answer this question, we are done because I'm done with this conversation. What is the morally significant difference between a human being and an animal that justifies the difference in treatment? I am looking for a phenotype or a trait, please.
So, well, the phenotype is being human, and
no, that's not a phenotype. That's a category.
Having having moral consideration to begin with. How is that?
Having moral consideration to begin with. So having moral consideration is a phenotype in your view.
Well, I don't know why if having a different phenotype morally, like what is that? Like what's an example?
I can explain to you. I can explain to you. I can explain to you very simple. I can explain to you very simple.
No, I want an example.
Sure. Right. As I said, an example. Most people say intelligence. That's a phenotype, for example, right? Human beings are more intelligent than animals. Therefore, it's okay to oppress them. Is that a good enough reason? What do you think?
Well, I mean, based on what you're looking for, it absolutely would be.
No, it would not be, because you know what? If we then equalize that and say, well, if we find a human being with the cognitive abilities, hence the intelligence of an animal, would it be okay to oppress them? And everybody would be what? No. Because why? They're human. The same reason. Yeah. Because they're part of the category that I was born into. They're the same category as me. Therefore, it's wrong to oppress them. Well, wouldn't you know that? That's exactly the same logic that racists apply. They're part of the same category that I am. They're the same race. It's wrong to oppress my race. It's okay to oppress other races. That's exactly the same category. There's no logic behind it. What is the logic? What is the logic? I have these two questions you can't seem to answer. The species difference, how does that make moral difference?
Well, the problem is you're using misleading language because you're calling it oppression. Humans
oppression.
Don't choose. Okay.
It is cruel and unjust. You just said if we did the same thing to a human being, it would be oppression. All of a sudden, if the species is different, it's no longer oppression. Oppression is a descriptive language. It's not oppression is descriptive. It doesn't mean it's an opinion. You don't consider something an oppression or not based on your opinion. It's not like slavery was not oppression because the slave owners did not consider it to be oppressive. No, oppression is descriptive.
You said it wasn't
oppressive.
You said there were good slave owners who weren't oppressing.
No, I said
I said
slave. No, I said, listen, brother, I think I have to explain to you the nuance yet again of legality and morality. And what I explained earlier was pretty clear. Those individuals were not enslaved morally, they were enslaved legally. Okay? That's the difference. Morally, those individuals were treated like human beings, not like property. But sadly, they were born in a society that deemed them not worthy of rights. Just like you do right now to animals. Just like you are right now justifying that they should not have rights because they were born in a way that you don't think they should be allowed to have rights. It's the same thing.
Well, I didn't say they shouldn't have rights. I said there's no such thing as animal rights.
Oh, all of a sudden you think they should have rights. Don't bullshit me.
No.
You can't say animals should have rights while consuming animal products.
No, you misheard me. I said there is no such thing as animal rights. That's what I said. I said it doesn't exist. That's imaginary nonsense. It doesn't exist. There's no such thing as animal rights.
Yeah, so I'll come back to the same question, which, as I said, you will have to answer, what is the morally significant difference between a human being and an animal that justifies the difference in treatment? And when I said I'm looking for a phenotype, is because a species is nothing more than a group of phenotypes. Okay, that's it. A species is nothing more than a group of phenotypes. So you seem to be thinking that it's okay to discriminate based on this group of phenotypes. So I want to understand which phenotype makes it okay to discriminate.
So, I mean, I'm going to entertain it. I mean, I reject the premise of the question, but I'll still entertain it just as like an intellectual exercise. But so first, I wanted like what, because when you say morally justified, you're saying morally justified to you, right?
No, morally significant.
To you.
To you also.
Because I mean, people all have different.
To you also. Not to me, to you. Don't judge me. I would say a lot of things. To you.
So,
what is the morally significant difference between a human being and an animal, according to you, that justifies the difference in treatment? And I'm looking for a phenotype, not a category.
Okay, so okay. Now let's drop the word phenotype. I'll give you a difference. I'll give you a significant difference, right? But I don't know why it needs to be a phenotype, but so it's so if we had a species, another species,
it needs to be a trait.
No,
it needs to be a trait.
Sure. So if we had another species that had the ability, say an alien race, and they had the ability to respect the rights of others, they understood rights, had the ability to respect the rights of others, then I would agree that species should have so-called rights. I agree with that.
So it's strictly about the difference that you're saying right now is the fact that they are moral agents. That's your distinction, right?
Correct. Yes, that's the term. Yeah.
Okay, so the human beings who cannot be moral agents, who are cognitively impaired enough that they don't understand morality, like individuals born, for example, with encephaly, who are missing parts of their brain. If they're missing the part of their brain that cannot understand morality and cannot actually be moral agents, then it's okay to oppress those human beings, correct?
Well, they have limited rights. Their rights, and to the point where if someone, like you said, was missing significant parts of the brain, they would essentially have no rights, right?
Yeah. So it's okay to oppress them.
Hold on. They would have a caretaker, and they would make every single decision, including what they ate, when they slept, what they wore, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I would say that's not oppression. Because you use that loaded term to make it seem. I'm saying that's actually a good thing.
It's not a loaded term. It's a descriptive term. It is cruel and unjust treatment. And I'm not saying to take care of them. I'm saying to do what you do to animals. To forcefully inseminate them, to take away their babies, to use them for their milk, to kill them if they're male, and to kill them when you can no longer use them. That's what we do to animals.
Can I ask you a question? Like, let's say someone was born with...
I want you to answer this.
No, I will, because we're getting to a very important point here. So if someone was born with encephalitis, and the parents said, or say knew in the womb that this child was going to have...
They're usually aborted, by the way. They're usually aborted when they find out that they have that. But let's imagine that they're born with that.
Would you support euthanasia for them? Would you support killing them?
Only if it's in their interest.
So it's a matter of opinion again.
No, it's a matter of their interest or my interest. Do you think we use animals? Do you think what we do to animals is in their interest?
So, how would you know that's in their interest?
There's no denial. Listen, you can argue. Listen. You can argue in that situation. You can have an opinion. Maybe it's not in their interest. Maybe it is in their interest. And you can say that maybe it is morally gray. If it's not in their interest, then no, I would not euthanasia. I would not do euthanasia on them. But the whole point about it is that you know for sure, you know for a fact, and it would be weird for you to say that what we do to animals is in the interest of animals. It is not. It is in our interest. What we do to animals is in our interest, and it is against their detriment. We don't give a shit about who they are, how they feel, what they think. Hence, we only care about their bodies, not the individuals that they are. So does that mean that them being moral agents is not a good enough distinction between human beings and animals?
Well, it is a good enough distinction because to receive
so then
rights,
it would be okay to treat So then it would be
No,
okay to
I-
treat
can
a
I-
human
can I-
being
can
who's
I-
not a moral agent, like I said to an animal. To bring them to
Well,
life, to exploit
do.
them and kill them.
We do. Well, we do.
We don't.
We treat. Sure, we do. We treat them as if they're pets, right?
Do you think we
may not
forcefully
eat
inseminate them?
We may not eat them, but we treat them as if we would do a pet.
I'm not talking about pets, man. Don't strawman it. I'm talking about,
I'm
yet
not-
again, and I repeat it, forcefully inseminate it, exploit, and slaughter. Seems like his connection is gone. Thank you so much, Sam Smith, by the way. Keep it up, Chip. He is tripping over himself. That's the problem, isn't it? That's the problem. Eventually, like, you just have to understand this whole idea. There's no difference between human beings and animals. If you can't understand that, then there's no point. If you just say there's a difference because I think there's a difference because I can judge morality, then okay, well, if I find an individual human being who cannot judge morality, is it okay? No, of course not. It's not okay to treat them like we do animals. I know he says we treat them like we do animals, but we don't. We don't forcefully inseminate them. We don't exploit them, and we don't slaughter them. Yeah, I think that's it, everybody. I think I'm getting tired anyway. It's been 4 hours. I don't even know how long we've been here. Wait. Maybe he's back. Oh, he's back. There you go. Can you hear me?
Oh, there you go. You know what? My phone didn't like all that great sun I'm getting right now, so I'm just gonna keep my phone in my pocket if that's all right.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay.
Can you hear me?
You. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, good.
So yeah. So you said that we are at the point where you said that the difference between human beings and animals is that they're moral agents, and well, you said that if we find a human being who's not a moral agent, that we do treat them like animals. Do you mean that we forcefully inseminate it? Do you mean that we farm human beings who are not moral agents? Do we farm human beings who are not moral agents?
No, I mean we treat them as we would say a pet, as a complete dependent.
Yeah, but we know
we dictate. Right.
But as I've explained from the beginning, I'm talking about the animals we farm right now, right? Because this has been the whole discussion, and you know it. Let's not talk about something else right now. So about the animals we farm, do you think we treat a human being like that? Would we farm them?
No, well, because we don't eat humans for the most part.
Why not? Why? Let's imagine that you can get even better nutrition from eating humans. So would it be then justified to farm these human beings because they're not moral agents?
Well, I'll use science. It certainly wouldn't. You wouldn't have a species around for that long if they made a habit out of eating themselves, right?
Oh, but
so it'd be odd to develop a taste for your own species, right?
But that's not the point.
That
because
would just be
this
science.
No,
That would
because
just be science.
this would be individuals. This would not would be individuals that yet again they're so different from us. We would create another category. They're not moral agents like us. They're not. Why would we care about them? They're not moral agents, as you say. Why would we care about them?
No.
We can easily exploit and slaughter them. We bring them to life. We bring them to life. We use them and to bring more of them to life, and then we kill them. It doesn't affect our species. In fact, we get a lot of nutrition from it.
How can developing a taste for other humans not impact other humans? I don't want people around me who like eating someone that looks like me, or someone who is me as a species.
Yeah, so
right?
it comes
I
back
mean,
to the
that
same thing because you don't like it, right?
no, that has nothing to do with like. That has
It
sorry.
seems
When
like
I
it
say like,
is.
I mean
That's
no,
why
no,
you
no.
said it's
That's
wrong. That's why it's
no,
wrong to farm this human being because you wouldn't want to
if
be around people who would consume their flesh. That's what you said. That's why you
right,
said it's wrong to farm this human being.
right, because they might be tempted to eat me, right?
So is
So
that why
that's
it's
not like, oh,
wrong?
I just
Is
like
that
that.
so? That's why it's wrong to farm intellectually challenged human beings because you might end up in their situation.
No, I'm saying that there's no way a species could possibly develop and be around and have it be normal or as a significant part. Only, and you know, you see these movies. Was it Avalanche? Where like it's got to be a strictly survival situation for someone to do that because
I
it's
understand you
odd.
shared this view, but the
Right.
question was why
No,
you shared
it's not
this
a view.
view.
That's a
It
fact.
is. It is a view. No, it is your view. Again, Jeffrey
That's
Dahmer.
science.
No. Jeffrey Dahmer thought that what he was doing was moral. He was killing and eating humans, and he thought what he was doing was right. What tells you that what he's doing is not right? You can't justify it. You can't explain why
No,
what
I
he's
can.
doing is wrong. Why? Why is it
you let
wrong?
me, if you So from your worldview, the science worldview, it would be wrong because a species simply wouldn't be able to propagate if you had a majority of a species that their preference of food was its own species.
No,
right?
no.
So
The problem today is that we have too many people on this planet. It's one of the issues. I'm not saying the solutions. I'm not saying the solutions would be to have less people on this planet. But one of the issues, for example, with climate change, which is arguably one of the biggest issues we are facing as humanity. One of the issues, one of the reasons that causes climate change is the sheer amount of people that we have, because we have to produce for all those people. We have to feed all those people. We have to take care of those people. So, actually killing and eating some humans may actually be better for the environment. You can justify it. Hell, these are people who did bad things. Let's just say it that way. Who cares? Would it be okay to exploit and slaughter them?
Well, again, you're not simply eating that category of people. You're developing a taste for human flesh, period. So you're doing something that would potentially now make anyone a threat to being eaten. So that's why it's wrong.
No, that's not why it's wrong. It's not wrong. So wait, if I told you this, I make an AI that can calculate absolutely all the chances with 99% accuracy. And I tell you that if you're going to be killing and eating this human being, not only that will you not be going to jail, not only that you will be getting excellent nutrition from it, humanity won't suffer for it. You can just do whatever you want. Like if I find you, this edge cases, I build you an AI that can make you select human beings on this planet. That while selecting those human beings, everything is perfect for the humanity, and you can choose to eat them. Would that make it moral for you to eat those human beings?
Well, what I've realized, and what's beautiful about life is that we can think up whatever we want, but there's an underlying, I guess you would call it biology, that would prevent that from happening. That we have almost like an instinctual knowing that this is wrong, or that this is actually like gross.
No, the fact that you cannot answer why, the fact that you cannot answer why, it just tells me that you haven't thought about it enough. Exactly the same thing.
No, I have. And
you
the mistake you're making, the mistake you're making is that well, first of all, let's say you talked about climate change. Right?
But answer my question first. Is it moral?
No,
is it moral? You haven't answered my question. Is it moral to eat those human beings, even though knowing it would impact society in absolutely no way?
Of course not, because I don't believe the outcome is true. That's why.
Oh, that's why. So because you don't believe the outcome. So it's all about outcomes for you, right?
No, it's not all about outcomes, but I mean, outcomes matter. So when you say so part of my issue with some of these setup questions is that you're asking me very specific examples when
Based
the
on
truth
what you're
is that human decision makings occur marginally. So for instance, you say climate change oh, it's one of the biggest issues we're facing. Let's say it's the biggest issue. Let's say it's so urgent that the only way we're going to survive as a species is if we culled half the population, or else everyone's going to die.
Sure.
Now, if I said, hey, yeah, let's do it. I think we have to do this. Does that mean I'm in favor of mass slaughter in general?
Yes.
Of course not.
That's called the genocide. I would not be in favor of that. That's essentially a genocide.
Okay, well, what if it was 10 people? What if we need to kill 10
not even
people
one
to save
person.
8 billion?
Not even one person. The ends do not justify the means.
That's delusional.
Nope. The ends do not justify the means.
What I could guarantee
if you think that the ends justify the means, then you are at the likes of Mussolini, because that's how he justified everything he did, brother. In fact, the ends justifying the means is actually a quote from Mussolini's speech.
Sure. Well, I mean, he was a crazy socialist, so I don't agree with him on
doesn't matter. You agree with him on something. You agree that the ends justify the means. You are saying that it's okay to kill a human being by if it potentially saves humanity, as you say. And I don't think that is moral. I'm sorry, but that's just not moral in my worldview. And I would say it's not moral even in your worldview, since you're a Christian. But that's okay. You continue justifying oppression however you want.
Right. So, well, I mean, I don't. I don't believe that there's some existential threat, so I don't think this is something we would need to do. But we're doing hypotheticals, right?
Yeah, but in your hypothetical, yeah. So in your hypothetical, would I kill a human being to save humanity? Probably yes. Would I find it moral? No.
Okay, that's all I'm saying.
But I would not find it moral. You know that, right? I would find what I'm doing extremely wrong. I would find what I'm doing is wrong.
So then why do it?
So then why do it? That's a good point. Maybe I shouldn't do it. No, I wouldn't do it. You're right. Thank you. You actually changed my mind just now. You're right. I shouldn't do it.
Okay. Exactly. Well, I disagree with that.
You disagree with that, yeah, because you're not in the. What I would do is I would talk to that human being and explain to them, and if that human being does not consent to being killed or them dying, whatever, then obviously I would not do them. I don't think we as a species have moral value. There's no moral value to a category of individuals. Each individual has moral value on their own, brother. Each individual has moral value on their own. Moral value comes from within, not from outside. Do you understand that, right?
So you would watch 8 billion important moral individuals die because you refuse to kill one.
No, I would not kill a human being, as I said just now. I would respect an innocent human being, to be clear, because, if they're guilty, I would defend humanity if that's the thing. But if they're an innocent human being, somebody who hasn't hurt anybody, somebody who hasn't done any significant hasn't done any morally significant bad thing, right? Like, because if they cross the street illegally, I'm not gonna be like, oh, you know what, we should kill this guy if we save humanity. So it's pretty clear that. I know you want to try and make me seem obnoxious. No, of course not eating meat. I acknowledge that most people on this planet eat meat. I acknowledge that most people on this planet don't see animals. You know what? Actually, most people on this planet don't see animals as objects as you do. And I acknowledge that there are a lot of people on this planet who were just brainwashed by somebody at some point. They don't really know. In fact, most people are that way. They don't really understand the morality. They don't really understand the values. Hence why we had so many atrocities in our humanity, because most people don't really understand. They just do as they're told. It is wrong to do this. It is right to do this. That's what people do. They don't really understand why is it wrong or right. It's conversations like this, when people listen to them, they start understanding some of their values. Sadly, I don't know if that's happening to you right now, because I don't think you want to understand your values. I think you just want to make a point. I don't really understand what your point is, other than maybe it's subjective. Maybe you should have that option. Maybe that's what you're saying. I don't even know. But I don't think that it's a valid enough point. It's oppression. You should not be oppressing individuals. Full stop. That's it. Doesn't matter. They're sentient. They feel. Doesn't matter what species they are. Doesn't matter if they were born a way that you deem them as preferable to you or not likable by you. They should not be oppressed.
And look, I think that's a beautiful sentiment, but I think once we get into real life and we're always talking about trade-offs. So for instance, while I think, look, I wouldn't want to kill a mice or a rat or even a spider, but once they get into certain areas, you have to kill them, right?
No,
if
you
they're
don't
in a
have to
restaurant,
kill. You don't have to
kill
kill
them.
cows. You don't have to kill cows. I understand there's situations where you have to kill animals. I understand that. I'm not crazy. There's situations when you have to kill humans. What the hell are we talking about? I'm not saying the situations where you have to. I think it's been pretty clear from the start that all of this is optional and done strictly for taste and convenience. How is that any you have to? That's what I've been saying this whole thing. Bring to me any moral relevance. There's no moral relevance for what we do to animals. There's no morally relevant difference between human beings and animals, and there's no morally relevant reason for you to exploit and slaughter an animal.
So, okay, so here's my view. My overall view is that I support anyone who wants to go plant-based to do so. What I don't support is the idea, and like I said, it's a very dangerous, slippery slope, because you're just sticking to animal agriculture because that's the easiest one to pick on, right? But the stance isn't merely that it's wrong to farm. Hold on,
animal
agriculture
argument
isn't that it's no, but that's not veganism. Veganism is that it's wrong to so-called exploit animals in any sort of way.
Yeah,
so,
and animal agriculture
is
the system that we built around it's an inherent system. It's a system that we built around exploiting animals, and it inherently depends on exploiting animals. So yes, of course we discuss about animal agriculture since it's the biggest system that we're fighting.
No, it's low-hanging fruit. So it's the easiest to argue, right? It's low-hanging
fruit. So right now
fruit,
it's low-hanging fruit? What do you mean?
Meaning that it's the easiest thing to argue against, right? But once you look at our
wait. So if it's so if it's easy to argue against, that means there is a logical understanding. What you're saying just now, it means that there is a logical understanding for why you should be against animal agriculture, correct?
No, it means that there's a bigger window where you can justify arguing against it, and that window is the presumption that we don't need to eat animals in any way, right? And for instance, maybe we get to a day in and to me this would be the best vegan solution.
That's not a presumption. That's a scientific fact that we don't need to consume animal products. That's not a presumption. So what you're saying now, biologically, let me explain to you. No, let me explain to you so it's very clear. You don't need to consume animal products. Biologically, you do not. Does everybody have an availability? Perhaps not. Perhaps there's people in this world who don't have that availability. But that's why I want to talk about you and the individuals that I talk to, because you're not one of those people. You're not one of those people who does not have availability. You are yet again in a situation where you can choose between oppressing an innocent animal or not. It doesn't really, you're not in any of these other situations, and yet you choose to oppress an animal. And all I've been trying to understand from you is how do you morally justify that? Meaning, how do you sleep at night saying that that is good?
So can I say, okay, I have been impacted by this whole vegan movement. I do generally eat less meat. I've pretty much milk is out of my diet. I pretty much replaced it with oat milk, which I think tastes better anyways.
Happy to hear that.
Yeah. So my concern is that this becomes like it's sort of like an ideology, and that it wants to be forced on people, and it's very dangerous when people when people who want to impose their views on others when they pay no price for being wrong. So I mean, this is a very dangerous.
So do you think feminism? Do you think imposing feminism on people is wrong?
Well, do you really want to discuss feminism? I really don't want to discuss.
I'm just curious. Do you think it's wrong to tell people that women should have equal rights and opportunities?
Well, it's pointless because feminism is a delusion itself.
No, feminism means equal rights and opportunities. For women.
Equal means same. Men and women are not the same. Men and women are not the same. So what are we even
equal rights and
about?
opportunities. Do you understand what equal rights and opportunities? We're not talking about equality between men and women. We're talking about equity between men and women.
Well, I thought equity meant equal outcomes. That's what I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, equal rights and equal outcomes. You're right, which means equal.
So why should there be equal outcomes?
Same, which means the same rights and opportunities.
No, that's not what it means. Equity means equal outcomes.
Do you think women should? Do you think women should have equal rights and opportunities to men?
What does that mean?
Do you think women?
And they always have.
Do you think women should? That's not what I asked. Do you think women should have equal rights and opportunities as men?
I don't believe there should be like quotas to say that workplace is discriminating because there happens to be more of one group than another. I don't agree with that.
Do you think women should have equal access? Do you think women should have equal access to education, to the same pay, and to the same opportunities? Do you think women should have the right to do whatever they want, just like a man should have the right to do whatever they want? Of course, as we've established, without harming somebody else. Do you think women should have equal rights and opportunities to men?
No, see, you're conflating things.
No, I'm asking you the same question I've asked you from the beginning.
Can I respond? I'm saying that we should have an open and free system where people are free to hire who they want, pay who they want. That's the system I believe in, and that is equal. What you're talking about is equity, which is why you want forced equal outcomes, and I disagree with forced.
No,
I can
explain to you also why you have a problem with. I'm assuming you have a problem with what is it called when people hire more women at work to try to equalize the gender gap. I can explain to you why that is happening, but that's a different thing. That's solely an outcome for us not giving equal rights and opportunities to women for years. And what we're doing right now is we're trying to equalize it. Let me explain it to you. So if you ever listen, let me finish. Have you played Monopoly? If you play Monopoly, and normally at Monopoly you start with $2,000. That's the typical, okay? And if you start with $2,000 and your friends start with $1,500 and you play 5 rounds, would it be fair for me to give $500 to your friend because he started with less money?
And I'm playing?
Yeah. You're the other player, yeah. I'm the bank.
Would it be fair? Well, I mean, if everyone like I said, I'm against the use of force. That's what we're talking about. So if you want to give, you can give someone all your money.
So it would be fair.
But you can do it. You'd have a right to do it.
No. So I'm the bank. I just said I'm the bank. You and another person. There's 3 people involved. I'm the bank. You're a player, and there's another player. So it's not fair for me. So wait, you start with more. You start with more. Wait, you start with more money, and you find it unfair that I give the other person the money that you started with.
Well, I don't understand. I don't understand your point. First of all, every single person is born ignorant. Every single person is born.
I told you. No, I'm not going to finish this. So I told you. You start with $2,000. They start with $1,500. I'm the bank. I make a mistake at the beginning, and they start accidentally with less money. Would it be fair for me in the middle of the game to say, "Shit, I just realized I gave you too little money"? Would it be fair for me to give them $500 now?
Sure. For the purpose of this game, I don't agree with the analogy. But
well, that's exactly the same thing that happens. We've been taking the rights away from women. We've been taking the rights away from black people. We've been taking the rights away from other individuals simply because, as you know, you live in the US, I'm assuming, there's been segregation. There's been lack of access to education. There's been all of these things that have been either preferential towards the white people or towards the male people. And all of these things have led to an unfair start for them. So therefore, it's okay in the middle of the game to try and equalize it for everybody.
Well, what was the start? What was the start? Let's go back.
Well, the start was.
Let's go back to slavery. What was the start? What was the start? Because listen, I'm not someone who's swayed by emotional arguments. So I'm like, what was the start? What was the start?
What do you mean by this? What was the start of slavery? What do you mean?
The start. Yes, the start of the interaction between the Africans and the Europeans. What was the start?
So some Europeans went to Africa, decided that they can enslave them because they had power, and then they moved them all and enslaved them and did whatever they wanted to them?
No, that's not what happened. That's not what happened.
What
happened was you had opposing warring tribes. Some were enslaved. Slavery already existed in Africa for 1,000 years before any European. Okay, so because we're talking facts now, right? So they were bought. They were bought as slaves, right?
How is this relevant? Like, I feel like we're straying so far away from the subject. We started with me asking you, do women deserve equal rights and opportunities? You had a problem with them receiving the equity that they deserve, and now you're telling me that where the slavery started? Come on, man.
You're again. Equity is about equal outcomes, not about giving people equal opportunities. That's not what equity is.
Okay, I don't care. Okay, no, I'm not even going to go down. I'm too tired to go down this discussion. So I'll ask you yet again. Do you think women deserve equal rights and opportunities? It's the only question. Do women deserve equal rights and opportunities?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. So then do you think we should force people? Do you think that then, which this is essentially feminism, do you think that then we should try to teach as many people as possible that women deserve equal rights and opportunities?
What do you mean teach?
I mean that if there's people who are sexist, that we should teach them, hey, women deserve equal rights and opportunities. Do you think that we should be teaching sexist people that women deserve equal rights and opportunities?
I don't believe that people should be forced to listen to this. Like, I don't believe this message should be in places where they're captive audiences.
So you don't think women should have legal equal rights and opportunities?
I agree. Listen, I agree with what you're doing. For instance, you're out in the street and people, if they want to have a conversation with you, I believe that's where the education should happen.
You're deflecting again, and I'm getting tired.
No, what are you talking about?
It's been 10 minutes already, and you're
keep
deflecting.
How is that a
so
deflection?
you said, I'll repeat. You said women deserve equal rights and opportunities. Yes. Do you think that then women? Let me ask it this way. Do you think that then we should have women having equal rights and opportunities be protected by law?
Again, what does that mean?
That means,
here's the thing.
That means that every individual should treat a woman with as the same way that they treat a man, with equal right and opportunities.
I completely disagree with that.
So you don't think any individual should give the same equal rights and opportunities to an individual because they're a different sex or gender?
I don't believe that it makes sense for me to treat a woman the same way I would treat a man.
I didn't say the same way, brother. I'm telling you to give them the same rights and opportunities.
Yeah, but that may require different treatment.
Okay, let me ask you this. Do you think everybody should treat women with equal? No. Do you think everybody should treat women with equal rights and opportunities? I understand you think women deserve equal rights and opportunities. Does that not mean that everybody should give equal rights and opportunities to women? When you say women deserve equal rights and opportunities, does that not by default mean that everybody should give equal rights and opportunities to women?
I believe that people should be free to treat other people as they see fit, obviously.
So if they want to violate their rights, it should be okay. So if they want to violate their rights or their opportunities, it should be okay, correct?
Well, okay, let's take the example of an employer, right?
No. I said equal rights and opportunities. That's what I said.
Well, I'll give you an example of what I mean. Like, let's say,
but I know what you mean. I don't care about that. Do you understand? That's not the point that I'm trying to make. I wanted to go back to veganism because that's what we were talking about. I understand you have a problem with DEI. It's not about DEI. I understand you don't understand what DEI. I tried to make you understand what DEI is. My fault. I understand you have a problem with DEI. But my question is yet the same. If you say women deserve equal rights and opportunities, and we live in a world where people are sexist, don't you think that then we have the responsibility to teach the sexist people that women deserve equal rights and opportunities?
I believe, yes, I believe, but again,
thank you. And it's the same.
Enforced.
And then we come. So what if there are people who don't want to subscribe to women having equal rights and opportunities? What if there's people who want to violate women's rights?
Then that's their right. It's messed up, but that's their right.
No, it is not. That's why we create laws.
I don't believe everyone needs to think the same and feel the same about everything.
Doesn't matter.
I believe people are entitled to their own feelings.
It doesn't matter.
You disagree with that?
It doesn't matter what they feel. It doesn't matter what they feel. At the end of the day, it is strictly about them respecting the rights and opportunities. It doesn't matter if they want to or not. I don't care about that. I care about respecting the rights and opportunities. It's the same for veganism. I don't care if you want to oppress animals or not. I just care that you don't oppress animals. I'm trying to educate you why it's wrong to oppress animals. I know that a lot of people won't understand it, just like a lot of people don't understand why it's wrong to oppress women, or why it's wrong to oppress black people, or why it's wrong to oppress other races. It doesn't matter. There's people who still don't understand that. Well, for those people, they should be forced to respect the rights of those individuals. 100%.
I don't agree with that.
You don't agree? Dude, how can you not agree with somebody respecting your rights? With forcing somebody to respect your rights?
So you're okay, like, let's get into a specific example. And we'll use race as an example. Let's say there was someone who decides, say they don't want to live around black people, for instance. I think they have that right. It's messed up, but I think they have that right. Just to say, hey,
they have the right to leave. They have the right to leave, but they don't have the right to kick out the black people, do they?
Sure, exactly.
Exactly.
But you would agree that's still like, yeah. And they call that white flight, and they say that that's wrong. But I don't know, is that wrong?
No, what I'm saying,
Okay,
well,
so
first of all, I think it's wrong. No, I'm just saying that it is. I don't want to get into that. I don't really understand what you just said now, and I don't really want to get into that. But just to make my point about your example from what you said now, from your example, I'm saying those people should not be allowed to violate the rights of those black people. Those black people.
What are my rights?
Your right to exist and to be there where you want to be. You shouldn't be, somebody should not kick you out because they don't like you, or because they don't like you, that you were born a different race.
Sure, but now that's turned into something else.
No, it's respecting your rights. Yes, those people are forced to respect your rights.
We went from tolerance to acceptance to forced celebration, and I just don't think it's helpful.
I don't even care if they celebrate it.
Bridge gaps. I think the best way to bridge gaps with anything is to endear ourselves to each other, try to understand, and not with a hammer trying to beat everyone into submission. I just don't agree with that.
But that's not what I said. Okay, this is the last time, because this conversation is already been too long. This is the last time. What I said is I prefer to educate people. But I understand that some people will never understand it. And those people will need to be forced. Those people who don't understand why it's wrong to oppress black people will need to be forced and not allowed to oppress black people.
But that's the same mindset. That's the same mindset as Mussolini.
No, it is not. This is about respecting rights. It is not. No, forcing somebody to respect the rights of individuals, forcing somebody, like giving them repercussions for them oppressing individuals of a different race is not an oppressive thing. You understand that, right? You don't have the right to oppress others. You don't. That's not a right that you have.
You don't have the right. You don't have the right to say. Physically attack someone else, but you have the right to be like, oh, well, I don't want to interact with this person. You have that as a right.
But that's not what I said, dude. That's not what I'm saying. Do you understand what I mean? I'm saying violating your right for autonomy. Nobody has the right to take away your autonomy. Do you agree with that?
Of course.
So
That's
if
what, that's
so
my
so
point.
wait, okay.
That's
So
why
if
you're the
no,
one who's
let me
talking about
finish.
forcing people to
Let
do
me
things,
finish.
not me.
Let me finish, brother. So if people want to violate your right, should we force them to not do it?
Well, what right? What right are we talking about specifically?
Your
Give me an
your
example.
right of autonomy. Somebody wants to enslave you. Okay, I'm sorry for the example. If somebody wants to enslave you.
No, I love the example.
Okay, if somebody wants to enslave you, should they be allowed to do it?
No.
So then we're forcing them to not enslave you. That's what I'm
Correct,
saying.
Sure, if you want to word it that way.
But that's exactly what I'm saying.
But
It's the same for animals. You should not be allowed to enslave them.
No, what you're saying is that you want to force people to, or that you want to force everyone to treat. Well, we were talking about women, but fine. Let's go back to animals.
I want people to not enslave animals. I think a lot of people will understand why it's wrong to enslave animals, and at the end of the day, some won't, and those people will have to respect the laws, and it will have to be illegal for them to enslave animals, just like it is illegal to enslave humans. How is that difficult?
Because, and we talked about this earlier, is that rights are founded on your ability to respect the rights of others, to be a moral or whatever, a rights
No,
agent,
rights are
moral
not
agent,
given. No,
whatever you
rights
wanna
are
put.
not given to only
100%.
moral agent. Rights are given to several individuals who are not moral agents. Children have rights. Children are not moral agents. Intellectually challenged human beings are not moral agents, and yet they are given rights. Rights are made by moral agents, but they are not given only to moral agents. Okay, that is the distinction. That is the mistake that you're making.
No, it's not a mistake. I'll explain why.
No,
Because
I'm not.
What happens?
I'm sorry. Can we just conclude? Can you just make a conclusion? I'm done. I'm done with this conversation. It's been 45 minutes or something. I'm done with this conversation.
Okay. I'll give a closing argument. In the end, there's no case for veganism until, and maybe science can take care of this. An animal, certain species, whatever, is now able to understand and respect the rights of others. Once that happens, I completely agree that it would be wrong to farm an animal like this.
Sure.
That's my position.
Sure, that's the conclusion that you took for this. Okay, well, I will make a closing statement. Enslaving human beings is the same as enslaving animals. The fact that they are not moral agents does not mean that you have the right to enslave them. The fact that they cannot distinguish right from wrong does not mean that you have the right to enslave them. The fact that they don't have the cognitive abilities of a regular human being does not mean that you have the right to enslave them. None of these are morally relevant enough. None of them can justify enslaving them. Okay? That is what I've been trying to tell. Okay. But that's it. Okay, thank you for having this conversation with me. I'm sorry if I got a bit heated. I'm pretty hungry.
I gotta say, I thank you for the opportunity. I actually really enjoyed this conversation, and I really do enjoy your activism. I love the way you think, even though we don't, obviously we have disagreements, but I really appreciate this, and it was enjoyable. So no, and I this what you didn't get angry. This was spirited, and I think that's a good thing. And thank you so much, Chip. Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Cheers, man. Have a good one. See you in the stream.
You too. Take care.
Bye. Okay, everyone. That's it. I'm tired. We had some conversations here and there. Like I hope at least some people got something from this conversation. It was a bit. I'm sorry, I got a bit intense. I get intense. I don't know why I get intense. I guess because I haven't been eating for. Let me see, because I always time it. 6 hours. I haven't been eating for 6 hours. I always eat every 3 hours. Damn, I haven't been eating for 6 hours. I'm gonna go and have a big meal, a big meal. But yeah, thank you everybody for being here. Let's not pile up on Bob if he comes back, okay? Let's still try to have conversations with him. Let's still try to get people to engage and try to understand. If you guys, based on this conversation, have seen a different side of it, if you guys, based on this conversation that I had with Bob, have seen maybe it's somewhere else where his position is at, then please, when you have conversations with him, challenge him on that position. That's kind of where I saw where our mistake comes from, right? We kind of ended up in that position. But yeah, that's it. That's it. We're here. We're having conversations. I appreciate that he came back. I appreciate that we had a conversation. I indeed got a little bit heated. He was okay with it, which I appreciate also. But yeah, that's about it. Dude Man says, can you give me a reason to be vegan? Dude Man, I don't know if you've been listening, but oppressing innocent animals for optional products is wrong. If you, let me just put it, if you would do it to a dog, don't do it. If you wouldn't do it to a dog, don't do it to a cow. Chip, eat twice as much so that non-vegans don't make a difference. I mean, Martin, I might have to eat twice as much because I haven't been eating for 6 hours, so I probably have a lot to gain, a lot of food to eat. I will see you again, by the way. I will see you again tomorrow, most likely. I will be on the streets tomorrow. I will be yet again doing some outreach, and I actually listened to Marcos. Marcos had a good idea. He put on one of the comments, and I think I'm going to use that as an experiment tomorrow. We're probably going to start with the alien thing tomorrow, just as a social experiment to see kind of how people react to it. I was even thinking of finding an alien mask, although that might be a little bit weird, and depends on how hot it is. But we'll see. We'll see. So that's what we'll do tomorrow. We'll try a different social experiment and we'll see where it goes. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here. I hope you enjoyed the conversation. Go vegan. Let's respect all human beings. We all deserve equal rights and opportunities. We all deserve, to live, to be free, and to not be subjugated by anybody because they want to, okay? Have a good one. See you in the next one. Oh, and I think I want to give a shout out. Oh, everybody who donated. Oh my God, so many people donated. Let me give a thanks for that. Oh my God, so many donations. Thank you so much. Renee, twice donating. Thank you so much, Renee. I appreciate it. Oh no, actually, Renee, damn, 3 times Renee, 4 times Renee, 5 times Renee. Renee, dude, settle down, man. Thank you for the donations, but I will listen to what you're saying without you having to donate. I think the donations do count through. I see them when in the streams, but I will read your message regardless. I appreciate you being here. I appreciate you donating, but I'm just saying, don't keep your money in your pocket. Or you know what? Everybody, if you want to donate to me from now on, go to one of the smaller creators and try to donate. Go to Axel, go to VPM, donate to them. I feel like I receive way too many donations anyway. Just go donate to other creators, other vegan creators in this minefield. I don't know, I'm spacing on the word. As I said, I haven't eaten for 6 hours. What the hell? It's insane. Marcos, thank you so much for donating. Marcos, same for you. Please donate to other, not myself. Like, I appreciate everybody donating. Don't get me wrong, and it does help. It's just I want other creators to grow. I want as many creators to grow. I want smaller. Like Has Vegan is a good person to follow and to donate. Has Vegan is a good one. Mark J, thank you so much. Sam Smith, yet again, 1, 2, 3, 4 times. Sam Smith, thank you so much. Same thing. I appreciate everybody for doing this, and I appreciate you everybody for being here. Have an awesome day. I'll see you in the next one, and go vegan if you're not vegan. Okay. See you in the next thing. Oh, did I give a shout out? I did, right? No, I did not. Tone, shout out to Tone. Tone was the first one to comment the last time. Tone was the first one to comment. Shout out to Tone. And we'll see who will be the next one. I'm sure it will